Everybody, this is London town. Catch me down at Piccadilly for an hour or two, pushing through the people on my way to you, standing in a queue from here to Waterloo. A Big Ben telling me it's time to catch the tube again. A Bobby on the beat, then some fight or flight. I'll see you at the river where the eye lights up the sky. Come on, this is London, coming at you. Everybody, this is London town.
Hello and welcome to the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour. This is the 11th EPT London Festival, and it's our second time here at the Grand Connaught Rooms in Covent Garden. I'm James Hartigan alongside Neil Johnson, who is Head of Live Poker Operations for PokerStars Europe. So Neil, let's talk about the all-important main event. Where are we at right now?
We've got 370 people returning for day two. We had 668 register, but on the EPTs, registrations is open until the start of day two, so we're going to have a few more people trickle in this morning.
Now, Neil, we've just come off the back of a record-breaking EPT 100 festival with near enough 1,500 people in the main event. 668 here in London. Is that disappointing at all? Competition from other festivals, maybe?
No, it's not really disappointing at all. I mean, you obviously want as many as you can get, but we had 604 last year, so we're already up over 10%. London's a bit more expensive than Barcelona as a city, and as you'll see from some of our cuts throughout the week, the weather's not quite the same as what you would expect in Barcelona in August. So
yeah, someone had the crazy idea of doing this outdoors. We nixed that immediately when the rain started falling.
Very cold outside.
So, how much poker are people going to see today? How does day two work?
Day two is going to be 6 75-minute levels. We're going to finish at the conclusion of level 14. For the last couple of seasons, we've always hit the money in the middle of level 16, so it means we're going to get right to the edge of paying everybody out before we come back tomorrow and pop the bubble.
Excellent stuff. Neil Johnson, thank you very much indeed. So plenty of live poker to watch today here on EPT Live. Without further ado, let me hand over to the commentary teams.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Neil. And hello, my babies. Cheerio, Governor. I am Joe Stapleton, and this is EPT Live from London for EPT event number 101, brought to you by PokerStars.net. Broadcast, you guessed it, live on PokerStars.tv. London is the melting pot of the world, so it's only fitting that EPT Live is available in a multitude of languages. Still no Klingon.
And of course, as well as watching on the desktop/laptop player at PokerStars.tv, you can also watch us on the go via the PokerStars TV app, available for iOS and Android devices.
Or a giant-ass iPhone 6 Plus like I have.
So this is day two of 6 in the main event. We pick up our coverage at the start of play on day two, following this event through to its conclusion on Saturday, when we'll have cards-up coverage of the final table as we crown our 11th EPT London main event champ. Of course, over the course of the next 5 days, you can get in touch with us. Use the hashtag EPT Live to communicate on Twitter. It really is the best way to get in touch with the guys in the booth. Alternatively, you can email nuts@pokerstars.tv. Don't forget, live updates from all the outer tables available at the PokerStars blog. We also have our Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube pages. Now you'll notice that this is the secondary feature table, and I saw a lot of activity on social media before play started, Joe. People very disappointed that this table, with an amazing lineup by the way, is not up on the main stage and is not the main feature table. As we always explain to you guys,
James, we blew it. I mean, we blew it by not putting this table on the main stage. Come on.
We are always slaves to the breaking order. Tables break high to low in EPT main events, and the table that features Theo Jorgensen, Benny Spindler, Sam Trickett et al. Is going to break probably during the first level. So these are the overall tournament chip leaders, and we've got one of those guys on the main stage. He's a former EPT champ, Nicola Schweety, and sharing the main feature table with him today is the first ever two-time EPT champ. She is a former champion of this particular tournament, Victoria Coren Mitchell. And here are the players in seat order. Several locals.
I mean, but the biggest local, I mean, obviously, Victoria Coren Mitchell. She's a legit celebrity here in the UK. She has more EPT championships than anyone else. Even though that secondary feature table is pretty solid, I say this one is also excellent.
So obviously we'll keep tabs on the secondary feature table. We'll guide you around the room a bit later on and pick out some of the familiar faces in the field of 370 players returning for day 2. We're kicking off level 9 right now. Blinds are 400, 800 with a 100 ante.
Right there, it's your boy. Fried Illing. Not good if you're on a low-carb diet, Fried Illing.
Let's say hello to some of the regular viewers who have tuned in already. Ed Kilworth says, morning, James, Joe, Mark, Nip, Mac, and the rest of the team. Afternoon, everyone else procrastinating just like me. Ash says, hi, boys. I'll be cheating on you with the Flemish live stream as usual, but have fun. And Bram tuned in late and missed the hello, my babies.
Oh, you blew it, my baby. We could make this a Flemish stream if you want. We could all just drink milk the whole time. Action on Fried Illing.
Deborah tweets to say, it's 8 a.m. where I am, starting my day with Hartigan and Stape. So excited to watch the stream. No better way to start my day.
Well, hello, Deborah.
So 2 Lebanese players involved in this hand. It's Mikhail Jean who's opened from under the gun +3 to 2,200. And it's Nicolas Schwiete who won the EPT 6 Grand Final in Monaco, who re-raises with a 3-bet to 5,100.
Wasted no time getting aggressive.
On all the days leading up to the final table, cards down coverage from the feature table. We're not going to put these guys at a disadvantage by giving out their card information to the world, when no one at the outer tables has to do that.
Nobody else does that anymore, though, right? There was a time where we were one of the few who didn't do that, but I think everyone else, they've got to have caught on at this point. You can't do that.
Well, the action here is on Andrew Hume in the small blind. Starts the hand with around 55,000 in chips. Average stack right now is 54,000, so he's around average.
I think it might be getting humid in here. There we go. It's a 4-bet. It is getting humid in here.
Cold 4-bet to 12,000.
That's going to look pretty strong. Jean out of here. Schwiete will be in position if he decides to play this hand.
Ed Kilworth is one of the first to get in touch today, Joe.
Yeah,
he says, this is a bad table draw for my fantasy team because I have Schwiete, Coren, and Dilling.
Yikes.
Brendan Kelly says, looking forward to a successful day of vegging out in front of the screen and seeing some great poker. What are we going to see Nicolas Schwiete do here? And Rafael obviously missed our explanation at the start of the day. It's why the secondary feature table is so good. It should be this TV table. It's going to break soon. Calm down.
I have a question. Why just assume we don't know what we're doing here? I've already, James, just calm me down. I'm already in yellow. I'm in a deep yellow already. Called by Schwiete. He will be in position. Ace-8 tray, 2 diamonds. I guess it's a situation where he really loves that ace or really hates it. After cold 4-betting, you could picture maybe having a hand like kings or queens and really hating that ace. And if he's 4-betting with absolute air, then he might like it. He can try to rep it, take this pot down on the flop.
Robert not happy. No Romanians at the feature table. No Year of Romania war cry yet. Waiting on it though. Good to be back.
It is the Year of Romania regardless. And it looks like Vicky may be taking her seat a little late. Here she comes.
A late arrival on day 2. We are only 10 minutes into the day. And registration just closing. So interesting to see if we get any latecomers. Vicky chatting with Mark Convey, who'll be along with Matt Broughton a little bit later on here on EPT Live.
It just shows you how nice Vicky is, because Mark's clearly bothering her right now and keeping her from taking her seat while she's getting blinded off. Yet she stops to engage him anyway. Just classic Vicky. A woman of the people.
Lee Atherton, either deaf or started the stream late. Pretty shocked this table wasn't selected, chaps. Benny Spindler, Johnny Lodden, Dominic Panker, Theo... It's gonna break!
Pretty shocked you think that you know better than we do. Like, I could do this all day. Keep reading, James. Vicky getting mic'd up right now by Donna.
Wow, continuation bet of 10,500 from Hume. And I guess Sweetie must have raised, because Hume's now all in. Sweetie made it 22,000. Hume says, everything I've got, 42,600 total. And Sweetie has called. Ace-king against ace-jack. And there's a jack on the turn. And unless Andrew Hume hits a king on the river, he is going to be sent to the rail.
That is grosser than the guy who is just at the urinal standing 4 feet away from it.
3 outs for the local.
That is gross.
Hume doesn't hit. Sweetie wins a huge pot, a 6-figure pot at this point in the tournament, and is up to 210,500. He was already among the chip leaders at the start of the day. That'll push him up the leaderboard as Hume goes out.
I am, James, as you know, reluctant to be critical of players, because I myself am not a professional poker player, and I'm also reluctant because it's easy to play results, but it seems kind of loose to call a cold 4-bet with ace-jack to me, ace-jack offsuit, and I guess maybe once you hit top pair with it, he figures he can't get away from it, but I don't really see him like jamming with kings after Sweetie raises, and you know what I mean? All of it seems a little loosey-goosey to me.
Bit confused myself by the raise on the flop, but again, there are many ways to skin the proverbial cat as Victoria Corin Mitchell, the EPT's first ever 2-time winner, takes her seat on the main stage. She's only missed 3 hands.
And it's probably best she missed that one. Tweets are flooding in now. I wonder if we've got some folks out there with some opinions.
Yeah, obviously everyone's an armchair analyst, and we welcome your opinions on anything you see on EPT Live. Well, Florent has used the hashtag. Remember, it is just simply hashtag EPT Live. Good morning. Great to arrive at work at 7 a.m. here in Montreal and open an EPT Live stream to start the day. Few people congratulating Graphical Nick on his naming of the chip denominations here in London. Here they come, and we have a tube theme for the chip denominations.
Oh, excellent. Northern, sure, that's the one that ends in Mordor. Fell asleep one time on the Northern line, woke up in Mordor. Very hot there. Rent also high, and there's a giant eyeball. Not a nice place.
Well, this hand started with a raise from Villa Harvisto. Called by Vicky in the small blind and by Azif Raja in the big blind.
And I know for a fact that Azif Raja qualified for this event online on PokerStars. Ran into him in the hallway a few days ago. Big fan of EPT Live.
Oh, hang on a second. I don't think that's a call. That is a 3-bet from Raja. He has squeezed it, made it 3,200. Action back on Harvisto.
Visto. He's sticking around.
Well, he's re-raised. It's a 4-bet from the original raiser. And Vicky's stuck between these two guys.
I hope this feature table...
It's an unfortunate state of affairs, isn't it? You seem like far too nice a guy to have done that deliberately, so I'm going to assume that was an honest mistake.
Now, what mistake would she be talking about?
They just don't cover this in the books, this situation. All right, I guess I'll just call 7 something.
Vicky calls the 4-bet.
I think Raja may have 3-bet.
What a surprisingly large pot we find ourselves in.
By accident, which gave Javisto the opportunity to 4-bet, which I would take as a pretty strong hand.
Well, Raja has folded, meaning we've gone heads up to the flop and an 8-8-6-2 diamond flop.
Vicky's right. They do not write about this situation in the poker books.
So a raise and call, an accidental 3-bet, a 4-bet and a call and a fold.
I mean, maybe Javisto just saw it as a good spot with the betting reopened.
Javisto the effective stack here, 50k behind near enough. More regs tuning in. Razorheart says, hi guys, watching EPT Live sadly means I'm not there. Flip side is I will be able to play the free roll. Details on that coming up. Chris McFadden says, great to be back for some EPT Live. 10 minutes in and we've already got action. Yes, we have.
Plenty of it.
And with it going check on the flop, Vicky leads the turn, which is the jack of clubs. Regarding that last hand, by the way, Joe, the only person I've seen chime in is Adam, who describes it as a gross hand. Bad call pre with ace-jack off. Fold and rarely 5-bet jam there.
Vicky's bet of almost full pot gets called on the turn.
5 of hearts on the river. So near enough 50,000 in the middle. Harvisto has 32.5 behind.
Now Vicky checks.
Very curious hand. I do hope this one goes to showdown. Good to know that we're bringing productivity around the world to a standstill. Ava says, watch EPT Live will work. Who am I kidding? EPT Live wins every time. As this goes check on the river. Vicky shows sevens.
Yes, sorry.
And Harvisto mucks.
Wow, so Vicky bets 7s on the turn for nearly full pot and gets a call from a worse hand?
Quite a strange pot. This
Agreed.
is not mine. I don't mind having it. No, I'm always glad to have a pen. I can do my Sudoku later.
Got some small change from over there, yeah, so I don't get confused again.
I can do it, yeah.
As if Raja asking for change so he doesn't accidentally 3-bet again. And Vila Harvisto down to around starting stack.
So I won't get a mistake.
Weird.
Okay, you have got 2 5s there, then.
All right, all right.
I gave you a couple.
That's one.
So apparently the one thing I thought I knew about a player at this table, I didn't know. The Poker Tourist gets in touch to say the other SF, the one at this table, Asif Raja is his mate from Manchester. He owns the Matza Pakistani restaurant. He's not an online player. He did satellite in, but it was a 320-pound hyper turbo.
Have you seen my cards?
No.
Okay, give me a shout if you see them in any.
17.
Raised to 17.
Yanis Mandlinakis from Greece raises to 1,700. Hold it around to Vicky on the button. She's now up to 140,000 after winning that last hand. She's going to call in position. Raja's
Play like 40 something.
What do you think Vicky's bet was on the turn there? Do you think it was a value bet or a bluff?
Ooh, in that case, can I get away with this? What do you think? No? No.
It was a value bet, obviously, because it got
That's
called by a worse hand.
So Dylan calls as well out of the big blind. 3-way to this flop. Queen, Jack, Tray.
Check.
Check.
No C-bet from Mandlinakis means Vicky bets 3,000. Dilling folds. And the original Razor calls. Eight of clubs on the turn. Mandlinakis checks for a second time. Vicky bets for a second time. This time she makes it 5K.
More reasonable bet size from Vicky this time on the turn.
And again, a reminder for new viewers, people unfamiliar with how we do things here on EPT Live, until we get to the final table, no hole card information. There are currently 349 players remaining in this event, and we're not going to put 8 or 9 of them at a disadvantage by having their hole cards revealed to the world for their opponents to be able to view on a replay of this live stream. We're down to our final 8 when it is the proverbial level playing field. That's when you'll get hole cards with a 1-hour delay. So Vicky's bet on the turn gets through. She wins another one. She's 2 for 2 today, up to nearly 150K. Hello to Willie Elliott. He says, hello, my daddy's just back from London, where I caught the Flemish stream. Loving the feature table. Let's have a look at some of the players as they arrived earlier on today. Igor Kurganov and Liv Barry from Team PokerStars Pro. Leo McLean, last year's qualifier, alongside legend Willie Tan.
He's grown up a lot in a year.
Ola Shemian.
Swag.
This year's PCA champ Dominic Panker, currently sat at our secondary feature table. Good friends Elke and Eugene Kachlov, both from Team Pro. As is Jake Cody. Jason Mercier, another member of the Team Pro roster, through to day 2.
Who just busted a short. He's up to 50K.
Leo Margetts from Spain. Team Online's Ike Haxton.
Just bought his dad's book, sitting on my coffee table at home.
Former EPT London champ Benny Spindler chatting to Sam Chartier. Fatima Maria de Melo, a lady.
We're going to restart from level number 9.
Couple of Scandies, Johnny Lodden and Theo Jorgensen. What a touching moment. Interrupted by Sam Trickett.
Literally touching each other. So the sky outside's gray. Does that mean everyone has to dress in gray?
You didn't get the memo? We had an under-the-gun race here from Mikhail Jean. Called by Azef Raja on the button. And an ace 7-5 2-diamond flop. No C-bet from Jean.
I'm closing it. Okay.
No cell phones during the hand, please.
See ya.
Well, Chinese Frankie, who is an EPT Live superfan, sends a message to Victoria Corin Mitchell. Don't bully my mate Azif Raja sitting next to you at the feature table. Tell her, please.
It's only day one. The rest of it was very
King
simple.
down the fly.
Well, considering Chinese Frankie addressed that tweet to Vicky, she is awesome at replying to people's tweets, so I wouldn't be surprised at all if she didn't eventually respond herself.
No, yeah, no, don't worry. Well, that's true. I approve. I think that's really good.
So according to the tournament clock, no late entries at the start of day 2, or none that we're aware of right now. 668 players in total, 370 return for day 2. The tournament clock currently showing 349, so roughly 20 eliminations so far, and still 50 minutes left to play on the first level of the day. 6 75-minute levels being played today. Hello to Will. He says, boy, am I glad my internet was finally installed yesterday. Watching EPT Live from Germany this year. All the best, guys. Thank you, Will. Good to have you with us.
Guten Tag. What does that mean? What did I just say?
Good day.
Oh, Guten Tag. I was afraid it might have been a swear.
Once again, we have action between the two Lebanese players at the feature table. Nicolas Schwiti opens to 1800. Mikhail Jean calls out of the big blind in an ace-jack-5 flop.
This pot is for all the chickpeas.
Check, check. 6 of hearts on the turn.
If I was in this hand with Nicolas Schwiti, I'd be doing that home game thing going, what do you got, ace-jack again, huh? You got ace-jack? Pretty good. Pretty good hand. You got ace-jack there?
Blaze the Queen 7 when you showed the by mistake. There was a brilliant story in the Daily Mail recently. A woman had given an interview, and the gist of what she was saying was she didn't feel she needed to get dressed in front of her children. Like, she said that 5-year-old children didn't feel she needed to get dressed. And the headline was, "Why I'm proud to parade naked in front of my children." She just said she didn't feel the need to get dressed. She's not parading. She never said she was proud.
To be fair, she did have a big hat and a baton.
Queen 7, let me think of that.
Just checking on the live updates, Joe, on the PokerStars blog.
Marching band didn't help.
And we know that it was Anatoly Filatov who came into day 2.
How are you?
I feel much better now, sitting next to you.
Really?
Oh, yes.
Okay, well,
That was my dream.
Was your dream?
To sit next to you.
What a lovely accent. Persian it must be. Persian?
Turkish.
Turkish, really?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you know how Persian that sounds?
Very Persian, because it's close to next door.
Oh, that must be it. Gosh. Yeah. I think it's probably because I meet more Iranian gamblers than Turkish ones.
You forgot about me. I met you before.
I know.
When you were single. I took you out a couple of times.
Of course. And we had that weekend in Morocco. I can't believe it slipped my mind.
She's good. She is good.
I'm gonna raise.
I was just going to say that Filatov started the day as chip leader, and according to the live updates on the PokerStars blog, he's still
very well. Good luck.
He's still around 174,000, which means that Nicolas Schwiti is probably the tournament chip leader right now with more than 200k, and Vicky's going to be in the top 10 with a stack of close to 150k. So it's Yücel Eminoglu who's joined us on the feature table, sat next to Vicky, and he's raised to 2100 from under the gun +2.
Wouldn't it be awesome if he had an Eminoglu store so someone could walk in and say, you sell Eminoglu?
Watch me. Now will be only one hand. Can you believe that?
So we've got Lebanon 3-betting Turkey.
Okay. Give him one bet. Only one bet. If I hit it,
well, that was a big 3-bet.
If I don't hit it,
that was a
you got it.
4x.
I'm done. 7 high flop, please, my friend.
And that 3-bet got called. King high flop, 2 spades. Jean continues for 11,000. And a call.
It's gonna go, it's gonna go. What can you do?
It's an ace on the turn. All in.
That is an overbet all in, I think.
Victoria, I need help
Yep.
here.
I'm not allowed to advise, I'm afraid.
45 into 40.
I should have known you got ace king the way you bet on the flop.
The game.
Yeah, I know. I should have known. Did you show me your card? Because I'm just a newcomer to the table.
I am playing my.
No, after, if I fold.
No. I think. If you come, you will see my
I
card.
show mine, yeah?
If you come, you will see my card.
If I come.
Come, call,
Why are they here?
whichever.
Oh, la.
Where else can I come? I just come to the table.
Oh, don't make fun of the fact that he's getting the word
Yeah, I'll
wrong.
fold that one, yeah.
Very
You
good.
show me or not, it's up to you.
Had I been allowed to give advice, my advice would have been, that's a good fold.
Would have been good fold on the flop,
No,
I think.
I would have said good fold.
Yeah.
I saw some
Would have been
paint.
Good fold on the flop, I think. Nice hand, my friend.
You win, my friend.
I was winning,
Unlucky.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't.
I have 2 aces.
2 aces. Yeah.
Oh boy.
That's a good hand. That's nice. Bad luck, I think.
That was bad luck.
Yeah, walk into the table, pick up a queens.
Pair of
You well
queens
still have
folded
chips. It's a good sign.
by Eminoglu.
Yeah, put up. Amazing.
Side of your camera.
Where is the camera?
One side of your camera.
Okay, my friend. Thank you.
What do you want me to call you?
You can call me Turk. The famous Mad
He
Turk.
can't call you Turk. What does that sound like?
That's Mad Turk. Nobody know me as a Yusuf. Everybody know me as a Turk.
I'll call you Yusuf.
Yes, call me Yusuf. I am the famous Mad Turk.
He is giving us permission to call him Turk. So I can't get in trouble for that.
Well,
You
Joe
really
and I
could.
actually have
In
previous
a free
with this
roll now.
chat.
Yes. Better look at it.
We once actually commentated on a cash game where Mr. Eminoglu played.
The Mad Turk?
And yes, he does live up to his nickname. Andy Mitchell more tweets to say, turns out EPT Live is excellent cardio entertainment at the gym, and that ace-jack, ace-king hand was pretty disgusting. Luke Disley asks, can us regular punters come to the Grand Connaught Rooms today to live rail? Yes, you can, Luke. You're more than welcome to come by and watch and stand along the rail of the feature table and watch these players in the flesh, providing you're over the age of 18. Zavi says, hi, I'm waiting to know what will be the challenge stakes options this time.
Ooh.
Not long to wait, Zavi, till we reveal your options. The vote will be taking place.
هذا مرة خايف منه لأنه ما عم يفتح فتح بس فتح
Raja folds.
حسيته معه لأنه
His
No
friend,
change
the other
can hold me. Not a political slogan, I hope.
Asif says, yes, the Mad Turk from Birmingham qualified in a £215 double chance satellite. Alan says, oh dear, the Mad Turk, DTD Reg sat next to Vicky. Hope she has earplugs.
You have to go this side.
Lee Atherton is happy. Ha! The Mad Turk on the TV table next to Vicky Corrin. This will make for decent viewing.
You got good chips, Victoria?
That's okay.
Raised to 16.
It's always nice to have more.
Yeah.
Fried Dilling back in action.
Raising to 1600. Giannis Mandalakis on the
You
button.
live here? You live in London?
Birmingham.
Birmingham. I thought we hadn't seen you in the Vic.
Yeah, no. I have played years ago with you a few times.
Yeah.
I used to come around to Dustin Zone and all this. You know, I played cash game with you once, me, you, and Rob Young and all these things.
Yeah, you used to
You
you
might
played
have
in the
forgotten.
Rainbow Club, did you?
No, that was a bit too old. For, not too old. I wasn't playing that time.
I never played there myself. I'd like to
No,
stress.
yes. I was old enough to play, but
Yeah.
I wasn't playing.
Sweetie, 3 bets.
No.
So Obeen, cold calls from the big blind. Dilling sticking around. He'll have position. 12,000 in the middle already.
8-5-3, 2 diamonds.
Sweetie, the last aggressor. He's supposed to fire here, but he checks. Obine doesn't check immediately, but does eventually. Back to the original razor.
6,200, roughly half the pot.
Sweetie's body language indicating he doesn't really love this spot. Folds. Wonder what he's 3-bet giving up with. Maybe a hand like King, Queen of Clubs, something like that, where he thinks that he needs to take control and then misses super hard on this flop.
So Obeen folds as well, having cold called the 3-bet pre-flop. This one goes to Dilling.
The prize pool's 2.5 million. I had no idea. I don't think I looked at that yesterday. It's proper money, isn't it?
Yep.
The prize pool actually 2.6 million.
25. And the buy-in's gone down a bit, so I thought it wouldn't be that much, but it's great.
Can you shoo that thing out of here?
675 runners in total now, which means there have been 7 late entries at the start of day 2. Let's head over to the secondary feature table. Now, I know a lot of people wanted this to be the main feature table, but with players being eliminated thick and fast, we are expecting this table to break within the next 30 to 40 minutes.
Thick and fast, that was my nickname in college.
Here is the lineup, and obviously it's a pretty stellar lineup.
Benny Spindler, Johnny Lawden, Theo Jorgensen, Dominic Panka, Sam Trickett, Nicky Katz. Always like seeing Nicky here in London. There he is, right in the foreground. See a reflection in his head.
And Katz has raised this hand from the hijack. He's made it 1,800. It's Johnny Lawden's big blind.
Good luck.
Lawden defends.
Katz below his starting stack.
By the way, Simon Matson fans disappointed to not see him at the secondary feature table. May be interested to hear that he was eliminated by Benny Spindler. Matson got it in with queens, but Spindler had kings.
They're gonna have to have an emergency meeting at the Simon Matson fan club to see what they're gonna do for the rest of the week.
The iPad icon. Yeah, I think I just discovered it. How can you do it? How?
Nicky Katz around starting stack 30,000. Johnny Lodden actually the table chip leader with close to 150,000. And Mariana gets in touch to say, I'm staying down the street, so if this thing runs until 6 a.m. again and you need a smoothie or a falafel, I got you covered.
That is awesome. Thank you. Although I'd like to know where she thinks she could get a smoothie past 9 p.m. in the city. Everything closes early. A falafel we could do, though, probably.
Okay, I'm going to politely answer this question. I know I got a little bit antagonized earlier on by people demanding that this be the feature table, but for the benefit of Will and everyone else who's asked...
One more time.
If this table breaks, say it had been our main feature table, we have then got to get 9 new players. We pick a new table, get them up onto the main stage, get them mic'd, get all their information input into the graphic system. This would take between 10 and 15 minutes. The tournament staff are not going to stop the clock during that time, which means that we are going to inconvenience a lot of people.
Not only is it inconvenience, but it messes with the integrity of the tournament because the hands aren't being dealt, people are not getting the, you know, they're not.
It also makes for a very messy TV show to have in reality introduce your feature table for like 10 minutes and then it changes.
James, isn't it weird that both seats on either side of Dominic Panka are empty? There shouldn't be 2 empty seats at the table.
No, there is a guy there.
There's a guy in that seat?
He's camouflaged.
Oh my God, he's wearing camouflage. I couldn't even see him. Look at that. Do you guys, there's a guy in there. Did you see that?
His name is Lawrence Essa.
Lawrence Essa. What a brilliant idea. There, oh, now I can see him. Now I can see his hands.
So Panka, flattered by Katz, 3-bet by Jorgensen. Panka has called the re-raise.
Are we sure S is not in the hand? Because I don't even know how you could tell.
Katz calls, so 3 players to the flop and a 3-bet pot. King 10-8 with 2 diamonds. Razorheart very excited with what he's seeing right now. OMG, half my fantasy poker team is on the secondary feature table.
You have a, I'm here. Do you have a main? Thanks. Okay, thank you.
You know, James, I love cats. I love every kind of cats. I just want to hug them all. But you can't hug every cat.
Nicky Katz not the player I expected to bet this flop.
No.
He's been the caller so far. Well, anyway, here's 7,500. Called by Theo. Jack of diamonds on the turn. It's getting straightier. It's getting flushy.
That is a juicy card.
And Nicky only has 17K behind.
So Nicky's checked. Theo's body language don't look too enthused about this hand either. He's betting anyway, though.
Well, it's enough to put Katz all in. I mean, there's 33,000 in the middle. Katz has got less than 20K behind, and he folds to this bet from Theo.
Smell you later.
Johan says, I appreciate your patience, guys. I heard your explanation of the secondary feature table 4 times now. Lol. Meanwhile, we have our first Josem's Posum of the EPT London Festival.
Yes.
Michael Josem, PokerStars head of PR, tweeting from Onken on the Isle of Man. On feature table is Victoria Corrin. To this seat, she's not foreign. Playing for £2.6 million, 3-time winner makes a nice sound.
I'm glad that, will you get that thing out of here? I had it under a bucket for a while. Who picked up the bucket?
Everybody calls. Everybody calls.
I'm glad that Josem brought that up because Smitty got in touch to say, hi guys, so happy you're back. Is it too soon to talk about Queen Vicky getting the Triple Crown? Great job on your UK test, Joe. I want to say the same. I really want that to happen. How awesome would that be?
We need to find another name for it, though. We can't call it the Triple
Right.
Crown because that causes too much confusion with the other Triple Crown.
Yes, but we know what Smitty means.
So let's just pick up the action here with a raise from Yanis, which has been called by the Mad Turk, Vicky, and Azif. So four-way action here.
Yeah, just in case some draws there, you know. I want to make it a bit expensive. For
Yes,
the draws.
no, I see your thinking. Very wise.
You don't see what I'm thinking. I've got more thinking in my mind.
Oh, dear.
Would you like to know them?
Yes.
I'll tell you in a minute.
All right, go on. Let's see what happens later in the hand. You never know.
Is there a raise call?
That's just a call. It's just a call.
Just
Love the vibe at this table.
Just a call.
And every time I see an attractive lady, there's so much things come to my mind.
I'll definitely check.
Imanoglu only.
That's in my mind. That's one of in my mind.
That's one of the things.
Behind.
5,300 points.
Yes.
Okay.
And I have a lot of other things in my mind that which
I dread to think.
I can't explain at the moment. So exciting. It's all including you, though.
Good. At least that's not at all sinister. That's the main thing.
No, it was always my dream actually about you, you know. Honest, I always fancied you. I don't know why.
Oh, you don't know why? You old smooth talker.
No, I do know why, but I just, you know, you gone, you got married, I still fancy you. I don't know. Just can't
It's
help it.
inexplicable. It is absolutely.
It's still in my mind.
It's
in there.
inexplicable. All right, go on. You talked me out of it.
Yeah.
Well done.
Good girl. Thank you. I've got a hand anyway.
I believe you.
Yeah, definitely.
I had a pair. No
I
good?
would never do that. How big is it? I had an ace.
I
you
couldn't
can't
beat
win.
an ace.
Yeah, exactly.
I couldn't beat an ace.
The Mad Turk ships the pot.
No time for love, Dr. Jones.
By the way, when you won the second one,
Yeah.
I was really proud. As a
Thank
British, as a lady, for you to win.
Thank you.
Good things, because people always think
Yeah.
that lady is not as good,
I know.
as
They,
good as the man.
didn't think I would win.
No. But you didn't think either, I bet.
I didn't really, no.
That's mine, yeah.
We had some suggestions, by the way, for
It must
what
be a
winning.
wonderful feeling, to win that.
Yeah, it was great. I was very happy.
Some suggestions for what winning 3 should be called, with Rayvan suggesting the EPT hat trick, but much better from both Milko and Thudman and others, 3PT.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the winner.
Raise here from Mikhail Jean. Hello to Kurt, says busy in work but got EPT London on in the background. Great job as always, guys. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Kurt. I hope you're with us for the next 5 days. Jens Obin with the decision.
5-2? 5-7. 5-7.
And he 3-bets. Hold it back around to Jean.
Sean raised from fairly early.
Good.
Remember, we're 9-handed today, so under the gun +1 is pretty early position. Queen, 9-5, 2 spades.
But there's nowhere to put it. This isn't one of those tables.
No, it's already charged, isn't it? Yeah, yeah.
Oh, it's really charged.
Yeah, it's been already charged.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, just put it so. It's only a little bit left. Should be charged a bit, yeah.
Nice one, nice one.
Yeah, and space. 7,800.
I got one as well, but I left mine.
Yeah, no problem.
Sean's check to the pre-flop aggressor, who's continued for 7,800. Over half the pot. Sean would maybe be in a bit of a weird spot here with a hand like 2 10s, maybe not know what to do. I think if that's the case, maybe call one time, see what happens. Looks like he wants to call.
He does.
7.8.
Oh, okay.
He almost called, but, you know, the intent was there. He's going to get it in there. There we go.
Eight of hearts. Carjon checking once again. And this time Jens checks behind. Board pairs on the river, and it's a third spade.
Check, check, check for Jean.
Any bet from Jens? Nope, he checks behind. Showdown. Jean to show first. Queen 10. And that'll be good.
That was probably a much easier decision than he made it look like on the flop, I think, to call with top pair. Maybe a little worried about his kicker. Maybe didn't want to seem too eager like it was an easy decision, but I think that's a pretty easy call there.
So remember, coverage of the outer tables available on the PokerStarsblog.com. Maybe you'll be reading about players like Victor Blom. He's back for day 2, as is Dan Coleman.
Whoa.
4 million plus scores so far in 2014. Davide Katai and Rupert Elder sat next to each other at this table. 2 former EPT champs there. Jason Mercier also has an EPT title. He was the winner of San Remo in season 4. Leo Margetts repping Spain, as is Ana Marquez. Other ladies in the field include Liv Bourret and PokerStars Mind Sports ambassador Jen Shahadi, who had a deep run in the PCA this year.
Welcome to Mind Sports. Welcome to Mind Sports.
Luca Pagano, huge bucks, Broncos. Still no title yet, never know. He might be next.
That's good.
I think we need to activate the hole pope and ask if we can instigate a new rule on the EPT, that if players are on a feature table, they have to have their phones on silent. These comedy text alerts are driving me nuts.
If I were another player on the table, I'd want them to be silent.
I'm just going
You're very curious. You want to see my car?
I'm very curious.
I could tell you.
I sometimes go to bed poor, but I never go to bed hungry.
I can tell you that. You don't have to.
You shouldn't tell me, though. You tell me your cards now, the game is so much less fun.
You're right. Don't be made of value for everybody.
Irresistible.
Yeah. My aces is cracked here, I think. Ugh.
5 players going to the flop. The Mad Turk, the Eraser. King 8 deuce with 2 clubs.
I think when one of the guys in the hand has the nickname Mad, I think that makes it a lot more likely that other players are going to be in the hand. Mad Turk raises, Mad Turk bets into 4 opponents. And did he make some kind of joke about, I think my aces are going to get cracked here?
Yep.
This is like a pretty cool flop for aces.
So out of a stack of around 30,000, he's bet 3,600. Alik says Victoria
Once I
Curran.
get through to you, everybody's going to fold, I know that. I was worried about you.
I knew they were all going to fold as well, but I was slightly worried about you.
Wow. No resistance.
You have slightly the wrong amount of chips. That was my problem there.
Yeah, if you raise my push all in anyway, guy is king.
Alik says I'm
The
a
problem
big
is,
fan of
if you had
Vicky.
pushed all in, I'd have had to call. That was my concern.
Yeah, because I don't have much that to
No.
push off a hand if you got anything, you know. Victoria is too early to knock me out, darling. You know, I've got so
I
much.
don't want to knock you out.
Yeah, exactly. I've
You've
got
only
so
just
much.
got here.
Yeah, I've got so much stories to tell you later.
Yeah?
Once I get warm up here, once I get to know the people, I've got so many stories to tell.
Alik thinks Vicky is a great player and a class act. PokerStars should be happy they have her as a pro. Question from Michael on Twitter. Hi guys, is this season's EPT Prague
Is
going to
it
be a
better to
TV
call
show?
you Vic? Vicky or Victoria? Like short? Anything?
What?
Vicky, I mean Vicky. Is it better
Whichever
Vicky?
you'd rather.
No, what people call you? Vicky?
Some people say Vicky.
Yeah, I'll call you Vicky.
I'm-
It's better, yeah.
I
More
quite
fair.
like Victoria, but I really don't mind.
Oh, okay, yeah. I thought just a more friendly Vicky, like, you know.
Yeah, but Victoria sounds nice in your accent.
Oh, is it?
Victoria.
Oh, yes.
Sounds nice.
To answer Michael's question, Prague will be live streamed but not televised.
Oh.
Good job. Good job getting that question in.
Fry Dilling has raised from the button.
Monsieur Jean.
The raise meets resistance, a 3-bet from Mikhail Jean.
Fry Dilling, he is an EPT regular. We've seen him on the live streams plenty. And he's already, I'm sure, gleaned a bunch of information about Mr. Jean and the way that he plays.
He folds.
Michael K says, good to have you guys back. Best entertainment during writing my thesis on body language and communication. Sure, and maybe you could even get some material out of this.
One enter, please, Nick.
Current feature table chip counts. Nicholas Schweedy, top of the heap.
Yes, you do. That's good.
He's very likely to be at the top of the heap for this entire tournament.
Yes, you do.
Victoria Corin Mitchell, second in chips here. Followed by Fry Dilling and Mikhail Jean. No one really in the danger zone. The Finnish player, the lowest at the table.
Can you push me that card, please?
Andreas says, Coleman is playing. Just give him first place money already. Well, I'd like to say Coleman only does well in huge buy-in events, but no, don't forget the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open. Massive field there. Wins that too. I don't know what to tell you. Greg Williams gets in touch to say, I'm recovering after a small operation. I'm enjoying your coverage. Many thanks, lads. Greg, get well soon. We wish you to get well. Get well soon. We wish you to get well.
46.
We'll have a keg for Greg later. I screwed that up. I meant to say cake, but I said keg. Which, you know what? Let's just stick with it. A raise from the Mad Turk. 3-bet by Fried Illing. Oh, poor Victoria thought that by moving her mic down there, that was going to save the audience from hearing her blow her nose. Unfortunately, No.
There's a lot of it going around at this time of year, especially with the damp.
Well, 35 I started.
You know, I have a runny nose in this country from about September through June every year.
Check, check on the 7 high flop. 10 on the turn. Delayed C-bet, 4,200, called by Dilling. Another 10 on the river. A bet of 7,600.
This is great. You can value bet your 10 on the turn and sort of be happy about it, and then you can value bet your 10 on the river and be really happy about it.
Dilling calls, and the Mad Turk tables ace-10. And the Mad Turk adds 18,500 to his stack. Well, a few people have been asking on Twitter about Challenge Stapes. It's back for the 101st EPT main event. And so there are a couple of challenges which are 101 themed.
Just almost spit out my tea.
The King of Compliments will see Joseph Stapleton challenged to deliver 101 compliments in 15 minutes. English breakfast, very simple, consume an English breakfast. However, it will be pulverized. The English breakfast will be a smoothie.
English breakfast smoothie.
And no vomiting will be allowed. And then there is awareness. Stapes is charged with raising awareness on a variety of made-up subjects and has to collect 101 signatures supporting a made-up awareness campaign. You have until 8 o'clock this evening, British summertime, that's London time, to vote on this one. Go to facebook.com/European Poker Tour, then click on the EPT Live tab to vote. The Stapes giving 101 compliments in 15 minutes while dressed as King Henry VIII, hence that picture there, drinking an English breakfast smoothie and not throwing up, and then raising awareness of awareness.
Correct. So just for a little extra bit on all of them, for the King of Compliments, one of the rules is I'm not allowed to repeat any of the compliments. So I can't be like, I like your hair, I like your hair, I like it. No, it has to be 101 unique compliments. English breakfast smoothie, the ingredients will include everything that you could possibly find in an English breakfast.
Fried breakfast, mushrooms, black pudding, beans, bacon, sausage.
Orange juice.
Tomatoes.
Half a tomato, exactly. And then for awareness, yes, I need to collect signatures, and I'm not allowed to have it be any real significant causes because, as you know, James, no political messages here.
So, vote A, B, or C, compliments, breakfast, or awareness. Head to facebook.com/European Poker Tour and then click on the EPT Live tab to cast your vote. And you have just under 7 hours to do that. We're going to close the vote at 8 p.m. London time. That last hand, a win for Jens Obin, currently playing around 53,000, a bit below the tournament average, which is 60,810. Now, if you're unfamiliar with Challenge Stapes, if you've never seen it before, good news. During the tournament breaks today, a chance to see previous challenges, namely the Princess Challenge from Monaco and the Sand Salesman Challenge from Barcelona. We'll show those videos during today's 20-minute breaks. A raise here from Azif Raja. Round to Jens in the big blind. Raise and take it for Raja. Rob King says, will Black Pudding be making an appearance in the breakfast smoothie? Oh, yes. And Alex W says, if you're including black pudding, I hope you will also mix in seaweed, which is a Welsh special.
I think what I'm going to do for that one is I'm going to leave like 3 or 4 open slots for if that one wins, people can submit something additional to throw in there.
I think, to be fair to you, though, it should be a food stuff. I mean, people throwing in stuff like Vaseline or shoe polish, that would be a little bit unfair and potentially toxic and potentially lethal.
And James only cares about this because he doesn't want to have to do the show by himself. Otherwise, he'd be all for me having to down a vat of shoe polish.
To be fair, the challenge was amended from my suggestion. To keep up with the 101 theme, I said that Joe should have to drink the smoothie in 101 seconds. Joe looked at me like I was insane.
I've done food bets before. I did a really horrific food bet, and putting a time limit on that one seems like a little too much for me. But maybe I can get bonus points for that.
Remember, if he chucks, he loses the challenge. Are you casting your vote, Joe?
Putting it out on social media, but yes, I already think I know it's going to win.
As ever, I imagine you will vote for the one that you would most like to do, which means that you're not going to reveal which way you're casting your vote.
I actually am going to vote for the one I would least like to do. I'm going to vote for English breakfast smoothie, only because
I am international.
The ones where I have to go and like talk to people in public.
You represent anything?
Are tough.
Yeah,
Get hard on me.
Yeah.
It's an international game.
Yeah.
Okay.
You see?
Will someone
Fair
get
enough.
that bird out of here? Pooped on my bag.
Ezra suggests that a large bottle of Pepto-Bismol in the breakfast smoothie might be a good idea. Nicholas Schweite, EPT6 Grand Final champion, raising from the cutoff to 1800. Jens calls in position. The blinds fold, so heads up to the flop. Ace, 4, deuce. What do you reckon? Think Schweite's got ace jack again?
What do you got? What do you got? Ace jack again? Huh? You got ace jack?
He continues. It's getting wheelie with the 3 of hearts on the turn. Wow. Already suggestions coming through for what should be in the breakfast smoothie. Guys, if that challenge wins, then you can start nominating what should be in it. Let's not preempt things. Let's not jump the gun. There are 2 other challenges which could potentially win. Cast your vote, facebook.com/European Poker Tour. Click on the EPT Live tab. Andrew says he's going to vote for all 3. He wants to see Joe raising awareness of breakfast smoothies whilst giving out compliments dressed as Henry VIII. A mega mix. So Schweite slows down on the turn. He checks. Jens Obin bets 4,700. Schweite calls. And there's a 10 on the river.
3.
3?
Yeah.
Pair of 8s for Jens, and they're good. So here's how the players stack up at the main feature table. Nicholas Schweite, among the tournament chip leaders, could indeed be the tournament boss with more than 200k. Torrey Corin Mitchell playing 167 big blinds. The shortest stack Isabella Harvesto playing 34 big blinds. Tournament average right now is around 63k. So let's just take a quick perusal of the live update section of the PokerStarsblog.com. Sweetie could well be the man to beat right now.
I mean, let's be honest, chip leader or not, he's still the man to beat. Guy's a beast.
324 remaining. 675 total entries. That's 668 from days 1A and 1B. 7 players late regged at the start of day 2, which means we started the day with 377 entrants, so we've lost more than 50 players so far today.
And they did something wonky with the buy-in this year, right? It's not 5,000 pounds, it's like 4,280 pounds, 64p or something.
I think it was around 4,000, obviously bringing it in line with 5,000 euros, making it closer to the buy-in of all other EPT main events.
I mean, it's still a $10,000 buy-in event.
Let's go.
James, you want early exit polls for Challenge Stapes?
Please do.
In third place with 27% of the vote, Awareness. In a dead heat for first place, King of Compliments and English Breakfast.
Keep voting. We've got until 8 o'clock this evening London time. As Dilling and Obin go heads up to this flop. And Dilling continues.
600 votes already for Challenge Stapes.
Call from Obin and a jack on the turn.
You know what? I think if Breakfast Smoothie wins, I should have to put some fried illing in it.
Hello to Paul Walsh, who's late to the party because he doesn't know his time zones. 1 p.m. Central European time. I am now with you.
Dylan called on the end. Out-kicked. Fried Dilling, more kicker problems than Manchester United, am I right? Huh? Am I right?
Decent flop that. King Jack of Diamonds.
Quite.
And a nice turn card as well. So Jens Obin up to 73,400.
See Victor's tweet here, says hope Coleman takes this one down as well. The winner's interview at Stapes is going to be a blast. By the way, he did win a tournament that James and I were doing commentary on, and guess what? I didn't even try. We did have a nice chat in the elevator, though.
It was. Very pleasant chat. And that's only the... I mean, I'm not trying to diminish the guy's results, but that is the only big field tournament that he's won this year. I mean, he's got like 3 super high roller results, 1 on our tour, 1 on the WPT, and 1 at the World Series of Poker. So those are all like 50 or fewer players.
Well, that's what I was saying, yeah, but that one...
the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open had like, what, 1,500 entries? Close to 1,000 players?
Yeah, more, I think. Whatever it was a lot.
18.
Raise and take it for Vicky. And we're coming to the end of the first level of the day. 2 minutes left on level 9, and then we'll roll straight into level 10. Remember, 75-minute levels until we kick off day 3. So still more than an hour and 15 minutes of poker action to go before the first break of the day. Oh, Sydney. Oh, Sydney.
What's up with Sydney? What did Sydney do this time?
Making the mistake of using logic.
Oh, no.
Loving the coverage, watching from Shanghai. Why isn't A, awareness, B, breakfast, and C, compliments?
Well, Sydney, let me introduce you to PokerStars.net.
Do not look for logic.
Have you ever
where there
heard
is none.
the term brain trust? Because that is what we've got going on here.
Folded around to the blinds.
Where is 22?
Guide raises to 2,200.
Dilling makes it 2,200.
Blinds going up in just a few seconds.
2,200. It's been called. I do it. I'm going to see a flop.
Harvestone defending his big blind. They see a king 5-3 two-heart flop. Jake Williams says fire alarm at uni means 10 more minutes of EPT Live on the iPad. Hashtag other brands are available.
26.
Dunning's continued. And Harvester calls. Ace of diamonds on the turn.
After 90 minutes, when we have levels of 90 minutes.
What's the dealing, yo? You know, Fry Dilling, he's from Denmark, right?
Indeed he is.
Some great news out of Denmark today. Denmark is going to change their laws to officially make it illegal to have sex with animals. So good on you, Denmark.
Change the brakes thing. Like each level, you used to have brakes on the alarms.
Yeah, I think it used to be 90-minute or 2-hour levels with a break every level.
The plans were announced by their agriculture minister, Dan Jorgensen.
The first EPT is like that, yeah?
I wonder if he's any relation to Theo.
The first EPT, I think it was 2-hour levels and you had a break every level.
Yeah. So now I think the first time we have this.
Yeah, we play 2 levels and then get a break. 75 minutes long.
We play 6 levels today.
Now we have 90, 100, 500, and 1,000 for the features.
Confirmation that we are now playing level 10, blinds of 500 and 1,000 with a 100 ante. And over to the secondary feature table, which will be breaking very soon. Just checking on the chip stacks there. Theo Jorgensen and Johnny Lodden pretty much tied for the table chip lead. Nicky Katz is short stacked, just 15 big blinds.
I love Katz. 15 big blinds. Would you say that's would you say that's in the, should somebody call
I'd say
Kenny?
That's in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
You're on the big blind circle.
I have Kenny Loggins on speed dial right now. I'll call him. I will.
We have.
Oh, we have?
No.
If we finish at 8, I don't think we have it.
Ionis is folded. Action Nicholas. Hopefully different information
You have to make it
Blinds are up.
2,000, please. Yeah, this is a raise 2,000.
Lines of 5,000. Nicholas raises to 2,000. Actions on the end.
Talking.
Sweetie raises.
Re-raise.
3 bet from Obin.
Oh, here comes Steve Raja. Haven't seen too much from him today.
65.
He calls the 6,500.
6,500. Actions on the back.
Dilling on the button. A lot of money out there.
5 folds.
Must have been pretty cheesy.
Detail folds.
Folded back around to the original raiser.
We have like 60.
And this is a reasonably chunky 3 bet. Sweetie's open was to 2,000. Obin's made it 6.5.
mean, I would give O'Beam a lot of credit for being pretty strong here. He 3-bet an early position raiser and had plenty of action still to happen behind him.
6,500.
And we've seen Schwede call light on the very first hand of the day.
Now, as we go to this flop, Joe, have a look at Will's tweet and see if you think this is a level or if he's just a confused young man.
Nicholas checks action to the end. Checks. Action on reset.
I think he blew it. Raja who fires here after getting action checked to him.
By the way, those of you following the hashtag EPT Live Timeline on Twitter, do feel free to respond to Will and tell him where he's going wrong.
O'Beam looks like he's got a hand that he can't fold just yet.
I'm all in.
Well, not only can he not fold it, he will never be folding it.
Similar size stacks. O'Beam has Raja covered just.
Call.
An all-in and a call.
Oh, man. Ace-Jack huge today.
O'Beam flops huge. Raja with the kings. And now with 2 outs, because he's the player at risk.
Man, I got to tell you, I probably, when I saw Asif just think about calling, I thought maybe he just had a jack and it wasn't a very good one.
Yes,
or maybe being afraid of like pocket threes, like even ace-jack.
He has the king of hearts, not the king of diamonds. So still just 2 outs, down to 5%. It's a 5.
No problem. Here's your charge, yeah. No, it's on, mate. No, it's on, mate. Sorry.
You know, on the one hand, you're just like, what are the odds he's got a jack? But when he just makes a shove for that big, I don't know how he can do that with a hand that's worse than kings, unless it's just a total air ball. Poor guy.
Okay, Tice, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and assume you weren't here at the start. Jorgensen, Spindler, Trickett, Lodden, how is that the second table? Mad respect for Corrin, but what bad call. Tice, that table is high on the breaking order. It will probably break during the next level. That would ruin the TV show and also disrupt the tournament. That's why we've selected this table. But also, you've got 2 EPT champions and the Mad Turk. How can you not be loving this?
Oh, I'm sorry, when he said terrible call, I thought he was talking about the hand we just saw.
Hello to Chris Evans. Not that one, or the other one. Just finished work. Watching EPT Live, now that I'm home. After this hand, we'll tell you about a contest we'll be running on EPT Live over the next 4 days. Those of you who are watching EPT Live from Barcelona may remember we had a special quiz which ran over several days. We have a photo competition for you, which we're going to be running between now and the final day.
I bet this is the kind of deck you could do it with as well.
2,200.
Once again, we've got plenty of great prizes. And the winner will get a Sunday Million ticket worth $215.
It's the thing you can do in Baccarat with an asymmetrical deck.
Or the equivalent in T-Money.
It wouldn't work in this game because the cards are all funny ways up anyway.
Okay.
James, I'm going to put you on the spot for a second. You know, there are some places where real money's not available. could they still win the headphones?
Yes, there is a pair of Skull Candy headphones also up for grabs for the winner.
So let's say if you're in the United States of America, you could still win the Skull Candy headphones.
Yes.
And we'll give away the Sunday Million ticket to someone else.
So a raise from the Mad Turk, called by Fry Dilling. And now Yanis Mandalanakis has 3-bet to 7,000.
Maybe it's just one cell phone that's the culprit here. Or is someone actually playing mandolin at the table? Can we have, is there confirmation of that?
So, the competition is called James and Joe's London Film Trail. And what happened is while Joe and I were out filming in London over the last few days, we took some photographs around town, and each of these locations is where a famous movie was shot. And in each photo, there's a little clue which will lead to the identity of that movie. What you're going to have to do is identify the film and the famous place in London where that film was shot.
Yes.
So there is a film and a location linked to every photo. There are 6 photos in total. We're going to show you one today, one tomorrow, 2 on day 4, 2 on day 5. You'll then be able to email your answers to nuts@pokerstars.tv. Everyone who gets every question right will go into the draw. If only one person gets everything right, they win.
Correct. And also, this is another one of those, save your answers. Don't tweet them.
Yes.
Don't email them after the first day. We don't want them until the last photo has been revealed.
It's a multi-part contest, 6 photos in total, 2 answers for each photo, the film title and the location. Write down your answers, save them till the end, and then email in. But please do not send through just today's, just tomorrow's, and please don't put it on social media, because you're basically just helping your competition.
We're going to have to say this before we run every photo. Don't tweet the answers.
Dilling's raise, called by Nicolas Schuite. I'm just wondering, are we able to help out our viewers and give them a ballpark of roughly when we might show that first photograph and give them the first chance to identify a location in a movie? Possibly before the first break of the day. So you might want to stick around for the next 60 minutes, because there's a very good chance you'll get the first opportunity to see that photo.
So Dilling's continued this flop.
He has indeed.
And that bird is back. Ooh, the old flop raise. The old flop check rizzle.
Last time we saw Schuite raise the flop, it was with top pair, top kicker. Actually, top pair and a mediocre kicker.
Yeah. It wasn't TPTK, it was TPMK, top pair, meh kicker.
I was actually thinking that he probably has ace-jack again, and in this situation, he would have top pair, top kicker.
What do you got, ace-jack again? What do you got, ace-jack?
There's one thing we know about Nicolas Schuite. He only plays ace-jack.
Loves his ace-jack. It's his lucky hand. Oh boy, here we go. Here we go.
14,000.
Well, he reopened the action, so I assume he's got a plan. As Dilling, 3 bets.
And this is 2 decent stacks going at it. Now, granted, Schuite is very likely to be the tournament chip leader, but Dilling stack also pretty big. You know, it's possible Fry Dilling, it's not possible, it is 100% likely Fry Dilling noticed the same thing we did, James, that last time he raised a flop, he had top pair and an kicker. I think with Schwede just defending the big blind, that a lot of the time he's going to have like a draw there or like a pair and a draw, and so it's the kind of hand he thinks he can raise. But then when you get 3-bet like that, there's really not much you can do. You got to fold.
Sterling playing around 91,000. Schwede down to 192,000. Well, there is last year's champion, Robin Ulatalo, who is really short. Jan Olav Shavik was also at that final table, also finaled EPT 3 London.
The Balrog.
Dominic Panker currently sat at the secondary feature table. Elke in the house.
Taking a creepy photo of the dealer. Jeez, dude, be less obvious about it.
Another former EPT champ, Kevin McPhee, won Berlin in season 6. Neil Farrell has had a few deep runs in EPT main events.
James, it's Niall Farrell.
No, it isn't. JP Kelly, former team pro. Hussein Ensan, third place finisher at EPT Barcelona just a month ago.
No recollection.
Oh, he was short and now he's out. Robin Ulatalo will not be defending his EPT London title.
More like Robin Boo Latalo. Because he's out, not that I'm not a fan. Just disappointed.
So 60 minutes left on level 10. Blinds 500 and 1,000 with a 100 ante. Vicky's raised from early position.
Options scrolling for challenge stakes. Let's see where we're at.
Vicky's been called by Yanis Mandlanakis. Jens O'Bine in the big blind. He calls as well. 3 players will see a flop. It's a king high flop. 2 clubs. How is voting going?
English Breakfast has a slight lead over King of Compliments, 38% to 35%. Lagging, awareness.
Voting continues until 8 o'clock London times. That's 7.5 hours from now. Sorry, 6.5 hours from now. C-bet of 2,500 from Vicky. Called by Yanis. Jens folds, heads up to the turn. 3 of spades. Vicky slowed down, she's checked. Mandlanakis.
31.
That's 3,100. Reasonably small bet into a pot of 13,000.
James, did we ever get into any sort of confusion when someone says 31, whether they mean 3,100 or 31,000?
Don't think there's ever been that problem.
Check.
Deuce of spades on the river.
Check.
This goes check, check. Vicky with ace-8. She flops second pair. Mandlanakis with a pair of 9s, just as a pipped.
The next documentary Vicky does voiceover for will be about Mary Pippins.
Over to the secondary table.
So they're only 7-handed at this table.
No, there are 8 players.
Oh, it's that camouflage guy again. Jeez. You gotta be careful. Someone else might come over and try to sit in that seat.
As far as challenge stakes is concerned, Craig says awareness is clearly falling behind because you didn't raise enough awareness of awareness. So Dominic Panker has raised the flop.
And this must have been, what, a 3-bet pot to start off with, right? Yeah, this is a big one.
And there's a shove.
Ganska många godspelare.
And Panker folds, rather.
Smell you later, Dominic Panka.
Det är en bra position på bordet. Så det går grejt.
Damien Clarkson says, nice to watch EPT live and play on PokerStars.
So the production team is telling us that the voting for challenge tapes takes place across 7 languages.
Ah, so you're looking at the English voting, right?
Yeah, which is awesome because I guess you can tell which countries like me and which ones don't based on what they vote for. Like the Polish viewers chose the King of Compliments, which I assume means they kind of like me. The Italian viewers chose Breakfast.
That's what sucks about it, you know what I mean?
So they must really hate me.
They're streaming that table.
Oh, nice.
Might want to show it in the program. If you played it really bad.
I think I did.
You won 20K, can't play it that.
I was wondering though, James, if you were aware of this was happening. Because it is happening and it is affecting people around the world and we need to raise awareness. How can you just sit there and smile when this thing is happening?
There is no doubt in my mind that you would easily get 101 signatures. I don't actually think it would be that much of a challenge. Olivia tweets to say, watching poker is the perfect break from lectures. Clearly a lot of students tuning in today. Do say hello, tag your tweets, EPT Live.
Because you think that this thing might just be happening in some far-off place like Africa, James, but it's happening right here too, and you should be aware.
Nicky Cat still short. Johnny Lodden, the table chip leader. And confirmation that this table is the next to break.
If these tables are always breaking, why don't they just build them out of better stuff?
Joe Stapleton, ladies and gentlemen, he's here all week. Literally, I'm stuck with him all week. Rainer Kemper is the current tournament chip leader, according to the live updates on the PokerStars blog, playing 210,000.
Who? Rainer Kemper, huh?
Sergio Aido, second in chips with 192K. Anatoly Filatov started the day as tournament boss. He's down to 174K.
There's only one Rainer in my book, and that's Wolf Castle. The goggles, they do nothing.
Do I have to take this off when I go to the washroom, or? All right.
Thank you, darling.
Got a four-way action here. Benny Spindler's raise. Called by Lawrence Esser.
Oh.
And Dominic Panker. And by Alessio Isaiah.
Yeah, let's do this. Let's light this candle.
King 10-9 on the flop.
Well, that should have hit everyone.
I feel like a celebrity today. Yeah. I'm not used to that.
Action checked. It's the pre-flop aggressor.
Benny Spindler.
He continues with 4,000. Spare a thought for Johnny Spicer. Lying in bed ill. Fortunately, I have EPT Live to entertain me. Spindler's got 2 folds so far. But the Italian is going to stick around. 4 central line chips are thrown into the pot. And we get the Queen of Spades on the turn.
Delicious. 4 cards straight out there. Spade flush draw.
Martin asks if only the main event will be covered. Will there be any high roller action? Martin, just the main event here from EPT London. Of course, there will be full updates on the high roller event. There's no super high roller here in London, by the way. That got moved to Prague. So there's a 50k entry event at the Prague Festival in December. There is a standard high roller, though, and live updates will be on the PokerStars blog. And, of course, we'll check in from time to time and keep you abreast of the situation. As this goes check, check on the river.
Looks like I say his hand is going to be pretty good.
Yeah.
What an annoying run out, huh? When you flop it with the old queen jack, then the 4-card straight comes on the turn, and the full house you don't have comes on the river. Woof. What a waste.
Now you see, Ruth Dawson has an interesting dilemma. She says, who is coming up with the names for these chip colors? They're genius and really not being paid enough. Now, Ruth, you could put that in one column. However, every time there is a graphics error, it's the same person who's responsible. They offset. Therefore, his salary remains the same.
So, James, you see a couple people getting in touch about the question I posed. If you just shout like a number, you don't say whether it's 100 or 1,000.
Yeah.
Matt says it's only a confusion when the blinds are in the hundreds, not thousands. Bet has to be classed as the lower if not stated correctly. And Willie Elliott gets in touch to say, Tom Hall tweeted yesterday there was a 5.5K pot. There was a river bet where someone declared 3 and threw out a 5K chip, and it was ruled as 300 after his opponent called the floor.
So they will always rule the lower amount.
Yeah.
Interesting. Thanks, guys. Spindler back in the action here. He's racer 2100. He's got a call from Johnny Ludden.
If you miss the first card, first card goes down. Oh, okay.
Jack 7 deuce on the flop, 2 clubs. Going to head back to the main feature table after this.
Get your last licks in on these guys. We may not see them again.
Well,
I mean, as of one table.
Yes, I mean, just because they're breaking the table doesn't mean the players then have to leave the tournament. They'll be given new seating assignments. Maybe we'll see one or more of them on the feature table later on today.
Bet fold.
So while we were following these guys on the secondary feature table, there was a big hand on the feature table.
Diamond is okay, but I want to see black.
So this is an action replay.
Please, dealer, one time.
The Mad Turk
she
all
won
in
enough money
against Vicky
I
Curran.
haven't won nothing. She's better player, yeah, you're right.
He's got a small flush here, but Vicky's got the ace of hearts for a redraw.
In this hand. Deuce. Oh, pair the board. Deuce, no, deuce. Yes!
Nice
now
hand.
back in the game now, Bear.
Nice hand.
Thank you, unlucky.
Yes! Maybe he'll be a little less mad now. Wow. Oh, that means insane Turk here, doesn't
now
it?
I can be better player now. Learn from her.
20, 35, 40.
While the Mad Turk's now playing 104,000, Vicky's down to 74,000. Still 74 big blinds, I mean...
But down, and you know, it's a blow. It's
Yes.
Mentally draining.
So 315 players remaining. And I'm loving this tweet from Milko. Lady Luck isn't that nice to me. No huge prize pool multipliers yet. I have a love-hate relationship with spin and goes. Milko, this is how much I love spin and goes. As an employee of PokerStars.com, I'm not allowed to play on the site. I could play for real money elsewhere, but I love spin and goes so much, I'd rather play for play money and play spin and goes than play elsewhere.
As a not quite employee of PokerStars, I'm allowed to play real money spin and goes, and I played about 15 of them on Sunday, and I won 10 of them, including several 4 times multipliers and 1 10 times multipliers. I am crushing spin and goes. Who would have thought that a not quite as skilled version of poker is something that I would do well at?
A reminder that we're going to kick off our London Film Trail contest very soon here on EPT Live. And a reminder that this is a multi-part, multi-day contest. Very soon you're going to see a photograph which includes a famous London landmark or London location and a clue to a movie that was filmed in that location. You have to identify where we are and what the film is, but don't enter the competition today. Don't email, don't tweet. Just write down your answer, because over the course of the next 3 days, there'll be more photos.
Save them. And
you need to answer every single round. There are 6 in total before you can enter and get yourself in contention to win a $215 Sunday Million ticket and a pair of Skull Candy headphones.
Skull Candy headphones, feel the bass.
No, it's bass you can feel.
Bass you can feel. All your bass are belong to us. Skull Candy headphones.
New player at the table, Mikhail Petrov. He's folded the small blind. Fry Dilling in the big blind, calls. So we're going 4-way to the flop. Mikhail Jean, the original raiser. Ace, queen, 6 with 2 spades. No c-bet from Jean.
Looks like Schweedy is going to take the opportunity to take a stab. I don't think Fry Dilling straight up floats this too often. He's going to have some kind of piece.
The only player to stick around, heads up to the turn. Deuce of hearts.
Check, check.
I think the worst he's going to have there most of the time is going to be a flush draw.
Schweety bets again.
Bets, 7,200.
And if Dilling had something like not so great ace, he can start thinking about folding now, but I think it's usually going to be like a call, and then a read on the river. Well, we have the call.
And we're going to see a river.
The river is not a spade, it's another queen.
And that's kind of an interesting card, because I think Dilling can have a queen. I don't know if Schweety bets twice with a queen.
Bets.
Sweetie's bet all 3 streets.
17,500.
And this is roughly half the pot, 17,500.
I guess now if you're in this situation with a, you know, not premium ace, you're battling with yourself. You want to convince yourself that he's 3-barrel bluffing so you can make the call light. I guess there's a lot of hands you could sort of be trying to convince yourself of that with. Figuring out how big a dent this will be if he calls and he's wrong.
Just
Dilling is illing over this decision.
Good call.
Dilling calls. I think Sweetie said good call.
9's the hand for Sweetie. Dilling with ace-10.
Sweetie, for some reason, wanted to play a really big pot with a pair of 9s.
Fry Dilling up to nearly 127,000. Sweetie down to 163,000. Still the biggest stack at the table. Jens Obein not far behind him with 153,000. The table short stack is Villa Harvisto playing 21 bigs. The Mad Turk alive and well after doubling through Vicky Corrin, raising this pot.
Your calls. 5 calls. 11 calls.
First we've seen of Mikhail Petrov. Queen 7-6, 2 diamonds on the flop. And with no C-bet from the Mad Turk, Petrov bets 3,100 and gets a fold.
Save base 8.
Wouldn't it be nice if it worked that way all the time?
I thought it was just camera.
So here we go, the first,
what I asked when I came.
the first round of James and Joe's London film trail.
In the camera? Okay, perfect. Perfect. Okay, that's way better.
So identify the location and the film associated with it. And clearly the location is actually in the photo. So we're starting off with a nice easy one. Look at the street sign. But what is the movie? Where
is that
are
what
we?
those are? Street signs?
And what is the movie? Now, do not tweet, do not email. This is question 1 of 6. There are 6 photos, each identifying a location in London and a movie that was filmed there. So write down the answer.
Oh, and there's the second one.
Okay, I didn't think we were doing that till tomorrow.
And there's the third one. Just kidding. That's what you can win. A pair of Skull Candy Crusher headphones.
Yeah, remember this competition runs until the 17th, which is Friday. You get photos every day, 1 today, 1 tomorrow, 2 on Thursday, 2 on Friday. Wait till you've got all the answers before entering via email and get yourself within the chance of winning a pair of Skull Candy Crusher headphones and a Sunday Million ticket worth $215 or the equivalent in T-money.
Skull Candy Crusher headphones. Bass you can feel. Can you feel that bass, James? I can feel it.
22.
22.
Sweetie back in action.
You know, if Skull Candy wanted to give me a pair of those headphones, I'd be happy to talk about how great they are in the air.
I'd actually like you to commentate with the bass thing switched on and see how long you can talk before you crush your own skull. I would actually sit here going...
If they could make...
Just to really cause you pain.
If it was like chip noise bass, then I would be in big, big trouble.
Sweetie gets 3-bet by Jens O'Bine. Action on Vicky. And she 4 bets.
Cool.
You started with how much?
Me? 70. That's 50. And
Yeah.
70 and that much.
So dealing, whatever this is, it's going to be cold. Cold fold, not as interesting, but a cold call or a cold 5-bet. Dilling starts the hand with 126,000, so several big stacks involved.
Well, hello, Fry Dilling. That is a cold 5-bet.
Sick.
Dilling makes it 31,000. Back on Sweetie, the original raiser. He folds. Now, O'Bine, the 3-better.
He looks a little tickled.
How much? 125.
Decidedly tickled.
He can't believe it. To me, that looks like I can't believe I'm about to fold ace-king face. Vicky is also tickled.
A lot of tickling going on at this table. Maybe it's Mr. Tickle and those extraordinary long arms.
Is everything in this country just ridiculously creepy? You have a thing called Mr. Tickles that has long arms so it can tickle you from a distance.
Mr. Tickle is one of the 37 Mr. Men.
No play acting from me. On with the next one.
Fold, fold, fold. Take it sleazy.
Just stand by. I'm going to help Mr. Stapleton out with some Google image action.
I'm probably going to have nightmares about this tonight, aren't I? Oh, he's not so bad.
He's
if
cute.
only it weren't for his invasive tickling hands, he would actually be very cute.
Kids love Mr. Tickle. He woke up one morning and decided that it felt like a tickling day.
I think tickling's a violation. I think tickling...
He's making faces like he's trying to suggest he thinks you are. What do you think he had? Like ace-9, maybe? Pair of threes? Like, he always had the best hand. You were never calling.
Mr. Tickle
He has
went
a
out.
hand that to call your shove.
You guys be quiet. We want to talk about Mr. Tickle.
For sure.
People are so skeptical.
Yeah. People are always skeptical.
They watch too much TV, I think.
Yeah.
You know, I think that noise is Nicholas Tweedy.
Victor thinks it's the can't believe I'm about to fold Jack's face.
Oh, okay. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this guy did walk into a barber and request that haircut. I assume.
Into the clock.
69 is a good number.
Oh, cheeky! We are in the home of the Carry On movies, after all.
Call or fold?
That's what old J_Hardigan would call a chunky 3-bet. That's a 3Xer.
Yeah, but that had been a raise and a call, so understandably he's making the 3-bet bigger.
Good enough.
Patrick says, first beer of the EPT live stream has been opened, expecting many more to come. Go Victoria Corrin. Meanwhile, the secondary feature table, the table that you all wanted to be on the main stage, is now breaking. And we've heard from Ed Kilworth, who is a former competition champion. He won our Barcelona contest, our special EPT 100 quiz.
Yes, he did.
I don't think I'll be entering the competition this time round, mainly because I don't watch films. Love the headphones, though. Sick brag. And Ed reveals that his nickname at university was Mr. Tickle because he had wandering hands. Not something I necessarily think you want to reveal on social media, that you were a sex pest. LJB says, what did the HJ next to Vicky's name stand for in that last hand? Sorry if that's a novice question. No need to apologise. We're happy to answer any questions. I appreciate we've got people who are new to EPT Live, new to poker, so if anything doesn't make sense, any queries you have, we will answer them seriously. HJ is the table position, hijack, which is 2 off the button. Every single position at the table has a name, and we reference that name in our graphics. So in this next hand, let's try and do a few. So Petrov has opened under the gun +3, which means he's the 4th player to act pre-flop. Whoever's first to speak is under the gun, then it's +1, +2, +3. Hijack is 2 off the button, then the cutoff, who's folded. Then the dealer button, who's also folded. The blinds are out as well, small blind and big blind. So these guys going heads up to the flop.
And speaking of nicknames at uni, mine was HJ.
Hilarious Joe.
Nope. Some people out there will know what I'm talking about.
Your bets, 3,200.
So Petrov has continued the flop for 3,200.
What a level it's been for Fry Dilling, huh? Up to 150K.
Second in chips at this table. 306 players remaining, 26 minutes on the level. And the prize pool has been published, by the way. Confirmation, 675 total entrants. A total prize pool of 2.6 million. 95 players will make the money with a min cash worth £7,750. Top prize just shy of £500,000. £499,700.
Now, sometimes I don't like it when they round up. I think it's weird. But now I think it's weird that they would make it £499,700. Whatever. It's above my pay grade.
Activate the hole, Pope. So Dilling has raised the flop. He's made it 8,100.
Raise gets through. It's not a hand you would expect Petrov to hit that often. Not a board you'd expect him to hit that often, that is.
So just to confirm those figures, 2.6 million in the prize pool with 675 runners at EPT 11 London. 95 will cash with the winner on Saturday receiving nearly £500,000.
And when we say nearly, we mean nearly. Very nearly. Petrov. He's a trucker. He perseveres. He's still in there.
By the way, with that last hand,
yeah, buddy.
Dilling, now the table captain.
Wow.
Now, I've got some names here, Joe. These are a list of players who have not made it beyond the first two levels of the day, courtesy of the Live Updates team, providing this information for the PokerStars blog. Morten Mortensen, out.
Oh, no.
Former EPT champ Michael Tereniak, busted. Victor Blom, full tilt poker professional, eliminated.
Who?
And Reina Kemper still believed to be the chip leader, the only player with more than 200,000 right now. And according to our spy on the floor, the Conv will be joining Matt Broughton on commentary duties for the next two levels of day two of EPT London. There are some complaints on the floor. Players a little bit confused why the first prize isn't an even 500,000. Not that poker players have ever been known to complain about anything before, ever.
Wait, maybe it's £499,700 plus £300 worth of those Mozart chocolate balls. For chocolate you can feel.
The raise from Dilling, called by Sweetie.
Ace-7 tray, two spades. Dilling checks to the original raiser and the player in position.
And according to the tournament clock, we've dropped below 300 players. 297 remain from the 675 who started.
Tweety continues. And I apologize, guys. It was Dilling who was the original raiser. We did not continue the flop. It's Tweety just bet the flop.
Yeah, so Dilling check calls for 2,700. Ace of clubs on the turn, so we've now got a paired board, two flush draws out there.
And it's an interesting strategy from Dilling because he's seen Schwede fire a lot and play really aggressively with marginal hands. So, you know, maybe he knows that if he plays somewhat passively, he can get a couple extra chips.
Well, they both check the flop. Sorry, they both check the turn, rather, and it's the King of Diamonds for free on the river with nearly 12,000 in the middle. And Dilling set to lead.
Yeah, well, once Schwede checks behind, Dilling, I think, bets tons of value hands here. Thinks it's pretty unlikely Schwede would bet this river.
7,600 from Dilling.
Big side from Schwede.
Schwede folds.
In the end, I think that's probably the right fold. Fry Dilling adds to his table bossedness. And you guys can catch Mikhail Petrov. Just, you can't really see him, but he's the guy with the interesting haircut. There he is. You can see his glasses there and his shaved sides heads. Anwan writes in to say he asked his barber for the Macklemore. I can say it's a good read. Good, look at that. Old Macklemore. He's going to pop some tags. Will McCaig says Petrov looks like someone out of the Matrix. Yeah, all right. Although, really, we all look like someone out of the Matrix because we're living in the Matrix, aren't we, Claw? Aren't we? That's right. There is no spoon. There's our pal in question, Mikhail Petrov. He's first act here. Foldsky, Dilling out. Avisto, Jean, Mandalinakis, Schwede. I'll smell you later. Action on Jans Obine. Fold his way out of this hand. So it's blind on blind. Mag Turk versus Victoria Corin Mitchell. That's it. Poker's easy, everybody. Raise and take it for the Mad Turk. So, James, the competition that Poker News wants us to do, it's something about tea. Are you in? Will you do it?
Yeah, whatever.
James doesn't like to do things he doesn't think he can win at. That's the problem.
It's not just that. I meant to get permission.
Oh. Oh, you have to get permission, huh? Is this note correct, producer John? About the Mad Turk? Oh, that's fun. That's really fun. What's his full name there? Yuso Imanoglu, a.k.a. the Mad Turk, our official online qualifier.
If you told me before this event we'd be picking the Mad Turk as our online qualifier, I'd have said you were balmy.
Oh, the burning!
I love the way that we waited for him to double up through Vicky and build a stack before we committed. Good hedging, guys.
Look, they gamble for a living, so we don't have to.
I like two blues. Two blues, right?
You know what? I think Mikhail Petrov really wanted to be George Danza.
Oh, there's another woman. Yeah, I read Anwan's tweet while you were gone, James. He's got the Macklemore.
Yeah. And quite frankly, who wouldn't want to be George Danza right now? 3 bracelets in a year. NBN.
Hold me closer, Georgie Danzer.
King 10-3, 2 hearts on the flop. Three-way action. Someone's typing on an iPhone, and it's really irritating.
Sorry, I'll put it away.
Full events. 4,000.
Yeah, could have guessed it.
Against folks.
Sweetie.
I'm going to see if I can make out what he's saying just based on the noise. I can do this sometimes. It's to his mother. All in and a call. Wow. King 10 for Javisto.
A set of threes for Petrov.
So Javisto is behind, but he does have 4 outs. Just an absolute snap call, too, from Javisto. And it is a board that, you know, you can be semi-bluffing a lot.
But Javisto does have 4 outs. Kings and 10s are working for him. Needs hit on the river, though.
And the river.
The Finn is the player at risk. He needs to hit to survive. He doesn't.
So the point I was going to make that calling with King 10 there, you're going to have the best hand a decent amount of the time, but maybe think about it just a little bit longer. Absolute snap call. Macklemore wins a big one. He's up over 116,000 now. 4th at the table, 117 big blinds.
Babuля, с днем рождения. I've just been told that my grandmother is watching. She has birthday today.
Really?
Yeah.
Your grandmother is watching online?
Yeah. And she has birthday today.
Oh, it's her birthday?
Yeah, today.
Oh, happy birthday, Grandma.
Happy
What's her name?
birthday, Grandma Petrov.
Nina.
N-I-N-A.
Happy birthday, Nana Nina.
Russian?
Yeah. I know I don't look Russian.
Everybody looks Russian.
Yeah.
Action folded around to the Mad Turk. He passes.
Yeah.
Vicky's out. Petrov in the small blind with his newfound wealth. Starts the hand with 117,000. That is a raise.
Raises to 6,100.
So Dilling 3 bets to 6,100.
You have calls?
61.
Petrov calls.
Hammer heads up.
So these guys going heads up to the flop in a 3-bet pot. 13,000 in the middle.
7 diamonds.
And a straighty flop. 7, 8, 10 with 2 spades.
Dilling involved in yet another pot.
Yeah, and he was the last aggressor, and he continues this flop. 6,600, just a little bit more than the size of his pre-flop 3-bet.
Oh, so it was 3-bet pre-flop, huh? Blind on blind. We are still heads up. This hand continues to the turn. 5 of clubs. Shouldn't affect too much. Check, check on the turn. Ace on the river.
King 10.
King 10, good enough. So we see Fry Dilling slip just a little bit.
Now, Joe, you know we've been working on this series of behind-the-scenes videos at PokerStars, and we released the first 2 a couple of weeks ago, giving an overview of the company. We also did a piece on what PokerStars does with players' money. We knew that the most popular question would be, how does the shuffle work? How does the random number generator work? Well, guess what? We asked that question, and that video is out today. Hello, I'm in the Isle of Man at the head office of PokerStars, the world's largest poker site. And in this series of videos, we're answering some of the frequently asked questions about how PokerStars operates. Well, this is Lee Jones, head of poker communications for PokerStars. And Lee, I understand that the secret to the shuffle is inside that building. Head to the PokerStars YouTube channel to watch episode 3 of Inside PokerStars as we examine the shuffle, the random number generator at the data center on the Isle of Man.
Most of like Ace 8, I think.
For those of you who follow me on Twitter, I have just tweeted a link to that video.
So is it what I always suspected in that they have hundreds of dealers in a big room and they are dealing the cards in real time and typing them in?
I'd love to tell you, Joe, but guess what? You're going to have to watch the video.
I bet I'm right.
It's all blues. How can I raise?
I'll give you odds.
There's just a person with a blindfold just throwing cards out Okay, I see.
You want to go for that one? I'll also give you odds.
Yes, I would love to bet against you in something you already know the answer to.
It wouldn't be the first time. We've got a raise from Schweety, called by both Petrov and Dilling, and a king-high flop.
Despite losing that last hand, Dilling still the top dog at this table, but it's close. I feel like we've seen so many more flop raises today than we normally do.
I would agree.
On any day of a tournament.
Yeah.
Did some new book come out that I haven't read yet?
So with no c-bet from Schweety, Petrov bets 3,200, and it's Dilling who raises to 8,500.
Dilling, what's the matter? CIA has you pushing too many pencils.
85 total.
So Sweetie.
Oh, 2 calls, eh?
Cold calls the raise. Petrov calls as well. We're going 3-way to the turn.
Hoorah! Who's got a set? Dilling's got to slow down now, right? Unless he just has like the absolute monster of all monsters. Who's the original raiser? Sweetie. No 3-bet before the flop. Yeah, Dilling does slow down.
Just a quick update on feature tables, by the way. We're going to mix things up after the break. It won't actually be that long until this table breaks. So we're going to have a new feature table and a new secondary feature table. Sweetie betting 13,500 here.
Small bet.
Theo Jorgensen fans will be delighted to hear that he's going to take a seat on the main stage alongside the man who's been winning everything this year, Dan Coleman. And at the secondary feature table, Jake Cody from Team Pro, the former EPT champ, and another former EPT winner, a guy who took down this event in 2010, David Vamplu.
Big pot getting shipped in the direction of Nicholas Sweetie right now. Puts him back on top of this table.
Yeah, he is table captain with 177 big blinds. 3.5 minutes left on this level. 288 players remaining.
Just a couple more hands here.
So coming up in the break, the Leo McLean story. This is the kid who was our online qualifier last year, made the final table, finished third. How has his life changed since? Find out in that video. Challenge Stakes Monaco edition. An article about Victoria Coren-Mitchell winning 2 EPTs. Great stuff to keep you entertained during the first break of the day. When we come back from the break, blinds will be up to 600, 1200 with a 200 ante. It'll be Matt Broughton and Mark Convey taking you through levels 11 and 12 here on day 2 of the EPT London main event.
Very capable hands and even more capable mouths.
22.
A reminder that it's Dan Coleman and Theo Jorgensen who'll be taking seats on the main feature table. Jake Cody and David Vamplu will be at the secondary table. Sweetie's raise called by Petrov and by Mandlanakis in the big blind.
Diamonds, king of clubs, 6 of clubs.
King 6-4, 2 clubs.
Should see a C-bet here most of the time. Both Petrov and Mandlanakis say Das Vidanya.
So Sweetie continues to build that stack, now up to 183,200. And checking on the live updates on the PokerStars blog. And a reminder that these stacks don't get updated that frequently. It looks like Irena Kemper is still the tournament boss with more than 200,000.
was probably going to be the last hand of the level.
Yeah, and by the way, while you get to watch the Challenge Stapes Monaco edition during the break, do vote for the London edition of Challenge Stapes. Remember, King of Compliments, English Breakfast and Awareness are your 3 options. Head to our Facebook page, that's facebook.com/European Poker Tour. Click on the EPT Live tab and vote. Joe will either be delivering 101 compliments in 15 minutes, eating an English breakfast smoothie, or raising awareness of awareness.
Correct. And right now, English Breakfast in the lead with 38% of the vote. King of Compliments not far behind with 35%. Trailing is Awareness with 26% of the vote.
Facebook.com/European Poker Tour. Click on the EPT Live link.
Yeah, they'll move. Thank you.
Well, the last hand of the level, the last hand before the main break of the day, sees Friedling's raise called by Yanis Mandalinakis and Nicholas Shuiti. All hearts, King 5 deuce. There'll be a 20-minute break, by the way. Check, check. C-bet from Dilling. Met by 1 fold. Make that 2 folds. So Dilling wins the last hand of the level. And remember, we're going to mix things up after the break. 2 new feature tables. Theo Jorgensen and Dan Coleman coming to the main stage. Jake Cody and David Van Plu coming to the secondary feature table.
And 2 new commentators coming into the booth.
Matt Broughton and Mark Convey taking you through the next 2 levels here on EPT Live. Still 4 levels to play today, plenty of poker to be played. 288 players remaining, and we will be back in around 20 minutes time with more action from the London leg of the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour.
You can go on break. Yes, we did.
PokerStars has more players than any other site, creating the biggest tournaments with the greatest prize pools. We are the richest online tournaments in the world. We are poker.
Really?
Yeah, man, now that the EPT's in London, I want to see all the sights.
But Joe, you've lived here for 9 months.
Today I am a tourist. I want to see the London Bridge.
It's just London Bridge.
I want to see the Piccadilly Circus.
Just Piccadilly Circus.
I want to see the Golden Arch.
Once again, there is no the, and it's Marble Arch.
No, I want to see the Golden Arch because I am starving. And don't worry, I know how to order Royale with cheese and chips.
Victoria Corin Mitchell, journalist, author, TV presenter, and poker player. At EPT3 London, Vicky made history in her local casino by becoming the first female champion on the tour.
Vicky shows 6-7. She flopped the last straight. Give me a nice round of applause for Victoria Corin.
We'd have to wait 7 seasons before she made history again. In season 10, at the PCA, Mike McDonald was set to become the EPT's first 2-time champion. It's an ace!
Congrats, Dominic, but I am just gutted for Mike McDonald.
But again, we waited. Fast forward to San Remo, and the poker world was holding its breath.
The entire poker world calling for a deuce. No ace, no king, no 10, no 7. It's a brick! It's a brick! First player in the history of 10 seasons of the European Poker Tour to win 2 main event titles.
And I cannot think of a better ambassador for the game. And just look at the emotion on her face. She doesn't even believe it's over.
I'm in some kind of combination of shock and disbelief. If Timex had been the first person to win 2, as he easily could have been, people would go, well, I could never emulate that. And I hope they look at me and go, I could do that too. And the truth is they really could.
When I qualified for EPT London, I tried an online satellite for £11, got nowhere, and then bought into the £82 feeder. Unfortunately got a seat into the final qualifier with 3 packages and managed to get one of those packages, so I was in for a total of £93, which was a nice free roll. Day 2 on the TV table was interesting. I actually turned up slightly late, so it was rushed through onto the TV table. Got to play against Phil Hellmuth and fortunate enough to eliminate him as well, which was nice. I was hoping for a Phil Hellmuth blow-up, but it didn't come.
He did bust me, but he seemed to handle himself with class, and all his friends say he's a class guy.
It was a good experience to take with me onto more tournaments.
Don't bust Phil Hellmuth. While Leo McLean is soaking in the EPT experience, he is having the time of his life.
This experience could get a whole lot more amazinger.
He raises to 225,000. Pocket 3s for Georgios Karakousis.
This man's capable of anything.
He shoves!
Trying to avoid flips through the whole tournament, but that just turned out to be the biggest flip of my life. Quite cool.
Leo calls! He finds himself at risk again, and it's a classic race.
These two are an absolute statistical dead heat.
The flop. Leo only has 4 outs. He needs to hit on the river. He's down to 9%. The river card is a 9. Leo McLean finally loses an all-in, and his incredible EPT journey is over.
At the time, it was devastating to be knocked out, to be honest with you. When you get to that point, you want the win and you want the trophy, so it's always yours, and what comes along with winning a trophy of that stature. And unfortunately, it went against me. And hopefully, we'll get another chance and it'll go my way next time.
It's going to be tough to get him to realize it now, but this kid has a lot to be proud of. One day he's a fan of the show, the next day he's busting superstars and cashing for £250,000.
The night after I bust out, all of my group of friends that were down there on the rails, a lot of them, we all found a bar, and it was my round, which was quite expensive. So, we found a bar there, everyone had a drink, had a little celebration really, but it was good fun. Yeah, it was great. Finishing 3rd in London, it's allowed me to travel when I like, do whatever I like with my friends, treat them, treat family. I bought myself a new car with the money. That's my main expenditure really. I haven't really spent a lot else, a couple of little treats here and there, but the main thing was my car. I treated a couple of friends to the PCA as well. It was more of a holiday. It wasn't to go out there and get a big score. If we did, it was great. But unfortunately, it didn't happen. We had a few cashes between the 3 of us, but nothing major, so it was a good time while we were out there. That was the main thing. I recently started playing poker professionally online. Stakes I play anything from the low MTTs and all the way to the Sunday majors. I approach it as a job. I put in set times, so I'd start at a set time and finish at a set time, and irrelevant of the way the bankroll's looking. I stayed at work for 5 months after London. Before that, I was project manager for a small company around my local area within the retail industry. It took me a while to make the final decision that I wanted to finish work and go full-time. It's a big step. So this is where I used to work. Let's go and say hello. But they were all very supportive throughout London at the time, and since London as well. They allowed me the time to go to other events like the PCA in the Bahamas, so they were really good to me.
That's where Leo sat, with your picture and your...
File table picture?
Yeah, your file table. He's got that on his screensaver on his thing to remind him. It was good, all of us watching him, because John used to have up on his machine,
into the actual tournament, and each day we'd be seeing how he was getting on and whether he was going to get into the next day. And we're going, like, there's only a couple of people, 2 more people out, and he's into the next day. And you'd get texts, wouldn't you, saying, take your hand away from your mouth.
That was the main one.
What was the other one, John? What did you just text him?
Oh, to do his famous clown noise as well. Oh, yes.
Yeah, give me an example. You want to get an example? Give me an example. Like that. If you're going to start turning pro playing online, you really need to take it seriously. If you get a result early, it's a bonus, and carry on, hopefully get some more scores and pick up a big winning day, which is the main aim of every day, really. It's a privilege to be able to be in a position to actually play online and play for a living. Travelling, obviously, circuits around the UK, hopefully around Europe as well, it's really good fun. Travelling on the tour has been fairly decent. I mean, it's all new to me, really, travelling around. Off to EPT Monte Carlo, 3 essential things that I need. Portable phone charger, headphones for at the table, and of course, lucky hoodie. It's always been good fun. There's a lot of good players around Europe now as well. It's going to be new to me end of this season, going to next season, so we'll see how it goes, but I'm looking forward to it, definitely. Anyone that wants to start playing, get onto the EPT tours, just need to really concentrate and play satellites. That's the main thing, play a satellite. It opens up opportunities to play in events and travel to all these places and meet new people. And qualifying for a less amount of money where you get expenses paid for, it's just such a good way to start. The main goal with poker is to get a major title. Because if I can get a major title, I'll feel like I've accomplished something. Obviously, I've got a major final table to my name now, so it's something to build on, step forward. But to get a major title like an EPT would be awesome. I couldn't imagine it, to be honest.
Oh. People say English food is no good. Delicious.
Can we go now?
Yes, I just need to find a garbage can.
I think you mean bin.
A bin?
A bin.
What's a bin? Oh, you know what? I'll use my English to English dictionary. Yes, a bin. I need a bin.
I think you also needed a bin when you were writing this sketch.
Hello, my babies from Monaco. Now, Monaco is home to some of the richest people in the world, but it's also home to a real live princess. And this time for challenge tapes, you guys have voted that I need to dress up like a princess and go take photos with tourists. So I've been given 1 hour to take 30 photographs of tourists. Why that number? Because no one really thought this through. It's arbitrary. Seems like I might not be able to do it. That's why it's a challenge. Anyway, one thing you guys should know is that all princesses are born with magical powers. So right now, watch my princess magical power as I change into my costume. Here we go. Here I am, look at this. In my princess costume. They told me that I couldn't have a wand because wands were for fairies, but guess what? I'm a princess. I will have a bleeping wand if I want a bleeping wand. Got our first customers over here. So you guys gonna buy a photo or what? Yeah, I see you have a camera. Can we do one photo? Oh, there we go. Okay.
Who's going to kiss the princess?
Who is gonna kiss the princess? That's a good question. For €1 in Monaco, this is easily the cheapest thing you will do all day. Whoop! We got another. It's all right. We'll go real quick here. Okay. If I have to. Un beso, beso. Por favor. Oh, gracias. Uh-oh, wait, hold on. Just 10 euros. Ah, unbelievable. Stiffed. I feel like it's a lot to ask to charge someone to be forced to be seen with me right now. I might throw the whole, you know what? Does anyone have a marker? Let's just make this a little more realistic. Free photo here, free photo. Yes. What do you think? Pretty muscular for a princess, I know. Do you want to hold my wand? Hey, princess photos! Is that your husband on the line? Tell him I'm not here. Okay, here we go. You know, my dad used to call me princess all the time, and I don't think it really messed me up at all.
This means kiss a princess. I pay you 10 euros.
Okay, $10. No, it's totally worth it.
10 euros,
Hold on
10
a second,
euros.
hold on. Does anyone have any change for a 500? He's got one. All right, cool. Thank you very much, sir.
I am very popular south of the border, apparently.
I truly am princess for a day. Kiss a princess for only 10 euros.
She's my princess.
She's your princess? Okay, well, go ahead. That was the stuff right there. That was the stuff. That was the stuff from fairy tales. The reason I even do stuff like this is just because I don't really have anyone in my life, you know, and it's all for attention and let's all get to know each other. What are you guys doing later? Enjoy that ice cream. It all gets way worse after that, just so you know. Everything's happy and you're eating ice cream, and then the next day you're dressed up in a princess costume for $100. Well, my babies, I think I smashed the Stapes Challenge. So once again, y'all failed. Y'all can't embarrass me. I embarrass you. You don't embarrass me. So once again, I win the Stapes Challenge. Boop. I broke my wand. I broke my wand! Unbelievable! It's supposed to be my day, and I can't even have one thing go right. I don't even care about any of this anymore. There we go. I'm out. Peace. I'm done. This. I can't see where I'm going.
I think the one person, if you're not already following him, is Daniel Negreanu. You know, if you want to learn about poker, he talks about it more than anybody I know.
My favorite on Twitter will be Daniel Negreanu. He is as raw as it gets. He just say it as it is. If you think you up, you up. I like that.
The one person I enjoy following is Joseph Kahn. And Joseph Kahn is the #1 music video director in the world. He directed a movie called Torque, another one called Attention. Been around a long time, and he's out there, you know. It's a little controversial, and he doesn't care, so I love it.
My favorite follow is probably Matt Salzberg. He's very funny. He does hashtag showers for a lot of things after people bust tournaments, whether he's at the tournament or if he's just following online.
Comedy-wise, my funniest account, and apparently I was reading some article about it, like 1 to 2% of the population will actually understand or find this funny. An account called Wolf Puppy, spelt wrong, really weird, really abstract, but it kills me.
There's one that's called Boring Tweets. It's not a poker player, but there's a person that tweets under that handle, Boring Tweets, and they're sort of hilarious. He'll tweet something like, Peterborough, crazy name, crazy city. Or, I'll tell you how I got here, I took the A1. And there's something sort of hilarious about it, especially when it's the middle of the night and it's only poker players tweeting numbers and chip stacks. And then the guy comes in and says, I think I'll get a new washing machine. Something very funny about it.
Serving up a bad batch, too much bacon on it, bacon on it, bacon on it. Assalamu alaikum on it. Got it, lost it, got it, spent it, got it. Now I'm back to ballin', 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 ballin'. Whoa.
How many pubs in London?
800. That close?
I'm going to be so wrong.
Yeah, that's a question that can make me look very stupid.
Wait.
I'll go with 8,500 pubs.
20,000. Is that ridiculous?
No, it can't be that many.
You're laughing at me.
I mean, that's a lot of bellies you need to fill. 11.2 thousand.
10,000?
10,000? I think it's over 10,000. 10,000.
What? Am I supposed to be just guessing or what?
My guess is there are 651 pubs in London.
7,000 pubs.
What? Jeez, you alcoholics.
So what are we doing on these?
No, I'm having flashbacks to Monaco. I don't think we should do anything more on bikes.
It's not riding these at all.
Joe, we don't have stunt insurance.
Stunt insurance? Where do you think is going to happen? Ow! Oh, son of... Ah.
The EPT Guide app is a great way to keep up to date with the European Poker Tour. From the home screen, browse locations and check available schedules by tapping on the images. Inside any particular event, you can check a range of information from day-to-day schedules to the entire festival lineup. If you want to stay in the know, hit News and scroll through the latest headlines from EPT events. For bite-size info, you can read the latest EPT-related tweets. The app is completely free to download and available for Android and iOS devices.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour. We are in London, we are playing day 2 of the main event, and we are Matt Brown and Mark Convey. Hello Mark.
Good afternoon, Matt. Good afternoon, everybody. Good to be back.
Yeah, nice to be back with you. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage so far with Joe and James. As they said before the break kicked in, we have got ourselves a new feature table for you. So this is how the chips are looking here. Couple of Union flags here to get excited about for the local players. Top of this table right now is Leon Lewis with 135,800. Shortest stack, Slaven Popov with 39. So actually, no one here particularly short stacked. Early doors, level 11. And of course, for some of our fans, Theo Jorgensen, the big name on that table, along with Dan Coleman.
And we've got a couple more British flags on the secondary feature table, and both of them are former EPT champions. David Van Plu was a champion here a few seasons ago. And Jake Cody just tweeted that he's gotten off to a brilliant start. He's up to 186,000, and also some other really good players to look out for there. Jonas Luck, he's a very, very well-known player. And but anyway, we'll get back to our featured table.
Yeah, absolutely. And as with the coverage of the first 2 levels of the day, we will bounce backwards and forwards as the action dictates.
Yeah. Are you actually now support? Are you that Canadian so you support the Vancouver team?
No.
No, the Canucks. No.
No, I'm really following his words.
Not at all.
And that conversation ends between Theo Jorgensen and Dan Coleman.
You must suddenly have a lot of spare time.
It's like when somebody suddenly says to me, "Hey, what about Coronation Street?" And I go, "I don't watch it." And they go, "All right, Ken." You know, that's the end of that conversation. Thanks so much. What about X Factor? Don't watch it. Okay. Yeah, a lot of people were upset that we didn't manage to get Theo onto our
to guys like me.
feature table earlier. Here he is.
Sorry?
Pizzo Romano.
Yeah, he's a very entertaining player. I'm going to enjoy watching him. Played a lot against him in London Cash games over the years. He plays for the love of the game.
Well, it's a game worth loving. Also, don't forget, guys, come and say hello to us. M&M with you for the next 2 levels. Hashtag EPT Live or email nuts@pokerstars.tv. Hello to Paul Walsh, the first to say hello to us. Hello.
I know, I'm sorry.
Chip's more in the middle. All right.
Figured out this table is
Yeah?
a little bigger than
It's a little.
Guys.
But I'm still here.
Straight away, Romano comes
I've
in.
got no
3-bet
idea
Dan
how many
Coleman.
chips you got down there.
I'm not
No
telling you.
clue.
I'm not telling you.
I can see some red and some blacks, and that's it.
7.6.
And whenever you show a hand, I will have no clue what's going on.
Both players have almost
Thank you.
identical
Push and you
stats.
gotta
Coleman's called.
I'm enjoying the chip denominations. Very, very London-centric there.
I like it.
Nice.
Tube
Good work.
lines.
Good work from Graphical Nick, obviously not making up for the errors he's made
Usually
so
have a
far
good
today,
pair
but
in
very
this
good,
case,
good
yeah.
job.
Yeah.
I know.
A good what? Good pair.
Usually does.
Here.
Oh, the hell.
Jack 10 tray, couple of hearts. Coleman checks
game.
over to the aggressor
Where did you
Romano.
get the sushi?
Hmm?
Where did you get the sushi?
You go.
He continues to
Out,
7,500.
Left.
Never trust anyone that continues going, "Oh, what the hell? I've only got the best hand
I
possible."
knew it.
Check
I
raise
should
all
always
in.
listen to myself, shouldn't I?
On the right corner.
Yeah. Okay. And they have it ready?
I'd be ashamed to see Coleman bust. You know, he's had such a
say.
such a bad year. We were hoping that, you know, the last quarter of the year is going to be an upturn for him. That he's actually going to get a few results.
Exactly. If only he could turn it around. If only he could turn it around.
Oh, thank God it's okay. Romano's folded. We're good. It's all right, buddy. We'll get him. We'll help you get him in cash.
Now you tell me.
Help you pay the bills.
Sure, that's a good point. Be late, isn't it?
On other tables, yeah. Well, he's human on other tables.
I never thought about it like that.
Of course, we're joking about Dan Coleman. He is officially having the hottest year any poker player has ever had, ever, and probably will ever again.
So you're
22 million.
Something along those lines. Yeah, Dathan's written in to say if Dan Coleman wins this tournament, I'm never playing poker again.
I'm old. I'm 28.
Yep, know how you feel. Hello
Maybe
to Alex
29.
Bays. Good to hear from you.
Yeah. I'm slightly older than that. Then 24? Yes. No, not quite, but close. 42. I'm
42.
Young.
It's good for 42, doesn't it?
It's young for poker. Young for poker.
Denmark.
He's got another good 80 years in him, I reckon.
No, I spent a year in New Jersey.
Really? That's funny. You do kind of have a New Jersey accent, yeah.
That kind of ruined me.
That's funny.
1 year when I was 19.
Yeah. Wow.
My German was better than my English when I left. When I went over there.
Yeah.
And then suddenly when I got back, I had no clue what they were speaking about, all the Germans. I couldn't speak anything. I couldn't remember grammar or anything.
That's funny.
Because you're just been speaking for a year. Coming from small, tiny Denmark into Manhattan was a big thing. Yeah, as a 19-year-old,
the top.
it was insane.
Yeah.
And especially in that age. But I guess it's just like coming from the Midwest and then suddenly coming into Manhattan. You think, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah. Even like I'm from Boston, a little bit outside Boston, but yeah, coming to Manhattan, it's what the hell?
And that's the feeling I had. But I loved it.
Yeah.
If we try not to talk over Theo, we're probably not going to get to say anything for a couple of levels. You appreciate that, don't you?
Oh, yeah, good point. I just thought it was an interesting conversation about Manhattan and New Jersey.
I haven't visited yet. I've only heard good things about Boston.
I live like an hour outside, but yeah, it's a nice city.
Arden wins a pot of Herald there. If it's a big pot, then we'll interrupt. If there's a nice conversation going, we'll try to allow you guys at home to hear it.
Yeah, we know you guys like to tune in. Loving that dealer. I'm not going to lie about it. I know it's a bit early in the festival to fall in love with the dealer, but I think I might be there.
She's engaged.
Sports.
I've been in love with her for about 3 years.
Yeah.
Nilu.
What were you into at that time? The NFL? The football?
Yeah. Mainly NFL and basketball.
Okay. Yeah. And then you just said,
also shopping outside the country, it's hard to keep up.
Yeah. I was talking to James Hardigan, and he showed me that he's got the NFL pass.
Yeah.
Which is an outstanding. Oh, what is it? Where are we playing? 6-12.
Yeah. Fair play to Taylor, though. He's managed to get the conversation onto sport eventually.
Didn't take long, did it? They'll be betting before you know it.
Right. But I guess you're still all the news and stuff like that. It is going to be tough to keep up.
Yeah.
I just love the NBA.
Also, sometimes I think, like, why should I care if this team wins or not, you know? It's a basketball game.
I totally agree on that. I just enjoy the game.
Because before, like, I'd get so into it. I remember when I was a kid, when, like, my baseball team lost in the playoffs, like, I could barely sleep.
Was that the Red Sox?
Yeah, the Red Sox. I could barely sleep at night. I was like, no, how'd this happen, you know?
Well, yeah, I have.
Like, crying myself to sleep.
Oh, yeah, that's horrible.
It's like, why should I care?
That can't be healthy. But I just enjoy the games. Like, I really, truly enjoy the NBA. I think that's an amazing sport. And the fact that these
they're so athletic and
big and still be that athletic is unreal.
Yeah, and have finesse to them, yeah.
And I love just watching the games. And I'm not really hooked on any. Well, I do like the Knicks because I got influenced by staying there. And I love John Starks and Patrick Ewing at that years ago. But
Peace, love, and Papa's raise. Just thought I couldn't get that in
But,
his raise. Too late.
but
Bye.
there was a guy back in the day, Rick Schmitz, maybe. Do you remember him? He might have been Danish or from Holland.
He was Dutch.
Dutch. Oh,
Yeah,
alright.
he was playing for Indiana.
Yeah.
He was
Indiana. He was tall.
There's no way he
These
could have
guys
been in here.
Yeah.
We slowly fade them out.
So for me, it's
No,
like
still there.
watching some of the real
Pop off. Takes it down with a 3-bet.
I do bet.
Taking on the table chip leader.
Yep, one of the
Leon
Brits
Lewis.
at the table, Leon Lewis.
Yeah, I saw him
132.
knock out Louise Duffy at the outer table before this table got moved up here. Full house over full house. So Louise was quite lucky, but Leon did play very, very well.
Just making money.
You know, just called every single string.
Obviously makes the games more exciting.
It does, yeah.
Which is a
makes
good
it so
bonus.
much fun,
yeah. Suddenly, watching Iceland against Lithuania
it becomes
can
a really
be
good game.
extremely interesting.
Yeah, for sure.
It could be the greatest game ever.
Yep. You're right.
But do you spend like in Vancouver? How are you? I would assume you're mostly on the road.
Yeah. I just got there like a month and a half ago.
Okay, so you're not really feeling
Yeah,
home.
and I was only there for like 3 weeks. Yeah, nowhere's home. It's weird.
No. Well, Boston, I guess.
Yeah,
still
exactly.
Hashtag bromance.
Boston.
Hashtag tough life. You know, nowhere to call home. $22 million in your back burner.
Oh, I know. We've all been there. Don't worry, mate. You'll get out of it. It's a slump. You'll get out of it.
Leon Lewis straight back on the racing train. Under the gun +1, bumps it up to 2,500.
Yeah, and worth reminding you, we are level 11, so the blinds are 600, 1,200. That was a good noise. Sorry about that. I do apologise. 600, 1,200 with a 200 ante. And a quick tease top right of your screen. Stay tuned for the free roll. 7:15 UK time tonight. And of course, part of the league. Tell you more about that when we get a bit closer.
No respect for Leon Lewis aces. I mean, raises.
Aces? Aces? You say he's got aces?
It's not cards up production yet, is it? No. Danny Blair comes in with a 3-bet. Seems like Theo Jorgensen's got a decision.
Yeah, in the small blind here, so you think if Theo's going to get fruity, he's either feeling adventurous or he has the hand.
Maybe 4 betting chips he's counting out.
Going to look very strong.
Yeah, I think he's bumped it up to 14,000, I think.
I can tell you've been blogging your chip counting from a distance is bang, straight back in.
Yep.
Heard it's really nice there. Yeah, it really is. We have the lake, mountains, nice.
Of course, big blind Dan Coleman's still in this. It's you might think, well, to give Leon Lewis not too much credit, fair dues.
Yeah, exactly. Niagara Falls.
But now if Dan made a move, cool blimey.
Oh, it seems like he's got a decision.
Is he just thinking, do you know what, if I make a move here, then Blair and Lewis have to have such incredibly huge hands, and then I get to go up against Theo out of position, unless he's mucking around. He didn't get 22 million by not being a bit freaky.
They're trying to, but I don't think that will happen.
Looks like he's just trying to figure out exactly what's going on. What can you have? What can you have?
Well, also, even though this is a brand new feature table for us, because we know that Theo was down on our second feature table, so this actual collection of players is a relatively new thing. So we don't know if people have completely sussed each other out here yet. I'm not sure if Dan or Theo will have bumped into Blair or Lewis before.
Yeah, well, Coleman and Lewis have been on the table since the beginning of the day, so they've had 2 levels together.
Oh, so Theo will be the new guy.
The new guy at the table, but he was there for at least half a level. All in and cool.
Yikes.
And he's running to aces. Jorgensen turns over aces.
You shouted aces earlier on. I know it was for a different player, but good call, Mark.
I knew they were up there somewhere.
He could feel them in his knees.
Bit of a cooler. Coleman turns over big slick. Oh, it's kings. Oh, wow. Even
it's worse than that, mate.
Worse than that.
Here we go. Eyes down.
Yikes.
Oh, don't stand up.
That's rude.
That's rude. That is rude.
Stand-up move. I got no shot against
my
this
chances,
thing.
you know?
I need to stand up as well now.
No,
That's it. I'm done.
Everybody watching stand up, just to balance out.
That's the only only chance I
already,
have
no?
standing up as well.
A blossoming friendship comes to an end.
Oh,
wow,
clubs
Coleman
too.
run.
Never seen a man with aces look so absolutely gutted.
I don't mind seeing a couple of clubs here to begin with.
Yeah, I'll take it.
I'll take that risk. We can agree on.
And we'll see a flop.
Oh.
A bricky flop. 2 outs for Coleman, 2 cards to come.
Mr. Coleman in need of a king does not get there.
Close, but no cigar.
Not
Can't
going to be
believe you couldn't get
cashing.
out of that hand.
Just for a change, not going to be cashing.
That was a joke.
It's nice to give someone else a chance to win the money for once.
It is. Well, the universe balances. Boy runs good, but not that good. And at least we understand why he was sitting staring at those kings for a while. But as you pointed out, Mark, complete cooler there. You kind of wonder exactly what the strength of Leon Lewis and Danny Blair's hands were. No doubt wiping the sweat from their brow to not get involved with that.
Slow motion. Oh, it's a crazy. Oh, he's out of it. Oh, that's a shame.
Superfluous slow motion. You can expect more of that.
Do you think he's got $22 million in that bag there?
21.
21 now.
21, yeah. I picked out a brick earlier on when he wasn't looking.
Clever.
I went, look, live Barry, and then while he was turning, just stuck my hand in.
And look at that, Jorgensen jumps to the top of the counts at our feature table, 167,000 ahead of Leon Lewis. Peter Romano bringing up the rear, 20 big blinds.
And Christopher Swaminathan nearly breaking our graphics grid. It wasn't designed for that many characters. Nice bit of a Christmas jumper from Peter Romano there as well, a bit early, but he's getting into the festive spirit. I know that my local supermarket started celebrating Christmas just at the beginning of September. Hello, hello again to all of our viewers saying hello to us on #EPT Live. Good to have you with us. Nice to hear from Ed, Marshall, James, some of our regulars. Come along for the ride. Keep us company. Folded round here to the button. Teo makes it 2,500. Poker is just that easy.
Yeah, Ed's asking if I've left Nick right on his own. Nick and I blogged the UK IPT that preceded this. I'll get back to that in a minute.
Ah, yes, here's the teaser. I mentioned about the EPT Live League. If you weren't with us in Barcelona and you're not familiar with this, you will no doubt be familiar with our EPT Live free roll. But now your points go towards a full league that plays throughout the whole of the season. We've got various prizes being given away at the end of each individual event and, of course, at the end of the entire season. You can see there a hint of some of the prizes, but also worth noting that if you share the stream, then you will actually add to the prize pool the number of places paid, the number of tournament tickets given out. So do get involved with the league, and don't forget that obviously the way that we've organised this league, even if you've not played before, even if you've played half a dozen times and never scored a win, you get 100 points for coming first, so you could very easily find yourself in the top 10 without really playing every single free roll.
Absolutely, it's a long season, so please don't think it's too late to get involved. Plenty of opportunities to get up that leaderboard, and do get sharing. I think we had a 100% success rate of shares in Barcelona. We want you on that again, so please get sharing. It's, you know, it's extra places paid, it's free money effectively, so please do share.
And you saw on the bottom of your screen there, that's where to go, and 2,000 shares is what we're looking for to bump up that payout. Click on the share icon, looks like Perikalakis, or a staple remover from the side.
Just to answer your question, Ed, back before, yeah, Nick has got help. Howard Swains and Stephen Bartley have come along, so those three guys are writing the PokerStars blog, and also the live updates team that Poker News provide. They're doing all the hand-by-hand stuff, so there's at least 6 or 7 people on the case So they don't miss me, trust me.
No. In fact, I don't even think they like you.
I think they have to get rid of me, you're right.
I know a lot of people that like playing 7-8 off as a starting hand. Right now, they will all be bursting into flames. 7-8, 7-8. A 6 has kind of spoilt it, but also completed a number of hands on the river.
Not
much
suited?
money out here.
Not suited? Has to be
No.
7-8 off?
It has to be off, because if it's suited, you can apparently, quote, get yourself into trouble with flushes. Like you aren't already getting yourself into a lot of trouble playing 7-8 off. But
True.
apparently, if it's suited, well, then you're going to find yourself in lots of horrible situations.
Two potential
So it's
two
good to
flush
split the
draws as
pot,
well.
yeah.
Yeah.
Man, that-
Exactly. Don't want to limit yourself when you're playing 7-8, believe me.
That way, no feelings get hurt.
Just chop everyone else's money as well.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm being told on Twitter that a perfect anagram of Matt Broughton is hot gob tantrum. Is that can that be true?
Well, it's absolutely accurate.
Matt.
Actually, that is his original name.
Where's the B?
But it
Where's
was too rude to do for the when we got this job, so we had to use the anagram Matt Broughton just to get it through. You know, all the different sort of
Wow. Do you know
agencies we have to go through.
how do I get to be 43 years old and not know that there's actually a good anagram of my name? That could have been my like online username for decades.
With a
Hot gob
small
tantrum.
stack.
Oh, and look at this. We get rid of Dan
No,
Coleman.
I re-raised.
Replaced by David Ikatai.
You?
EPT Berlin champion from 2 seasons ago.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh, is this yours?
Okay, yeah.
And the reader of souls.
What's up with that Belgian tax thing I'm reading stuff about?
Yeah, it's bad, but...
It sounds, if it's just as bad as this sounds, it sounds really, because it sounds really bad.
It's quite funny. David Ikatai was asking Theo what happened to Dan Coleman. He was like, oh, the fish couldn't lay down King's pre-flop.
Twitter is falling into our hands. Andy says, where can I view the day 2 exits? Well, what a perfect opportunity to remind you about the PokerStars blog. If you want to see any of the details of day 1A, day 1B, day 2 so far. We are down to 261 players from the 675. Go check out the PokerStars blog. The address top right of your screen right now.
Yeah, and don't forget to follow them on Twitter at PokerStars blog so that you can get all the alerts from when they write their feature pieces and interviews. They do some really great work there. Is that you again?
No, it wasn't me.
What did you have for breakfast?
Honestly, that is not the beans. That is a man with a zip. And he got a bit hot, so he took it off, and now he's got a bit cold. So, you know.
You're very high-pitched, aren't you?
I am. It's very tight.
Jorgensen and Popov heads up to this flop. Jorgensen bets 2,700. Gets a call from the Bulgarian.
Somebody needs to take that microphone off him because he is just going to break us.
Third diamond comes on the turn.
$13,000 in the pot.
Doesn't seem to scare the Dane.
What scares the Dane? Ever.
Fires again. 6,500 chips.
Very windy, very windy.
He's got his own sound effects, Mr. Popov, hasn't he?
He has. 3 diamonds. The ball pairs, brings a 4th diamond.
26k in the middle.
Obviously the ace-4 got there, which is what I've got, which is handy.
Come on, please call me, please call me.
Theo doesn't bet unless he wants to get called.
He's not going to call with both blue chips. That means he's not confident.
Really?
Yeah. If he had something like a queen of diamonds, he'd be calling with the 2 blue chips because he's confident they're coming back.
Exactly. And now he's thinking, well, I want to have at least one of them in my stack.
Yeah.
Theo, show something. Ah, cards, isn't it? Flush. I believe he had a bit of paint in his hand that was a diamond. It looked like a queen or a king of diamonds out there.
Oh, I was completely wrong.
Queen.
He was afraid of the nut of the second nut flush. Wow, I'm surprised.
Popov. Popov takes down 46,000.
Ah, Mr. Igor Kurganov. Looks like he's in an all-in battle. There's Elke in the background. Elke had a great day one. Eugene Kachalov, Team PokerStars Pro from the Ukraine. I think that was Marvin Rettemeyer's back of the head we saw.
Mr. Vogelsang.
Another German high roller. Ah, Willie Tan, the Dice Man. Bracelet winner, a legend of the UK poker team. Fatima Maria de Mello, who cashed for the 4th time out of 4 times in UK IPTs earlier this week.
Friend of the show, Fatima.
That looks like a libere to me.
Yeah.
She's got her armour-coated jacket, taking it off.
Easy. Easy, cameraman.
Ah, Sophia Lovgren. Also looks like she's got stacks of chips.
Nice. Jennifer Shahady.
Yeah.
Sophia Lundgren. Oh, we've got a few. Actually, there's quite a lot. I'm just looking down this list. Quite a lot of ladies still out in the field, which is always nice.
Lots of ladies still in. Lots of Team Pro still in.
Yeah, we saw Leo was out there early on, and Anna Marquez as well. Obviously, Victoria Corrant-Mitchell out there.
Marshall's asking, what's the schedule look like today? We're playing 6 levels today, 6 75-minute levels. We had James and Joe for the first 2 levels, myself and Matt for these 2 levels, and then they'll be back to finish off the show.
Yep, so we get to the end of level 14 today. Today is one of the days where we play through a specific number of levels rather than try and get down to a specific number of players.
Yeah, so from level 15 tomorrow, the levels extend to 90 minutes apiece.
Yeah, and it becomes hard to predict because obviously we want to get down to 16, want to get down to 8, etc., etc., until we get to our final table at the end of the week. Well, poor old Theo's lost his chatting buddy.
5 spades, 10 spades.
5-10 trade, 2 spades, 3 players. Just a quick prompt, stay tuned. The free roll password coming up soon.
I bet 4,000.
Mr. Harold bets 4,000. Free roll password's coming up. Stay tuned, everybody.
Said that about 20 seconds ago.
Did you? I'm just trying to, you know.
No, you didn't. You weren't listening to me.
I wasn't listening to you.
Unbelievable. We've been here for half a level, if that.
Took 4 days, I think, for me to do it in Barcelona, so I'm getting out of the way with early on.
It doesn't take long for my voice to just turn into a drone that just passes through your brain. I understand. I do not take it.
Where's the 15?
Good man. Team Canada stepping up. I think I'm going to call him Christopher.
Swaminathan. That's actually his nickname. He got it after he swam 26 miles.
What, a mini marathon?
Swamathon.
Yeah, I know. But I thought there might be a swamina, like a mini marathon.
Oh,
I was being way too clever. Way too clever. I should have just stuck with your easy gag. That's some glasses there, my friend. Yeah. And Kai Harold getting out of the way. Rake it in. Are you ready, boys and girls? 7:15 tonight, UK time. Remember, playing that league. Scampy is your password. Scampy, like the classic London fish piece that you often get with chips. Scampy. Find it under Event/EPT tab. Scampy. Or slash, I think slash rather than stroke. I'm not sure. I'd rather be stroked than slashed, but that's just a personal preference.
That's another stream.
That is another stream
doing
altogether.
in between EPT events.
And don't forget, as well as the points that you would pick up for just this individual tournament, this event here in London. Again, end of the whole of the season. Pick up a main event package to get out to the Estrellas event in Barcelona. Help us kick off season 12. All the details online. And don't forget, share the stream. Get to 2,000 shares and there will be more prizes out there for you.
Got a really good question here from Andy. I think we can both share our thoughts on this one, on whether or not British players experience home turf advantage in London, particularly Liv and Vicky. What are your thoughts on that?
I think, well, actually, maybe not so much for Liv now, because she kind of sort of lives all over the world, and also kind of this is her thing, isn't it? Travelling around. And also she travels with the same group of players. So I would imagine wherever you go, it's much the same experience. I think for Vicky, probably much more. She will appreciate the vibe of being in London, especially having been a winner. It's, you know, I think for anybody, the home advantage makes a difference. Even for like staff here at the tournament that are going home at the end of a day rather than like all trudging off to a hotel. It's like everyone feels the benefit of being in the hometown, I would say.
Yeah, sleep in your own bed, food you're used to. And if we actually look back at the roll call of EPT London winners, I think the first 4 seasons were all British winners, and then we had David Van Blue. Okay, he's from Scotland, but he's still a British winner. So a lot of success for homegrown players.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it really depends how, if you compare your experience when you're in the PCA or Barcelona, you know, what are the things you miss and what are the things that impact on you, if actually it doesn't make any odds to you then. You're just in a poker room playing poker.
He's the greedy one.
Maybe even just be little things like being able to use your, you know, your connection on your phone. If the Wi-Fi is not so good, you don't have to worry about data roaming charges. You know, you can keep in touch with friends maybe better. Little things like that maybe make it, you know, we always see players on their phones so often these days at poker tables.
Yeah, absolutely.
Could be like a comfort crutch to them.
My brain went autopilot. Got to the hotel and saying, yeah, I'm afraid you have to pay for Wi-Fi. I thought, oh, no Skype home. I thought, hang on a minute. What am I thinking about? I don't have to pay extortionate overseas rates. I can ring anybody I want. I shall use up my data allowance willy-nilly. David has not really got involved in anything since he sat down at our feature table. Newest player on the table, playing 71,600 in chips.
Multiple bracelet winner, EPT champion, WPT champion, Belgium's best player. Sorry, De Mulders. You're a close second and third.
Yeah, I don't think they would argue with you there. I mean, they might do, but it would just be for fun. I don't think they'd do it seriously.
Raise. One raises 6,500. We on fold.
Welcome to the table, Mr. Gatai, and welcome to the world of Mr. Romano.
5 on fold.
Very chunky 3-bet up to 6,500.
I'm tired.
You tired? I have a good ace.
Please call me. Ace, you have
Can
to call
change?
me. Okay, please. You were gonna win. He did a save. He did a save fold. Can he?
Confirmation of the rule. If you show everyone your
Big
cards,
respect
they are dead.
You silly boy, you should have called me. I wanted to go home.
Silly boy.
Never mind.
That's going to be one of the best compliments.
I don't know what.
Boy.
I don't know what you had with that ace, but you definitely were ahead with the ace.
No king.
I will have to fold this one.
Cool.
Don't know if you saw that on the cameraman's screen there. I hadn't even thought about it before, but I was out on the rail in Barcelona watching for quite a while, interested how everyone goes about their business. And of course on their screens, they've got the little markers on their screen to show where the chip counts would go, where the pot would go, so that they don't accidentally... Because of course, if you're just looking at a poker table, your instinct is to center everybody. But of course you think, hang on a minute, all this stuff's going to be covered up with graphics.
Of course.
That's what the white boxes are for.
flat call from Kitai this time, and he's been raised again from a player to his left. Pop off, bunts up to 4K.
Yeah.
Easy game, I should stop limping.
He did that last hand, didn't he, David? Just flat called it in an early position.
That's what they told me, when the fish limps, you isolate him.
I don't think you could call David Katai a fish, but good luck with it. Go for it.
Coffee and water. Yeah, black coffee is good. Sugar on the side, like 2 or 3. Thank you, sir. Water. Where are you from? Still. Thank you.
Either a goal in. Yeah. The idea was to go in.
No discounts.
Bit more love for Leo, bottom of your screen. Leo? Theo. Yeah, he's disappeared a bit since his chat buddy Dan Coleman sadly left us without a cash for once. Seems only fair.
Okay, one more time.
One more time.
Cool.
Let's do this.
You're allowed one time, not one more time.
Let's see if he gets through.
He's trying to limp again.
That doesn't. Well, it's only 1,200. Don't take 3.
What table have you sat down to, Mr. Kitai? This time, Leon Lewis bumps it up to 3,600 after Kitai's under the gun limp.
What's with this limping business? I didn't think you were ever allowed to do that anymore. Isn't that just throwing money away? Is it a cunning trap?
It's a meta game from Kitai.
Oh man, I'm so not into that. Just the cards. Just stick to the cards. I have enough trouble remembering the suits and the ranks and all the Yahtzee. Is it 5 of a kind Yahtzee? I can't remember what. Is that better than a pair?
I have enough trouble remembering listening to what you say, so I don't repeat.
Exactly.
It 20 seconds
Exactly. Is this crawling along the bottom of the screen? Is this a trick question? Is this for me to learn more about poker? Poker School Online. If you're new to the game, huge amount of resources online. Improve your game. Not just playing the game makes you better. Reading, watching the videos, listening to the articles from the experts, all help.
Kitai called the raise. Both plays checked king high flop. And we've got a delay continuation bet on the jack of spades turn, and that's a good enough to see Kitai check fold.
Serenity is on hashtag EPT Live saying, one day I'll be there playing with all those people I admire and love to watch, playing the best game there is. We've said it before and we'll say it again. That is the wonderful thing about poker, is that it's not like the Premiership or playing against Tiger Woods. Is if you got the kahunas and you got the buy-in, you come and sit down on the table against the best in the world and you've got a chance. We've seen it time and time again.
And the best thing about the EPT is the amount of satellites that run for every single festival we do. So you don't even need the £4,000 or the €5,000 to enter one of these. Go every day, satellites running, feeder tournaments into those, you know, big satellites where the seats and packages are given away. So get involved. You never know.
It's the way to do it, because apart from the fact that you can satellite into these big events for a small budget, is also you're playing a lot of poker on the way to winning those packages, so it just sort of fine-tunes your game, and I can't think of any real negatives. A lot of guys, just absolute satellite specialists, have just played in the biggest games in the world time and time again, having stumped up a fraction of the cost. And of course, when you cash, return on investment is huge.
It's a lot of things. It's a lot of things. It's in English, and I'm a foreigner. You know, it takes time.
Pretending he's not really following the game, but all he is just sitting there watching us.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
We made 18,000 chips.
Just a good job it's not a novel, otherwise you'd be fat.
No, it's that every time I start again.
They're on to him.
How much was it?
2,600 KO. It's the raise from Harold.
Well, he did a raise before last orbit or two, wasn't it? From the small blind, he raised it up and ran into Dan. And it was aces and kings, so he has history in the small blind of actually occasionally being dealt a legit hand. A meaningful raise, we'll call that. Poor old Harold isn't having much joy here. The couple of times we've seen him try to get involved, he's sort of tried to take the aggressive stance and just bumped into someone else being more aggressive back at him.
And maybe 4 betting chips. 16,000 I heard.
It's a tug of war out there. Yeah. We believe. 61,000 is what I started with here.
And he folds. A nice uncontested pot for the German.
He must be absolutely baking. He's got a shirt on, he's got a vest on, he's got a long sleeve jumper on. It's quite warm out there on the tournament floor, I must say. Not as warm as it up in the press balcony.
It's pretty baking up there. They're near all the big lights.
I actually successfully cooked a fried egg on Howard Swain's head earlier on.
That forehead is big enough.
Well, actually, I wasn't. I did 4. I did 4, but
sorry.
Yeah, it's roasting.
Pop off another one wearing a full winter gear.
How do they do it? I can't do that. If I walk the dog, I end up boiling with a hat on. But here, you can see there's a lot of lights around. I'm enjoying the picture that's been posted on hashtag EPT Live. Johan Soberg saying, I'm watching from the conference room today. Pretty sure that the conference room in your office was not designed for people to watch live broadcasts or poker tournaments, but go for it.
I was going to say, don't knock the man.
I'm not knocking the man. In fact, share your pictures. Where's the cheekiest place that you're currently watching? Are you pretending to have a stomach bug and you're on your iPhone? Where are you watching us? I do like it when people share their pictures, because you get to see some of the people's awesome setup where they got 5 monitors and there's a bit of basketball here, a bit of work here, a bit of poker actually being played, and then a bit of the EPT live stream.
We should do a prize for that, then, shouldn't we? Really? Maybe not the most impressive setup. I think that's been done before, but maybe we could do something like the weirdest or the sneakiest place that you're watching EPT live today.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's. What do you want to give away?
I reckon give away double-decker cards.
Double-decker cards. All right. Sneakiest viewing of the stream. Have you got a tablet hidden in your shoe? Where are you sneakily watching us and nobody should know? Hashtag EPT Live or email nuts@pokerstars.tv. Martin Ardon has not really got too involved in this since we've been tuned in. This level 11. Day 2. Scampy. I shout at you. Password free roll. Quick reminder. Top right of your screen. The standard spelling.
Qatar's getting involved, calling a 3-bet from the small blind. Action back on Popov.
Christopher, where are you from?
Canada.
From Canada?
Yeah. So I thought I'd go on vacation, and why not play some poker at the same time, right?
Watch some rain.
Yeah,
walk around in a bit of rain.
It's okay. Water won't kill you, right?
No, water won't kill you.
Well, that's actually the story he's telling, you know.
What?
Yeah.
Just kidding. He just passed by.
Passed by.
So
yeah.
Yeah.
He was kind of practicing for years for this event.
Yeah, exactly.
Popov does call. So, 22,500 in the middle. Action 3-way. King 19, 2-spade flop.
Where are you from in Canada?
Toronto.
Toronto. I've been there.
Yeah, how do you like it?
I liked it.
Go back there again, or?
Yeah. Well, I got a couple of friends living there, so I might.
Hello, Christopher. Will you talk to me about sports, please?
Somebody please talk to me.
I like just saying Toronto.
Yeah.
That's how desperate
Toronto.
Tim is. I love the word Toronto.
Saying it, right?
Toronto. Interesting line here from Kitai. Just clawed the 3-bet out position. Now he's leading into those two players. And looks like Popov's coming along.
I want to be in this pot.
Well, you did have the option, Teo. Not anymore. Both opponents call.
This is getting kind of fruity. Obviously, kind of flop that you know a lot of people are going to connect with in some interesting way. Imagining the sort of starting hands they would have got involved in for the price that it was pre-flop. Remind you, this was Popov raised it up, re-raised from Ardon, got called in the 2 spots. And it was Kitai that bet out pre-flop, got the calls, going to continue being the aggressor here.
Bet out on the flop. And now on the turn.
Indeed. Oh, did I say pre-flop?
Yeah.
I meant to say post-flop, sorry.
That's fine. Popov's only got 55,000 to play with, so if he does call this bet, he's not going to have much more than half the pot left.
Yeah, he's
on the river.
Losing room to manoeuvre here, isn't he?
Yeah.
Everyone hiding in their tops. God bless you. I'm not touching those chips, I'll tell you that. Wherever that sneeze was.
I'm worried about going into the room now. That could have done structural damage.
I'd love it if actually he had like a Mars bar or a Snickers under there and he was just having a quick snack and we didn't know it. And that is just chewing away thinking, oh God, I can't believe I started eating this chocolate bar and now I'm involved in a hand.
That's just a really long licorice lace. He's slowly working his way up into his mouth.
And it's hard to do that without your hands because you have to kind of draw it into your mouth as you're chewing. It's not easily done. Cows are very good at that. Bring you an update after this hand about how the challenge state vote is going and remind you to get involved in that. Decisionatron ticks over 2 minutes and 13 seconds. You're watching EPT Live. It is a very tricky situation for Popov, as Mark pointed out. The chip stack here is what is the big issue.
Yeah, and he has to think what Arden's going to do to his left as well. Arden was the pre-flop aggressor, or the most aggressive.
Time.
Teo's had enough. He's called time.
2 minutes 40 doesn't seem unreasonable. It's not the longest levels in the world, I suppose. Not sure everyone would do that.
Who said time?
It's Theo. It's funny, really. A little part of me is a little bit like, meh, because he was the one that previously got bored of a hand and just started chatting to other players in it. And you go, well, if there was a conversation going on that was amusing, Theo, would he be quite as strict? Don't know.
What's your opinion? You think he's had long enough?
I don't know. It could well be that this is a hand that defines his tournament life. I'm not sure about Theo being out of a hand and calling it after 2.5 minutes. Don't know. I'm kind of on the fence. I don't really think it's dreadful, but I don't think it's automatically. Yeah, I would do the same thing. I don't think I would do the same thing.
Had a couple of shots there of the Lovely Gemma. This is her last event on the EPT. She's moving back to New Zealand, so we're all very, very sad to see her go.
Brilliant. One of the brilliant members of staff looking after the tournament and the players.
Come on, Gemma, give us a word.
I don't think she can hear you.
No, someone was shoving a microphone in her mouth.
In her mouth?
In her face. There we go.
All right. So if they're, I'm going to call the police if they're shoving a microphone in her mouth.
Pop-off does call. And now we're going to wait 4 minutes for Arden to, because he didn't start thinking about what he was going to do until Pop-off, you know, made his decision.
Yeah, that should be an instant action, really. There, by then you've had the time to think about all the things that could happen. Pop-off goes all in, Pop-off folds, Pop-off raises.
So 70k in the middle now. 6 of diamonds completes the board.
Yeah.
Tied to speak first. He's fired the turn. He's fired the flop. He's fired the turn. Is he going to empty the clip?
Obviously, filled up the gut shot, or completed the gut shot, or whatever the right phrase would be for the completion thereof. Put a tail on it. Put a tail on the gut shot. Doesn't really work.
Such a small bet.
Exactly. That's exactly what he wants you to think. Did you not have a plan in place, Mr. Popoff?
Well, the 6 hasn't really changed much, unless he had a massive draw. It looks like he didn't. He's got some sort of value hand. He has called. Ace-king for...
Ace-king, wow.
tie. Ah, and he flopped 2 pair.
Wow, okay. Interesting bet on the end there. You'd think for the hand he was holding he would bet more, or maybe he just thinks he's either going to call. Well, I don't know. I don't know. What do you think of the bet sizing there at the end? What do you think of that 8-8?
How many times have you been on that page?
I'm not so sure of it, really. I mean...
that's a new move.
He's giving himself room to get away from it.
I want to see it happening before I believe it. I know you're telling us, but I have a feeling.
This is all advertising.
Oh, yeah. How long time is it going to take for you to read that advertise?
I actually like Little John. Very good. Little bit of a fascist, but I like it.
Well, I said I'd give you a quick update on the challenge state scenario. Don't forget, you've got 3 options, as always. Get involved. Go to the Facebook page. You see it's facebook.com/European Poker Tour. Go to the EPT Live tab. Your options are the King of Compliments, which I can tell you is currently in 2nd place. He has to deliver 101 compliments in 15 minutes without repeating any. And, of course, he's dressed as King Henry VIII. The English Breakfast Challenge, which is currently in the lead, only marginally in the lead, where he has to consume the entire full English breakfast that has been blended into a smoothie. Or he has to go out and he is charged with raising awareness on a variety of made-up subjects. Got to get 101 signatures, basically making awareness aware campaign. Making...
20.
Yeah. Anyway, that one's not going to win.
Awareness.
That one's not going to win, so I'm not too worried about getting the details right.
I just had a feeling that if I
but it is close.
Time, we would have been sitting
Anyone can win, and we've had a ton of votes in so far. So thank you so much for getting involved, everyone.
Good.
Continue.
A lot of people get involved in your where are you watching. Lots of people that should be in lectures and at university.
I have all 3 options.
I fear for tomorrow's generation.
So
I fear for the low education levels.
It's horrible with 3. It's so much easier if there's only 1.
Kirk thinks that he may as well just have checked with that tiny bet. Time 8. Tie's involved again now, this time with Jorgensen. Cut-off versus button. Tie called. Jorgensen's flop bet. Now they're to the turn. 5k's the bet now.
Comes the flush, comes the double paired board. It's all happening.
It's all happening.
Almost all of my starting hands range has just absolutely hit this.
Yeah?
Yeah.
6-4 hearts, you like that, don't you?
Yeah, all over that. That's coming. Ace King, obviously, winner. Aces, Kings. I'm probably going to win the tournament right here in this one hand. We'll never know.
Quick fold from Kitai. He really hasn't had anything going his way so far.
No, it's all that limping. The gods punished him for his limping.
Word on the street is that PCA champion from this year, Dominic Pankar, got his short stack in. Very short stack. 14,600, 13,600.
Ace green.
Ace queen.
Rhymes with green.
Looks like he's got a call from Joel Feldman, we've heard, we believe.
Yep, King Queen versus Ace Queen.
Domination Nation on the outer table.
Boom. Double that man up.
A little smile from Mickey Peterson there.
He's just happy.
Such a nice kid, Dominic.
Lovely jubbly.
We'll try and check in on him again later. Right now, back to our feature table.
Yeah, exactly.
Despite my fears, we have had pictures from toilets. People watching the stream from the toilet. Thanks for those pictures. Probably not the best use of Twitter.
No.
Watching from truck driving school, says Daniel. Won't give away his surname. It's Wren. Daniel Wren. Oh, hang on a minute. Sorry, I promised I wouldn't.
2,800.
2,800.
4,800.
2,000.
2,000.
Sorry, 2,800.
See the little plug on EPT Live on Twitter that says select from one of these horrible challenges for states. I don't think he'll find complimenting 101 people. That's not a horrible thing to do. If it had been 101 insults, but he's basically going to go around picking any vaguely attractive female, going, I love your shoes, I love your ankles, I love your femur, I love your spleen. And that's not, you know, he's not going to struggle to enjoy that.
I think he's going to, with either sex, I think he's very good at giving compliments. He's a very natural guy when you first meet him, genuinely likes people on the street. He's always walking around, you know, he just loves people. So I think that's actually something he'll enjoy more than any other challenge tapes this year.
£300,000.
Which means that's why we have to make it the breakfast or the other one.
That
one's too easy for him, the compliments.
I mean,
oh, sorry.
Third.
Especially as he's a healthy guy. He's a healthy guy down the gym eating well. Let's get him a full English breakfast with black pudding and pig's blood and everything. Blend that bad boy up. Dealer has improved once again.
Yeah, that's painful.
I think I'd take 8 for 7th now. That's when you actually get
When you get there, but right now I think I could be persuaded to take 8 right now, walk out of here, and then they just give me those 51,000. Do you even get cards, sir? I didn't even notice you had cards this hand.
Nah, they don't give them to me anymore.
All in from Dominic
Can play without
Katai,
them.
18,000.
Job done.
Yeah.
A good entry for the where are you playing? Are you just seen
I
this
think
one
that's
from
what I'm gonna do
Estonia?
soon,
It's good.
because It's the
Make sure I
only
don't chat over these guys.
time I
I'll tell
won.
you.
When I had something, I managed to lose.
So, I am from Estonia, we have had on email. Just tuned in and heard your question. I'm a light designer, and I'm watching from a theatre stage, and the performance is in progress. The audience can see me in everything, but I'm sitting behind a table, and the light control is in front of me, and in front of me is my smartphone where I'm watching EPT Live. Also got a Bluetooth earpiece that cannot be seen. That's quite smooth.
That is almost killed a competition.
That is
right. That is unbelievable. That is dedication to the cause.
Do you know, the only thing I'm going to say, this is to Romy, I need pictorial evidence. Because I could sit here and say I'm wrestling snakes while making a souffle.
Good one.
I'm going to need to see the view of your light desk with the EPT Live running. And the performance.
But what if the only camera he's got is the one that's on his phone that he's
Well, then just take a picture of the light desk and the performance behind
Reluctantly.
it. Gonna need to ask for some sort of evidence. Otherwise, this is just ridiculous. I mean, it's just Fantasy Island. Otherwise, isn't it?
I'm just too trusting. You see through these things I don't see.
I'm not suggesting that Romy is lying, but I just think for the fairness of the broadcast. Shout out there, you saw, went past to one of the guys that sent in a picture of him set up watching us. He wanted a shout out to Mikkel Winchester, who missed his flight to London to play in the EPT. That was from Stefan Hansen. Consider your mate shouted out.
Sebastian's in a chemistry lab and he's got his neighbours watching the stream as well. No one's getting any work done.
I fear for the impact on education across the globe.
I do.
Because of the incredible quality of these broadcasts. You're watching EPT live, incidentally. I worry that in 10 years' time there's going to be a severe drop-off in all industries and we will be blamed.
Got a heads-up pot here between Arden and Lewis. Arden raised to 3,000 pre-flop. Lewis called a continuation bet. On the flop. We're at the turn now. Deuce of diamonds.
It is a day of paired boards.
2 spades, 2 deuces, 2 players.
Hardly any Badoogie hands. Very disappointing. Scampy. 16,600, and now Lewis is going to be the aggressor here from the cutoff. The CO. 9,006. That was a very fast call there. Knew it. Yep, knew it. Called it. I just wrote on a piece of paper the 7 of spades just before it came down.
Yeah, right.
Yep, I've got a picture to prove it.
Pair of queens. Open up by Lewis. Good for the pot.
Don't mind if I do.
Oh no, sorry for Arden.
Ah.
So check on the check on the river.
You see there, Theo, top of the table, 120 bigs, 143,800. We got 5 players over 100,000 here, so just 100 big blinds-ish upwards. Shortest is Davide Katai, 18 big blinds, as Mark mentioned, just not managed to get his boat sailing. And of course, Romano Pizzo also hanging on by the thread of his attractive jumper. "13 minutes left here, level 11. Then we slide straight into level 12. Remind you that we will play to the end of 14 today.
Just having a look at the live update section of the blog. A few recent people to bust. Kevin Allen, a very popular player in the UK. Marvin Rettemeyer, Mad Marvin's gone. Judah Paris, former EPT finalist. Dan Coleman, obviously, who we saw. Brian Paris, a very good online player.
Got an all-in here from Alfred Romano, has been waiting for an opportunity.
Everybody falls.
Everybody falls.
That's exactly what
You're
Romano
too much of a
wanted.
nice guy, that's why. Waft it home. Take it down, Leroy Brown.
That's exactly what Romano wanted.
You're welcome.
Raise and take it. And some news of some
A
big
few
stacks
chips.
as well from the outer table.
Do tell.
Yeah, so leading the tournament is Marco Casa at 291,000. And on home soil, London
No,
town
even
girl,
if I have
Liberi
aces,
in
I'll
second
stick
place
them
at
on it.
265,000.
Superb.
All of them.
Yeah, also Sergio
Very
Ido,
Stick him in.
who's the former UK IPT London champion from two years ago.
And he calls me
He's in
with 2
third place.
tens.
Johnny
and
Lawton, Sam Trickett, James
He
Dempsey.
pairs the 2 tens.
Why would you want to
All
do
got
that
big
against
stacks.
He did.
Why would you want to do that? That's rude.
He's done it already.
Oh, no. Don't tell me he's done that. We need to. Let's get Flo on this one. That can't be right.
Yeah.
You won 6s against aces. Come on.
No, you haven't. You have never played.
Yeah, but I
You have never played anything
I've
lower than
played.
jacks.
Yeah, me too. Depends.
He called me anyway. He called my all-in. I know, it's horrible, isn't it? Anyway.
Under the gun raise from Theo Jorgensen, 2,700. Thank you. Simple raise and take.
My dog's got no nose.
Excuse me?
Oh, you're no good. You're absolutely no good as a straight man. Just, it was a test. Unbelievable. I'll try it with Twitter. All right, I'll try it with all our viewers. My dog's got no nose. Okay, over to you. See if any of them want to be my comedy partner, because clearly you're just... Your heart's not in this anymore.
I'm solo. I feel like I'm solo sometimes.
Come on, who's gonna get there first on Twitter? Hello, hello, can I help you? Hello there, yeah, it's Matt.
Yeah.
Yeah, how are you doing? Yeah, I know, my dog's got no nose. That's what I said to him, but no, he wouldn't answer. I know. No, don't. Okay, no, don't come back here. No, it's restricted. They'll take your knees off. The security guards. Okay, love you. Bye bye. Sorry about that. It was just a reminder.
Is that your money again?
That was just a reminder on the phone. Brilliant. Okay, lots of people already know. How does it smell? Thanks ever so much for joining in. Who was the first person?
I will call that obvious bluff.
Andy was the first person to ask me, how does it smell? Terrible. Thanks very much.
Comedy from the 1970s on EPT Live.
This is a new feature I'm doing called Very Slow Retro Comedy. Oh, nearly Badoogie hand. Get ready.
Is this ours or is this the audience?
Oh, I don't know actually. I've not really thought. I've not considered that. Depends. If it's a really good one, it'll be ours. It isn't a Badoogie hand, you're okay. But it is interesting enough.
Okay, for the next one, I think we should give it to the audience. Let's be nice.
Okay, so we'll establish that the next one. First of all, it'll be. This is what I call them and us, like the Pink Floyd song. Meanwhile, Theo is going to try and keep himself top of our table, trying to get himself up to 150,000.
And he's just done so.
Nice.
Yes, I can try.
Yes, sir, I can boogie. By the way, I don't know what's wrong with you guys, but we haven't actually had enough shares yet on the stream to get you the extra money into the free roll prize pool. So don't forget, do share the stream. If we get up to 2,000, we will add more payout places to our event league table.
I'm trying, but they keep... Yes.
Just press on the Kalaka's symbol.
I'm trying, but they keep catching me that move. I want to hide all the blue ones. So if I go all in and I lose, they don't take it from me.
Naughty Theo Jorgensen hiding his big chips behind his small denomination chips. That's a big no-no. Because the dealers aren't actually allowed to count down players' stacks anymore. They're not allowed to touch them. You have to do it visual yourself. It's only fair that you have the big stacks, the big denomination chips at the front. Because you don't want to make a move and then realise that someone's snuckily hit a whole stack of blue chips behind the black ones.
Snuckily got the big boys around the back.
Yeah.
Which we've all done. Chip values on the bottom of your screen as well. I was asked by quite a senior member of floor staff earlier on, did I know the chip denominations? And it scared me. I thought, you should know that by now. It's all right, it was...
Should do.
Just unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Northern Line, 100. Metropolitan, 500. Central Line, very busy at this time of day, 1,000. And the Victoria, 5,000. Popov is going to be our raiser here. Under the gun +2.
I'm betting the overline on that, tripping. is 27, 27 and a half, and I'm going over on daily basis. I mean, it's unreal how much you can't see it. Yeah. 27 and a half on a busy day.
We had this conversation about how many people would trip over the platform because it's silver around the base of that platform. As you walk up to those platforms, they reflect the floor in front of it, and therefore you don't even see that it's
Christopher will do it again.
Step.
You need to wear brightly coloured shoes just so you can see the reflection of your own feet to stop it.
Exactly.
These people wearing silver or
Thanks,
grey shoes, they're in a whole world of trouble.
They are going to be falling over a tremendous amount, especially when you're carrying a stack of chips, a tray of chips.
David's just tuned back in after having to nip out, asking for the free roll password. It's Scampy. Get involved, and please don't forget to share the stream, because there'll be extra prizes available for the free roll.
That's not easy.
Tournaments tonight
Take
and
it
the
easy,
league in
Tiger.
general.
Take it easy. You can take it back.
David, I had to see a man about a dog.
Think about it.
Has he got a nose?
I'm folding.
This isn't a joke intro, by the way. My dog, who I've only had for about 6 months, is obsessed with a television, and I cannot get it out of the television. It doesn't even matter what it once saw a cat on the television, and the cat ran off the screen.
Yeah.
And of course, in the dog's mind, that must mean that it runs through the front room into the hallway. It went looking for the cat, went behind the TV, has been looking for it, and that was about a month ago, and it looks every single day for the cat. It will watch poker with me, it'll watch the football with me, because it's pretty sure at some point there's going to be a cat on there. Has anyone had a dog that is obsessed with the television, and what on earth do you do?
Do you think your dog's watching
exactly,
a stream of EPT Live on the television now? Do you think your missus might stream it on the TV?
You believe in that, no?
It's a nice idea, but I doubt it. It's her birthday as well, which is not... I have not earned myself any brownie points by being here right now.
Wow.
Yes.
Happy birthday to Mrs. Waster.
Mrs. Waster, very unlikely to be listening and watching right now. Especially not with the dog standing in the way. And it's a greyhound, so they're quite tall. You know, there's a lot of greyhound bottom in my house right now, because that's all you can see when you're trying to watch the telly. It's not good.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I just no, I was the first live poker tournament I played was this year in the WSOP. So this is my third time playing live. I usually play online. Yeah. So I'm getting used to the big guns over here. I just need a little mouse though. Makes my life easier.
Welcome to the live arena. Pretty good. Third tournament you've ever played live, and you're on EPT Live, streaming to your friends and family across the other side of the world.
Fortune and glory.
And you raised. So I thought, I don't care what I have. I'm gonna.
Sorry.
I don't think I even look.
Okay.
I'm gonna. If it's only the two of us, I raise.
Fewer than 3 minutes left on the level, and the blinds will be jumping to 800, 1600 with a 200 ante.
Yeah.
243 players remain.
No, you didn't. You put 3,000.
85 of those paid.
This is good, right?
It won't be a next time. I can only do this trick once. That's fine. I can only do this 30 trick once.
Yeah, like it happened the other day to me.
Oh, did it?
Bahamas satellite, just on the bubble. Jesus.
Oh, in Bahamas.
No, I mean, I was playing a satellite online. It was like the most important phase of the
Yeah.
game.
Oh, and everything went out, eh?
And I'm not
How many levels are we playing today?
Home, so I didn't have a backup.
How many levels?
Generated.
What a mid-position raise from Ardon.
12
I have
levels.
at least 2 or 3 backups.
14 levels. What?
Is it 3,000? 3,000.
How long can you translate what he's saying?
3 more levels to go.
Oh, well, that I got.
It's quite hard to understand.
Suddenly I thought we were playing 12 levels today, and then 14. Then he spiced it up to 14 levels.
Simple raise and take.
Okay.
Players been
But that would mean that I would
Playing to the
actually
end
have
of
to
level
do some
14
math
today.
in my head, figuring out how many levels we did yesterday. No, it's so much more convenient if she translates what you're trying to. Yeah.
Oh, we played 8. So it's around what time? How long are we on this? 15.
I forgot.
Oh, perfect.
So long.
Starry night.
Might have started in a slightly high key there.
If we're still in,
Ever so slightly high.
Let's all hope that everyone.
Look at that. Look
I'm
at
hoping
that
you're
room.
still in here for the next 4 or 5 hours. I got to bet on the fact that you're going to trip over that one more time today.
I know. Why is that? Maybe too much Guinness, huh?
Well, no, not that. It's just it's very hidden. A lot of people trip, and I have a feeling you could do it twice here in one day.
Yo, for definitely.
Yeah. You're going to forget about it.
We could have a side bet on that.
Fold.
Verbal declaration there always clears things up. Keith on Twitter had a dog a few years ago that knew the Coronation Street theme and knew exactly when the cat would appear in the credits.
Wow. There's a cat food advert going on at the moment where it starts as a leopard leaping down and then it turns into a cat as it goes through the cat flap. My dog, the very first note of that advert,
straight up
jumps up straight up. But when the leopard's on, she kind of just goes as soon as it turns into the cat, it's like
It's all awful, but I have a feeling my pronunciation is pretty good.
How do they know?
Yeah. That's all that does.
Let's take a look at how the chips stay here right now on our feature table. David Akatai, 11 big blinds. Not a good spot to be here, obviously, as we've now ticked into level 12. It's really going to hurt those guys in the bottom of the table.
Yeah, Leon Lewis has slipped back to the middle of the pack. He was the chip leader when we first, at the beginning of this level, when we first looked in on this table. He's still doing very good though, 69. Here's our secondary feature table. Jake Cody's increased his lead. Top of the pack, 146 big blinds.
Wow.
And down at the bottom, bracelet holder Matthew Waxman. Bring out the rear, 15 big blinds.
And you've got to think that there's probably not been a huge amount of action, because since we set up at the beginning of level 11 here, myself and you, we've not actually gone out, I think, more than once to the secondary table. So probably slow, considered play at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah,
Nothing
looks
too
like
freaky.
it.
What's the matter with the clouds somewhere?
Billy Joel.
No, he's not playing, Matt. I don't know.
I heard him. I can hear him. He's out there. It's uncanny. I found out from Mr. James Harskin, apparently, we can't even sing 3 notes of any song.
6,200.
Really? So we can sing 2, but not 3?
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't want to test it because I don't trust myself, but it's very hard for me to not join in singing sometimes. I always thought, for some reason, I had a reason there was something about, you know, you could have 20 seconds or 10 seconds of a song or something before you have to pay people for the right to use it.
Okay, yeah.
But James told me 2 notes, just 2 notes,
Finish it
and
before
that's
I go
it.
out.
Then you've got to get your wallet out. Incidentally, boys and girls, I had a few questions on Twitter about finding the free roll on the new software. We're going to put up on the hashtag EPT Live some instructions. Mr. Paul Walsh has just pointed out that you have to switch to tabs, the tabs view instead of the filters. A little cog in the top right. But for those of you struggling to find the free roll, we will put instructions up. Follow at EPT Live. Keep an eye on hashtag EPT Live. Hope that helps you. Good luck. You've still got a bit of time, so don't panic. You've still got a few hours. 7:15 tonight, British English time, as I believe it's called, BET.
That's the one.
British English time.
Anyway, we've got a heads-up 3-bet pot here between Lewis and Swaminathan. Christopher 3-bet out of the small blind. Lewis called. 10 high rainbow flop. No Badoogie though on the turn because it came as 7 of hearts.
Well, it's all right. The river could do it. No, don't forget about the carry-on rules. Don't forget.
So Chris led for 8,000 on a flop, and now it's 16,000 on the turn.
Share the stream, boys and girls. Bottom of the screen, description of how to find the free roll, and a reminder to share it.
Spread the word for extra prizes. It's a no-brainer.
47,800. 16k bet gets called. Just shy of 64,000 in the pot now.
Okay, now officially no Badoogie hands.
No Badoogie hands.
Backdoor hearts came in.
37,000.
You heard the man.
Boom. Little over half of the pot. As you mentioned, Mark Lewis, player who was top of the table earlier on, now middle of the pack. Slightly twisted by the fact we've got some very short stacks, but sometimes when you get on that downward slope, it kind of feels like nothing goes your way.
You start to doubt yourself, don't you? And the problem is, the longer you think about decisions, the more you question your instincts, the more likely you are to make a bad decision.
All of that is true.
He calls.
Hello. Nice hand. King high.
King high. Good call by Lewis. So ace jack. Top.
Ace jack doing the business. The first two livers of the day. Ace jack was doing a lot of action. I think it was Mr. Shushi that was killing him with ace jack.
Just like that, Lewis has gone back to the top of our accounts on the feature table. 181, 500. Anyway, I think we're going to have a little look outside, see what's going on.
Yeah.
There's Dominic Panker still with a short stack, sat next to Mickey Peterson. Ah, there's a former PCA champ, John Gale.
John Gale, not seen him for a while. Somebody that we've seen plenty of, Mr. Trickett.
Superstar Sam Trickett.
Doing the do.
Talking of superstars of the online variety, Chris Moorman. The most winningest player of all time online.
I hate that word, don't use that word. He's
J-Dog.
The most Jason Merciest player in the room.
J-Lo. Yanni. Yanni Lodden there, having a great day. Another one wrapped up really warm. Marc-Andre Ladesseur, team online. Very, very nice chat from Canada.
Lovely Leo.
We love Leo. And a former champion here in London, Benny Spindler. Steamrolled that table a few years ago. Some superstars still in the field,
Superstars still up there.
Yeah.
Anna Marquez. Where's Anna Marquez?
She's here.
I know, but I want to see her.
Oh,
She got a funky little outfit on today. She's got some thigh-length boots on. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to leave that with you, gentlemen viewers.
I think she was sat at the same table of Olivia Beret.
She was. It was a glam table. Well, good Lord, Danny Blair. Not seen much of him in the last hour or so. Attempted to get something going a number of hands back.
Yeah, he's been very quiet.
6-4 king. 2 clubs down.
Decent player though, Danny. Well respected in the UK poker community. Had a good result up in Nottingham a few months ago. He folds to Leon. The resurgent Leon Lewis is 4K back.
It's time to play Finish My Joke for me. Ready, everyone? So I walked into the doctors and said, what can you give me for wind? Okay, leave that with them.
Thank God, I thought you were going to put me on the spot.
No, I've given up on you. You can see you had one chance and I've now just completely bypassed you.
Good.
I notice Romy hasn't been back with a picture of him and his light desk with the theatre company.
I told you, I don't think he's got... If he asks someone to take a picture, then his cover's blown.
Well, that's the risk you take if you want to take down the big bucks here on EPT Live. You've got to put your neck on the line.
We're playing like good cop, bad cop, good commentator, bad commentator.
I know. Although there's somebody argue that actually we're playing bad commentator, bad commentator. Some people are not getting this joke. Come on, guys. Paul, no. No. Yes, Jeffrey's there. It's an old Tommy Cooper joke. So I went to the doctor and said, what can you give me for wind? And he said, here, have a kite. It's not a good joke. It just happens to be 75 years old. Well done, Jeffrey. No prize. Thanks for playing. been folded round. Kai Harold made it 3,200. Got a call from Martin Arden. Germany versus France. Classic football match. 2 hearts, ace, jack, queen.
Classic football match between the Netherlands and
Netherlands,
Germany.
sorry.
Yeah, which is actually more classic than France.
I've been up for hours, so, you know.
74, 78 World Cups. It's, yeah, there's a lot of history there.
Knew what I meant, said the wrong word.
How old are you, Martin?
A bit like you when you say, no, you mean post-flop. And I go, what did I say?
I had a feeling.
I know what I meant. I just have no idea what came out of my mouth.
Just a little.
What would you have guessed?
I don't know, probably 20, 25-ish. Something like that. Considering the fact that I'm 26, or almost the same age.
Thought it was 29.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot. Yeah. 16. 24. You follow football?
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Are you?
Here he comes.
Here we go. Are you a Feyenoord supporter? They used to be really good. Yeah. Now they're shite, right?
Oh.
The Dutch team as well.
Oh yeah, the Dutch team lost to Iceland, but Iceland played well, so I don't think they're that bad. Taking the fact that they just became third in the World Cup, it's not the worst team ever. We can swap. You can support the Danes, and I'll take the Dutch.
It's in a very chatty mood today. But you know what? You're here to play some poker, and your big blind's just been raised while you've been talking to your neighbour. Leon Lewis, minimum raise, and the gun +2. Jorgensen's interested.
If somebody tuned in at that point where there are 2 of the players chatting about football, one of the players sitting silently reading a newspaper, you'd be very hard pushed to sell this as the exciting game we know it can be. 8-7. Into a 7. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay,
so 3-bet.
Yeah. I was looking at the pot size thinking, what? Of course, not taking into account the bet already made.
So this is what we call pre-flop.
Pre-flop, because it's before the flop.
Exactly.
Right, pre-flop.
Leon calls the 3-bet. These 2 are going to go heads up to a flop. This is post-flop now. There's 20,000 in the flop. Now, if someone overbet the pot now, that would be unusual.
And that's 2.5 pairs that they've all flapped.
That's correct.
Good. 10's still good. 10s are still good.
Small bet from Teo. Small bet's enough. 5k gets the job done.
All you need is a chip and a chair and you're good to go.
Yeah.
Is that all it takes?
All it takes.
That's the spirit.
Overrated.
Slightly overrated.
Come on now.
I've just seen the tweet that we reposted. That's very kind of us. Wow, for the first time ever, somebody's come to the booth with biscuits. Thank you very much. Which biscuit have I picked, would you say, Mark?
What are we playing?
Some sort of chocolate sandwich biscuit.
Wrong. Coconut ring.
Wow.
Burn.
So were you supporting? You were. I guess
I was all ready to roll a
in,
competition, and I thought there's no way
Thomas.
anyone could possibly know of the many biscuits what I picked.
Pierre van Hooijdonk, I liked him. He was playing. That's when they were really good. But that, I guess that's a little before your time.
No.
Okay.
Has that man got pink trousers on?
It's not just any man. It's Romano. It's that
Really?
Italian style.
What with that Christmas jumper, pink trousers?
The man's got style, what can I say? He goes to the same tailor as Salvatore Bonavena. Those boys can rock it, even at their middle age.
I keep thinking that Lee Jones is coming to join us because there are about 9 men on the production team who are bald-headed. And out the corner of my eye, I keep seeing bald-headed men walk into the room thinking, here comes Lee. And it isn't. It's just one of our various non-haired team members.
It's not time for Lee's lowdown just yet.
No, but I keep going to trail it. Good Badoogie hand on the boil here. 8,700 in the pot. 3 players still live right now. 2 checks. 3 checks. It's a spade, you're quidsing, viewers.
Checked around to pop off.
Van Hooydonk's free kicks brought us the UEFA Cup.
Yeah, that's the one I remember.
Pop
That was a
back,
very
got
good free kick.
both players in the blinds to fold.
Ah, right. Now, boys and girls, if you didn't see this earlier on, you'll be wondering what's happening. This is a competition we have running throughout the whole of this week. Let me say first, do not do anything other than make a note of your answer. Don't tweet or email or do anything. Basically, you've got to have a look at this, and you've got to come to us and tell us the location, which is kind of easy, the location and the film associated with it. So you should have 2 things noted right now, a film reference and a location. Hold on to it. You're going to get 1 of these today, 1 tomorrow. You'll get 6 by the end of our broadcast. And then on our final day of broadcast, on the main event final table, Joe will live announce the winner. And you can see here that up for grabs is one of those bassy headphones. Couldn't think of the right word. Apologies. The official sponsor, the Skull Candy headphones. Also, a Sunday Million ticket or $T if not available in your region. And as mentioned, on the 18th of October, Joe will announce the winner. What's the film reference and where are they? For the record, I have no idea. It means nothing to me, but don't tweet or do things with it.
Don't give it to him.
Grateful.
Give it the pop.
Have you got any idea what the reference was at all?
No idea. James showed me the picture the other day, and I didn't have a clue then. I don't have a clue now.
No.
It's not my thing.
Yeah. No, I told you, I'm not going to do it. So don't even think about it.
At least I won.
Just a little under an hour left here on level 12 before another break kicks in.
Get torn apart by 2 pairs of stuff.
Next level 1,000, 2,000 with the 300
Last
ante.
end of yesterday, I got aces and I got a walk. That was
That's horrible. That's painful. I'd rather lose than that.
I hate that too.
Yeah, you were still.
I want to talk someone in a UK IPT into folding from the small blind without looking at my hand. Then I looked down, so I had aces.
Not me.
So 2 things. I said, I'm never going to try and talk someone into folding into my big blind again. I'm never going to look at my cards in the big blind if it folds to me.
Yes.
2 lessons I learned.
Don't do it to yourself. You don't need the pain.
All right, I'll raise before you. See, I like this. I hope it upsets you.
It does upset you.
I hope it makes you angry.
My friend Brendan is a film buff and he's listening in and just texts me. Snap got the film.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. Good on you.
Very well done, Brendan.
I guess that's the thing with stuff like that. Either you know it or you don't. I guess it's going to be quite tricky if you don't know the answer. How on earth do you use that information to go find out? But I'm sure somebody will know. Don't forget, keep a hold of all of your answers, much like we did with the 100 EPT quiz in Barcelona. Keep all of your answers. Keep them safely away. Don't help out your competition by tweeting them or doing anything with it. And at the end of this week's broadcast, we will ask you for all of your entrants, all of your answers.
Alexis has written in to ask how many chips does Liv Barry have. She's doing very, very well. I'm not going to tell you how many exactly she's got. What I'm going to tell you to do is go to the PokerStarsblog.com And they got a live update section. They've got a team out getting all the chip counts. So
You
go and check
tease.
in.
Look at you generating traffic for the blog boys.
Exactly. Got to help out my brethrens from last week.
Don't forget, share our stream as well if you're going to take part in the free roll later on. Build up the prize pool. And all in now from Romano Pizza. Very casual. Back to his paper. That's like the older players' equivalent of standing up and putting your jacket on.
25, 28. Lots.
Lots. The number after 2. 1, 2. And it goes 1, 2, Manny, then lots.
Right, gotcha. Yeah. Also, a valuable lesson being taught to you at the bottom of the screen. If you missed any of the competition, any of the bits and bobs we've run today, don't forget you can rewind us on the stream. If you want to go back and stare at that picture a bit longer. Meanwhile,
oops.
I think Romano wants a call here.
Well, he's got one. He
oh,
said,
hang on. I think Popov's got something quite decent here.
Is it ace 10?
Yeah.
Ace 10 offsuit for Popov in the big blind, pocket nines.
Okay, actually, I was going to say
that. If you stand up, you're going to win.
Nah, everybody
that you're
passed.
leaving the table. And then
Nah, everybody passed. There are no aces in the... They're all there, the aces.
I am convinced I folded a pair of aces. I did. So there's 2 dead aces.
What is this?
I folded a
Slow
couple
death?
aces. Yeah, that's what it's called. It's the painful slow death. They want to see you suffer. Now they're going to ask you to take the cap off so that they can see you straight in the eye.
I'm not going to suffer.
And the flop.
So everybody's telling what you folded.
I see the flop. I like you, sir. So,
he stood
I
up.
wanted some 9s. Let's see the 9.
They were too busy talking about all the aces in the deck. They forgot about the 10s.
Let's play friendly. But I like him.
You check.
Okay, it was nice while he lasted. Bye-bye, everybody.
It was a pleasure.
Hold on.
Let's pretend that worked.
I mean, there's standing up and putting your coat on, but doing all this. See, especially when you don't walk away.
The 9.
Rub,
Miracles
salt in, wound.
Hey, he's in exactly the same spot as he was a short while ago.
It doesn't matter.
Nice to play with you lot.
He's tried every single
I know, look
superstitious
at him.
way in the book.
He's kissing men on the mouth.
Oh. I would love to see a 9 there just for the reaction.
Too many wins.
Mr. Romano. He's an incredibly superstitious player, though.
See you later.
Nice man.
Very nice man.
What a nice man. Pink trousers and all. Are you sure it was him that had the pink trousers?
Oh, maybe not.
See, I don't think so. I think it was our Dutch player.
Ah, okay. My bad.
I think it was Martin that walked away earlier on.
Bye-bye, Romano.
Let's see what that does to our table dynamic as far as the chip count goes. Popov, 152,900 after that little hand. Pretty close on Theo's tail here, but it is Leon back in the lead as he started at the beginning of level 11. And Davide Katai, good lord, he's got himself down to just 8 bigs now. Chip and a chair and all that, but gonna have to find a spot soon.
Alex has just started watching, and he could swear that Popov was actually Roberto Romanello in disguise. We'll have to look out for that when we get the close-up on him again.
Oh, interesting. Okay, we'll check that one out.
I've seen Roberto at an outer table. Oh, he's already busted.
You don't think.
You don't think.
You know I love a lookalike as much as the next man.
I've got some bad news for you as well. Yeah, apparently, according to Ed and according to the blog, Ana Marquez is out.
Oh, what?
I know.
Oh, man. Oh, well, that's disappointing.
We could be seeing a Davide Katai all in here. Jorgensen's open from the hijack. Katai's raised, but not got all in. He's raised to 6,000. I love it. He's raised just under half his stack.
You know what? So he can get away from it, yeah? He can get away from it.
Of course. He's just finding out where he is.
It's a bit like that 8,800 earlier on. Like, what are you doing? Just giving
Representing that strength, huh?
Giving himself a way out.
Doesn't change anything.
Anything, exactly.
Yeah, play like if I shoved. Same decision for you.
Christopher giving it some big time thought. I'm glad he's got his sunglasses on because I normally can get a read from his forehead, so it's good that he's got that covered.
Yeah, you don't want any unfair advantage.
Two wrinkles or three wrinkles on the forehead.
Exactly.
Big hand, weak hand.
It just gives the whole hand away, doesn't it?
It looks like them before betting chips. Yeah, it's going to be enough to put Kitai all in.
Ladies and gentlemen, is how you give away 3,200.
That was a quick lesson from Theo.
Oh, sorry.
And David I calls.
Show me under pair.
He's got a decent high cards, I think. There.
Okay.
King Queen or something, is that? Oh, Queen Jack.
No ace.
Ace 10.
Wow, you know, at least he's found that he's got live cards. So often he can be dominated in this
That is
spot.
true. Yeah, not in too bad shape at this point of the hand.
Almost a flip.
Almost.
I need this one.
Oh, how
beautiful. Fold the trips.
Good flop for Kitai. Flops top pair. Christopher's equity drops to 17%. So just down to 3 aces and a deck now.
Yeah, of course he's not at risk. It's definitely was the short stack, which isn't going to be much of a consolation. Ah, from space.
Good luck,
Falls
guys.
the ace. Unlucky. Ouch.
Good game, man.
Deuce of clubs.
Ace in the river.
The rest of the table are going to be fairly happy to see the back of Kitai. You don't want this man
use my one time.
of Annie.
Indeed.
Chips.
Although, in fairness, for today's presence on our feature table, he never really had enough chips to do very much.
Unless you want to give the money back
announce
to
it, right?
evidence. Yeah.
There you go. Seat open.
Seat open. Rubs.
Slow motion smiles and shaking of heads and aces coming down. Oh, poo.
Good luck, guys.
You guys make me fold 9-7 suited in that spot. That was disgusting. That was painful.
Well, about time we had a look at the other players that we're trying to focus on here. This is our secondary table.
Yeah, it looks like Jake Cody's still doing very well. He is top of the pile, 234,000. Matthew Axman, he's made a bit of a comeback, so I think he might have had a double up.
Yeah.
Still relatively short though, 21. Very difficult table. Also got David Van Plu, Shannon Shaw. He's one of the best live MTT players there is out there. There is the side of Cody's head.
Boom. Seat 2 raising it up.
Yeah, Shannon Shaw raising from the cutoff. Raise and take. Doesn't look like there's too much chatter going on at the table.
No, I got the impression that it must be relatively quiet out there. We've not dragged ourselves out to like pick up any key hands or big confrontations, so it must just be ticking over as it can do on day 2. Seems actually the first level of the day, maybe the first 2 levels of the day. Lots and lots of quite fast exits, and then it's kind of slowed down a touch. 225 players left now. Still with 2 full levels and 47 minutes left here on level 12. Remind you, after this level, another player break, and then the last 2 levels of the day, 13 and 14, back to back. Waxman's out. Down to Van Plu is out as well, now on the button. Miguel Riera.
You want to just do the kiss sound, just screw with the whole crew and everyone working?
Kiss sound.
They go, you know? It's like, come here, I got a problem.
Raises it up.
All right, yeah.
Gets rid of Thomas.
They'll go.
Jonas to act in the big blind.
Like, wonder like where it's coming from. No, it wasn't me. It wasn't me.
The German also gets out of
I'm
it.
gonna go for it.
See, again, lots of just raise and take it here. Wonder if that's been the order of the day.
I thought you meant to throw off your opponent at first.
Mid-hand that's just weird.
That's pretty weird.
Yeah. I might try that one though. Let's see.
Nice chat between Jake and Max.
Like
Not often we see Matt Waxman this side of the pond.
It's got to be strength. If you can do that bluffing, it's talent. I'm calling if anyone does that now though, so I don't even try it. I got to balance. Maybe I'm not calling.
Jake's out. Matthew Waxman also.
Just rotate one person at the table.
Andre
like
Santos.
Every like
Seat 1 makes it 3,200.
Different person to do it. They're gonna have to change their signal.
Quick reminder again, bottom of your screen. Get involved with our free roll. Get involved in the live league free roll, obviously now. Extending beyond just playing today. Pick yourself some points up for EPT London and, of course, all of season 11.
Problem with Jacksonville is...
Share the stream. Share the stream.
Literally nothing to do. Especially like when it's colder out. If it's like the middle of the summer, then maybe you could hit the beach or something. It's kind of fun. But
if you have friends, share it with them.
If you don't, share it with strangers.
You're still living down there.
It all works.
Well, I'm like 5 hours south, so it's a little bit more exciting.
You can take the Southwest, like from Fort Lauderdale up there, right?
Huh?
You can take the Southwest flight up there.
Oh, to Jacksonville? Oh, sorry, guys. Yeah, that's probably not a bad idea.
Travel tips?
Like $100 and then just get out of there when you bust.
Yeah, the problem is, like, all right, so you take the flight, you got to go to the airport an hour before. You know, you spend 30 minutes there after you get there.
Oh, all in and a call back.
Yeah, and whoever had the dominating ace there just hit top pair.
Yeah, this is two of the Brit players.
Backdoor straight drop.
Danny and Leon.
Use the clubs. It's a pretty decent flop for ace 8.
Ignore that visual, that's still on the secondary. Here we go.
Simple as the all-in player, but he's fallen behind. Leon Lewis caught with ace 8, spiked his kicker. So Danny needing a jack on the river to stay alive. No help. Oh no, Danny was the all-in player. My bad, sorry.
Switch. No. It's when we jump about, it's not always easy as it's know who's who. So,
double up for Mr. Belair.
Yeah, very handy. Share the stream, live the dream. That's what Brendan's saying. I think we'll pick that motto up. Thanks very much. Trademark.
Love. Oh man, damn you.
It's on the t-shirts. That's my t-shirt. Share the stream, live the dream. A question from Chris Peacock that I don't know the answer to. Silly question. No, not at all. How would I go about becoming a card dealer? Well, first and foremost, you've got to know how to shuffle. You've got to understand the games inside out. I always used to get quite confused by split pots when I was first starting out, when I used to do a bit of work as dealer. Get your head around the split pots, make sure you pay attention, make sure you help players out. I don't know, I mean, as far as becoming a professional card dealer, I suppose you look for jobs, online or in casinos.
Yeah, what I recommend you do, Chris, is come tune back in tomorrow when we have our world-famous bubble coverage, because we get the whole Pope in there, who's Neil Johnson, and Neil Johnson started life as a dealer, and basically he's incredibly experienced, and he's partly responsible for bringing all the dealer teams here. He manages our tournament directors, Toby Stone and all the other ones, and they're basically in charge of bringing the dealers, so he has a wealth of knowledge on this subject. So tune back in tomorrow, repeat the question, and Neil Johnson will give you the answer you're looking for.
Yeah. I know when I started dealing like out and about in the world, first of all, I would just voluntarily deal at lots of home games and deal at lots of smaller games, because if you're going to have any like mistakes and little kind of bad habits you need to iron out, that's the place to do it, not in a big game, because obviously people, you really don't want to make mistakes when people are playing for big money or playing in a high prestige game.
Yeah, and if you're at a home game or you host a home game, then just maybe volunteer to be the dealer for that game.
In fact, you know, and the one thing I would say as well, actually, if there's one bit of kind of like probably legit, is look for companies that do lots of like fun games. Like, you know, corporate events and stuff like that. That's where I used to do a lot of stuff, was corporate events where they do it for, you know, fun. You know, maybe it's like a big dinner do for some company. It's, you know, annual general meeting, and they have some big game. Get involved in those kind of companies because, again, a little bit of a different atmosphere. The mechanics of the game still exactly the same, but people perhaps not quite as nitpicky and quite as angry.
Well, when people are paying for a rate, they're expecting a certain level of dealer, which puts a bit more pressure on said dealers. But I don't think there's ever any excuse to have a go at a dealer.
No. Well, ladies and gentlemen, quick recap of where we are. Day 2, level 12. We've got 40 minutes left here. We are down to 216 players. Had 675 entrants. And a bit earlier on, we had a confirmation of the prize pool. We have got just over £2.6 million in the prize pool. And that means that 95 players out of the remaining 216 will get paid. The top prize just shy of $500,000, 499,700 to be exact. And the min payout is 7,750. Runner-up 308,500. And today we will play through the remaining 39 minutes and 45 seconds of level 12. Then the players take a break. And then today we will play through the entirety of level 13 and 14. And that's where today's play will end. And then tomorrow, day 3.
Yep.
Following that, I believe it's scheduled to be day 4. But I haven't had confirmation of that yet.
We'll get back to you on that.
We'll get back to you on that one.
Yeah, I think we've got a meeting about that tomorrow. Yeah.
Or yesterday.
Or was it yesterday?
Or
yeah.
pre today.
It's one of those.
Might just be an upgrade. Might just be an upgrade of day 3.
Day 3.5?
Day 3.1. 3.1.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
I see.
Well, there'll probably be a patch and then an upgrade, and then you have to install that.
Okay, and then we're going to have to put instructions out on Twitter how people find the new day 3.1 on EPT Live on the new day 3.1. Oh, so confusing.
Poker's not an easy game. Folding all the way around. So Danny on the button, which sounds like a kind of an indie band name. Danny on the button makes it 3,200. Martin in the small blind has come along. Dale Jorgensen on the big. Priced in, he isn't, but it's value.
I think so. Get some fireworks going.
Oh, yeah? Good news?
Yeah.
Where are you from? Australia. Yeah. What about you? Germany. Oh, yeah, I was just there.
Got a couple of new players at the table. We'll introduce those after the end of this hand.
Big stacks as well.
Lots of Australians over there.
Jorgensen squeezed from the big blind.
Got a few friends that have
Yeah, I wondered that there's so many. I mean, it's quite a way, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a 20-hour plane.
Right.
Yeah, it's a long time.
Used to be you had to worry about whose button.
it was really good.
Whose button do you raise into? Now
went to a
it's
few different
and
places,
the small blind and the big blind.
Croatia, Greece.
Oh, okay. I mean, on the October.
Danny folds.
Oh, Nocta. Oh.
Jorgensen's
You
just got to get
walked
through
around
hard
a
on.
little, or have
Yeah,
you been to any tents?
I can't really remember what they were called.
calls.
You can remember.
Yeah.
Rainbow, King 9-7.
A weakish looking Badoogie hand for our viewers. Potential.
Don't fancy their chances much.
Well, we do own this game, don't we?
Yeah. 25,200. We're never going to get there.
Classic check bet fold.
Yeah, and you would say, and that takes Theo into the lead. However, it does not, because we have had two 200,000 plus stacks join us. Rafael Sorrentino is a new player, as you can see, and Alexander Trevelyan. 227,200, changing the dynamic somewhat, putting the pressure certainly on the likes of Danny, who has made a comeback, but it kind of makes you feel bad, even if you're relatively comfortable in chips. When you're the shortest stack at the table, you can't help it influencing you, even if you know technically versus the blinds you're safe. Nobody wants to be the short stack. Simple human psychology, whatnottery.
Thanks.
Alex has got a touch of the Victor Blomzerbam, hasn't he? Got a bit of the old blonde comb over.
Are you a fan of that style? Or you like, get a haircut, son?
No, I have absolutely no thoughts on it whatsoever.
So you woke up now?
And that is Raphael, one of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, I understand, in his spare time.
He's in London to promote the new movie coming out. Thought he'd play some poker while he was here.
Yep.
Out of costume, obviously.
Out of costume. Well, it's all green screen. Yeah, it's not real. Got a story about that. That must have done the job. Here we go. We are heads up to the flop.
Oh, you did, yeah.
Danny is going to fire. There's 9K out there.
How's it going?
Hey. Nice. Look at that focus. Beautiful. Going to come along for the ride.
Excuse me. When you get the chance, can I get a Red Bull at the main table over there? Yeah, no worries.
Second diamond comes down. Queen, deuce, 9, 10 now across the board. 2 diamonds, 16,000 in the pot.
So breaks another 20 minutes after this, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
20 minutes.
Hopefully I make it.
Sorrentino, cool players turn bet. The ball completes with the Jack of Hearts. Checkity check. And looks like Danny Blair's going to show something. Beats a 9.
Oh.
10. Not 9.1, 9.5, no 10.
Oh, poker. What are you like? Let's teleport over to the second featured table.
So David Van Ploeg stacking up a few chips. Probably just a raise and take.
Yeah, not particularly. Still Mr. Cody top of that pile. 230,500 to play with.
Yeah, all the way down to Matt Waxman.
Doesn't
double bracelet winner, I
yeah,
believe.
it doesn't feel like that table dynamic has changed particularly much in the last session of play.
Hey Jake, what's up? Hey Jake. Jake played in the Champion of Champions free roll sit and go that went on yesterday for all the UK IPT and UK IPT series winners from season 4. He didn't do so well.
Do you think, like, when enough Champions of Champions tournaments have happened, and they've got a winner from each of those, that there'll be a Champion of Champions championship?
Well, there goes our big announcement for day 4.5. We were going to announce that day 4.5, and you've just ruined it.
The best of the best of the best of the best, sir.
Yeah, Dean Hutchinson, who won EPT, UK IPT Edinburgh earlier this year. He took down the Champion of Champions event yesterday, so he gets a passport. He gets entry into all Season 5 events with hotels included.
That's such such a good thing to pick up.
It was a 2-table sit and go. Played in great spirits, lots of 3-way all-ins.
That's brilliant. Things like that, those sort of packages, just those passports, just absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I did a live blog on it yesterday, so if you want to check it out, it's on PokerStarsblog.com. Look at the widget on the right-hand side, the UK IPT widget, and it's just a link in there.
Yeah.
So Shannon's raised this pot.
Thank you.
It's been raised up by Jonas, trying his luck.
Nice.
That's pretty bad, actually. Don't give me too much
Do you know
credit.
what? I was not going to even say anything. I didn't want to make any noise that might encourage you.
And the 3-bet gets through.
He wasn't so sure about his hand. See, now we're equal. Yeah,
I like it.
Yeah,
that's good.
I wouldn't ordinarily say anything, but after the luck thing, I thought, you know what, the universe needs some balancing out.
Nice.
Thanks.
Ian Clifford's drinking tea and watching EPT live. Now that's my kind of holiday.
You, sir, are totally poker rock and roll.
Rock and roll. Hey, could be peppermint tea.
In fact, look, here he is. He even gets a visual shout out. That's Graphical Nick's kind of holiday, let's be honest.
Yeah, it just gave you, I think, a visual high five. Sorry, a virtual high five.
Visual high five.
Visual high five from across the room.
Right, okay. No, I don't think Nick does high five. He doesn't strike me as a high five. He was just waving in a positive, friendly way.
No, but he is. He does do the high five, but he meets you at the bottom as well. Do you know, one of the ones where you do the 480 degrees as you're passing? Will Smith styley.
I think that's more of a Top Gun volleyball high five, frankly. But I mean, you could be right. Will Smith might do it as well. Mr. Cody raising it up, getting through the table.
Under the gun. Must have aces. Must have.
Yep, he must do. 6 folds. Small blind folds. Big blind. Would you like to play an entire hand against Jake Cody out of the position? None of that sounds good to me.
No. So it looks like Vlad's going to call.
Vlad, take it. Take it, mate. Dari Vlad in the big blind. Start this hand with 30,000. He is considerably shorter stacked than Mr. Jake Cody.
Ace 4-4, 2 hearts checked. 3rd heart comes on the turn. Jake's got his game face on, fully focused. Delayed C-bet coming. 4,500. And folds. Where did Jake come from? Has he ever won anything before? When was the first time you heard about him?
I think he has really happy thoughts if you mention Deauville to him, but I could be wrong.
Oh.
Is it 4? It's got to be an ace, or it's over, and Cody's our champion here in Deauville.
Let's see the river card. And here it comes. It's a Queen of Diamonds, and the winner of EPT Deauville is Jake Cody.
Wow, EPT season 6. That could have been in black and white. That's how unsophisticated that looked compared to our sparkling 3D HD smell-o-vision. Lick your television now if you want to taste Jake Cody's hat.
Don't do that.
Don't do that. That's not real.
Static doesn't taste very nice.
That was good to see. I enjoyed that. Bit of Michelle Hall, bit of tinsel, bit of split screen action. We thought we were so clever. What a beautiful, beautiful moment. Word on the street is Mr. Dominic Panker is out.
No.
I can't read the language that the Twitter feed is giving me, but it's pretty easy to follow that one.
Well, the Dominic out bit is quite easy to follow and read.
But what about the Taki in for Poodle? Yeah? No idea what that means. That's a shame. Some big names actually have gone out in the last couple of levels. A couple of big champion trophy collectors out of this main event.
Okay, so interesting pot developing here. Matt Waxman, one of the short stacks raised under the gun, has been 3-bet by Riera. So it's effectively, he's going to need to make a decision for his tournament life right here. And he folds.
Take one down.
So apparently he says that Dominic wrote on his Facebook that he's busted. Luckily we have one of his best friends as part of the production team, so the lovely Justina's going to, she's going to go to Facebook, and it's easy to find because Dominic's on her favourites list, so she just clicks on that. And you know what, there's only one person on her favourites list as well.
Friends. Unbelievable. Yeah, don't lick your screen, incidentally, in case you heard that earlier on. Don't lick your screen.
Why don't they film? It does nothing to do with the screen.
Oh,
Just a taste of
Mark, I was too slow, wasn't I? I was too late.
Wow, lost the feeling in my tongue there. I thought you said lick your screen, lick your screen.
I told you about the time I got a lot of viewers to touch a screen with Nick Walthall's face on it.
Did you?
I did a show, an old show with Nick, and he was ill. In fact, it was with Kara Scott, and it was meant to be Nick and Kara. Nick was ill, so I did the show, and we explained why Nick wasn't there. And I said jokingly, you know, I say these things. So we're going to put a picture of Nick up on the screen. I want you all to touch it and send healing thoughts to Nick. Production team thought it was hilarious. Did put up a shot of Nick. And some guy wrote in later on saying, you won't believe what happened. You put the thing up, I went and touched the screen. At that point, my wife walked in the room to find me on my hands and knees in front of the TV, touching a picture of a big man's face on the TV. Nick felt much better for it, though, I understand. Could be wrong.
Yeah, that lump's almost gone down fully now.
Exactly. He can nearly talk and walk. Meanwhile here, Mr. Santos made it 3,200, re-raised from
who
Thomas. Thomas Midholm. It kind of looks a bit like Molyneux. Mildheim.
Good pronunciation. Obviously, I don't know.
Giving it a go, boys and girls. Meanwhile, it's Queen, King, 4, 2 diamonds down, 16.8 in the middle. Mildheim to act. 4,600 into Santos. Takes it down. Being asked by Sebastian a question I don't know the answer to right now. He's asking us if Bram Henrats is still in. I don't actually know. Don't forget, check out the PokerStars blog. You see the last time a chip count was done, you see all the names. You'll also see all the recent exits. Even if it wasn't a big hand that got reported, you'll at least see who is still in and who is out. There's a couple of people asking for specific players and how they're getting on. Don't know. Thanks very much to Lol Smurf saying thanks for the stream. Well, we don't actually make the stream ourselves. The stream just exists and we talk over it.
Talking of eliminated players, though, unfortunately,
no.
Victoria Corin Mitchell,
Oh,
she's out.
That's not good.
Yep.
That is a shame.
Yeah, Ilan Bujana knocked her out.
Well, I hope he feels bad about it. That's all I can say. I hope he's happy with himself.
She's terrible. She's never going to win an EPT, that Corin.
Yeah, and we need to talk about that because you probably don't know something about her. I'll tell you later on.
Okay, fill me in.
But
Cool.
I think, but don't mention that again.
Oh, okay.
I think she's quite good.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. At the poker. Mr. Van Plu raising it up, 3,500. Lots of folding, tremendous amount of folding. That's the foldingest hand I've seen so far.
Big fold.
Good fold. As far as I'm concerned, any fold is a good fold because it probably meant I won.
Kings.
It's the most profitable move in poker is the fold.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Ezra appears to be quite unhappy about the exit of Victoria Corin Mitchell. No! Exclamation mark.
I knew it was a pair. thought it was ace-9 suited.
About 20 minutes left here. Right now we're tuned in on our second feature table. Day 2, EPT London, season 11. Can you believe it? We're so old.
Seriously, you would have.
Unreal.
3,800. 5 folds.
It's quite funny when you come into an event and you immediately just go, and here we are again. And you see Fatima over there, little thumbs up from Fatima, little wave from Liv. Oh, hello, Vicky. It's just like, here we are again. It's easy to see how we somehow managed to get from EPT Season 6 to Season 11, because it just goes, boom.
And it's somehow miraculous that you only seem to look out for the ladies in the room and get waves from them.
No, I got a wave from Mike. Mike gave me a little wave. That was probably the only other, that was the other one that wasn't a lady.
Riera opened this pot. Laut came along, heads up to an 8-6-6 flop. Riera C-bet called.
21,000 out there, a 4 of hearts now.
Miguel takes his time. It looks like he's going to fire again.
Of course, during the day, he is Chad Kroger from the band Nickelback. Just taking his holiday in London at the moment, while the band are not touring or singing really annoying soft rock songs.
That all sound the same.
Yep.
And Jonas calls again.
He ain't going anywhere. 40 grand out there for the grabbing thereof. Ah, an ace. Oh, well, that changes everything, because that's bigger than an 8. True story.
That checks out.
And that's the ocean. Somebody tweeted in, said, can we take a look at the sea? Obviously, Joe, the cameraman, had to run east.
He's quick.
That came in. That request did come in about 4 hours ago. So Joe's been on the streets of London, running out to Southend, and some cards at a distance appear to have won. Jacks or something like that. You're watching EPT Live. Let us remind you, ladies and gentlemen, about the challenge state voting still taking place. Get yourself to facebook.com/European Poker Tour. Click on the EPT Live tab. Make a selection. You have 3 options. What are you going to get Joe to do? The first one is called the King of Compliments, where Stapes will take to the streets of London. He's got 15 minutes to deliver 101 compliments, and for no apparent reason he will be dressed as King Henry VIII. Or English Breakfast, where he will be forced to eat an entire full English breakfast, but one blended into a smoothie. I can tell you that is currently winning. Or the Awareness campaign, where Stapes is charged with raising awareness on a variety of made-up subjects. He has to collect 101 signatures on his clipboard stating that they have been, quote, made aware of awareness. Right now, breakfast is ahead. If you would like to ensure that breakfast is what happens, get your vote in. If you would rather he did one of the other two challenges, the compliments or the awareness,
Can't concentrate on anything.
get
but
onto
I have to go
Facebook.
to the toilet.
Make it count, yeah. Don't do an X Factor. Don't think Ella's going to win and don't vote. Get in there.
And if you're tuning into EPT Live for the first time and wondering what the heck we're talking about with this stage challenge, then stay tuned for the break that's coming up in a little over 15 minutes time, and what we'll do is we'll play out the Barcelona edition, the Sandman Cometh.
That was very good.
Very, very funny. So stay tuned for the break, have a look at that. That will give you an idea of the feature that we run. It's a very popular feature now at EPT. We've been running it for almost a year, so check it out.
Planning on now, if I leave
See if
now, I'm not
Stapes
gonna be
can...
back for
I can't remember what his target was. He had to make like €100 selling sand to people on the beach.
That's correct.
Will he do it or will he not do it?
And it wasn't Brighton Beach, where there's just pebbles.
No, it was Barcelona.
Barcelona Beach, but lots of sand there already.
And lots of people going, who are you and what do you want? Slimmer wants to know how many get paid. 95 players we've now had confirmed. £2.6 million in the prize pool. We've got 207 left. A fair while. Tomorrow we expect the bubble to burst.
It's not going to help if I order any more to drink.
95 players.
I have a feeling it's not going to help me if I order anything else to drink.
Yeah. Definitely.
It's just a hunch I have, just a slight feeling.
Top price, 300 quid off $500,000. 499,700.
They had to take the £300 out just to pay our wages for the afternoon, Matt.
Really?
Yeah.
Gosh. That will probably cover both of us for the rest of the week, actually.
I was just trying to make out that we were bored
Right,
to the
gotcha.
viewers.
Sorry. Because this is part of my community service from that driving offence. I hope so, anyway.
Are you allowed back in Hampshire yet, or is it
No.
still banned from...
Not until 2027.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Quite a few dark glasses on this table. Don't see so much of that these days, but a few boys rocking the shades. Pop-off has made it 3,500. Round to Danny. Sitting on 74,700.
Raise to 9,000.
You heard him.
Danny's come alive since he's doubled up.
Yeah. You've got to be careful in that spot, haven't you? If you finally double up, having been a bit sort of hamstrung for a while, you don't want to overplay because you're starting to think, finally.
Yeah.
Got to watch out. Popov. Looks like he was just taking a look at the size of the pot there, which I'm not entirely sure why.
He does like to take his time in this Popov.
He certainly does. Yep, we saw Theo earlier on, not even in a hand, call a clock on Popov after a three-way hand, and he got to about 2 minutes 40, looking much as he does on your screen right now.
Or is it Roberto Romanello?
Or is it? But to be honest, that hat, glasses, and hoodie, it could be anybody. It could be. Don't know. It could be Vicky Corrin, really. Anybody could have snuck back in for a second bite of this. Pretty sure it is actually Slaven Popov, as advertised. Queen 7 deuce, 2 diamonds down, 21,400 in the pot.
C-bet, 10,500. Boy, his standards a snap call by Popov.
Yeah, that was like, you know, sound barrier breaking action.
9 of clubs on the turn. Does this mean now we have a Badugi hand that can go to the river? You've got to remind me of the rules.
No. It has to be the first 3 completed by the 4th or 5th, or the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th card. So there's no Badugi possible. $42,400. Danny is betting 19. Did he see that?
19 something.
Yeah, 19.
Oh,
19 on the 19 on the nose. Mostly plays turbo tournaments online, Popov, hyper turbos and free rolls.
Yeah, minimum 30 tables at once.
Yep. And he's taking his dark glasses off, which is completely the wrong way to play it. This is the time to put them on. Good man. He doesn't know what to do with them now. Eat them quickly. Oh, he did. Now that is unusual. I did not expect him to actually do that. And he actually did appear to eat them, didn't he?
Yeah.
Took a little nibble off the end of his banana glasses there. Bit of potassium, keep the energy levels up. How very strange. Hmm? For Danny, getting pretty close to 100,000 actually. So a good little session for him. The last sort of 30, 35 minutes.
Just over 2 hours to get into the free roll. Scampy's a password you'll need. Only 10,000 people in so far, so get registering. That 25,000 will fill up very quickly.
Wow. Yeah. Scampy. Scampy, Scampy. The word Scampy is your free roll password. And if you haven't already, share the stream. You share the stream, we will get more prizes into that free roll payout. We've got just under 10 minutes left here on this level 12. Then the players will go on a 20-minute break. And then Joe and James will be back with you for level 13 and 14. Wraps up day 2 coverage. Scampy. Don't forget, go on Facebook. Get your vote in for challenge stakes. Always good fun.
Sorrentino raised under the gun. Folded all the way around. Team PokerStars Pro. Tay Jorgensen, the big blind. He defends. Has seen a queen deuce deuce. 2 diamonds on the flop. Check. Bet. Think. Time. Calling a clock, Tay.
Yeah,
You've had enough time.
Him.
Yeah, come
unbelievable.
on. Fold. Let's talk about football.
Not 25,000 apparently the cap on the free roll. It's 30,000.
30,000.
30,000. Get in there, boys and girls. Yeah, although we know that that will go crazy in the next session. There will be a lot of people jump in there.
Yeah, a lot of people register in the last hour or two before the tournament starts. So please get in, because we have so many people in the past who've wanted to get in at the last minute and haven't been able to. So get in now. Just open up the client, register for it, then you don't have to worry.
And also, let me get my standard plea. If you're somebody that registers for the free roll and then realizes that for whatever reason you can't play, do please take the time to unregister. Because it'd be great to try and make sure that when that thing maxes out, there's as many actual live, we have bothered to turn up players. Even if you just go crazy and just be shoving and do that thing people love to do in free rolls. Nothing worse than sitting on a table with like 7 people sat out that didn't bother turning up.
Indeed, that's especially more true now that we have the EPT Live Free Roll League. So
yeah. So very much appreciated if you do sign up, can't play, unregister. Get as many actual live players in there as possible, and instructions on the bottom of your screen right now about how to find it. Looking on the tabs view rather than the filters view. Search for EPT Live if you'd like to get involved in that free roll. 7:15 UK time tonight. Entrance fee, 0. Just the word Scampy is all you will pay.
Enjoyed that. That was a little flight around the Grand Connaught.
That was nice, wasn't it? And then it kind of came through the window. I nearly banged into that pole on the left, but didn't. I could never be trusted with equipment like that. I would just be crazy.
Oh, so that's not Joe just floating around with it?
No, what on his hoverboard? No, he's back from the ocean. Well, Popov, though he may be sometimes a bit slow during an actual hand, he's certainly been involved in a high number of hands over the last level. One of the more active players, certainly. Kind of, it feels like there's been a lot of Theo, a lot of Slaven Popov, a lot of Danny Blair.
You got to help him a little bit.
It's a big table, actually. Yeah, that's the point Theo's making there. You can't expect those dealers to get those chips from a mile away. Oh. 8-6 deuce rainbow.
Potentially really good Badugi hand.
It's very good for the viewers, potentially. The green, white and red flags. Portrait versus landscape going at it.
$3,800. Solentino looks like he's going to call at least. Yep, he does. Wow, what a hand. Badugi, congratulations everyone. You've got a fantastic Badugi hand.
Yeah. If you were with us in Barcelona, that makes sense. If you weren't, don't worry about it. It's just a game we like to play. You are currently playing an 8-high Badugi hand. Viewers, congratulations. Ace on the end. Yeah, check, ace on the end. Gradually seems like these guys lost interest in it as the cards came out. Now Popov going to take a little stab at this. 17,400 out there. Very quick call. Sorrento wants to look him up. Oh. Wow.
Jack's good.
Yeah.
Italian adds more chips to his burgeoning stack up to 264,000 now.
Yeah.
You can see that's worth 165 big blinds in today's money. Not so much in tomorrow's money when the blinds jump up to 1,000, 2,000 with 300 ante.
And by tomorrow you mean in like 24 minutes time?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just checking.
Which is tomorrow minus 0.15.
Oh, don't. Don't do it to me. There he is, Mr. Rafael Sorrentino. Looking like a pretty composed character from what we've seen. Hasn't been involved in a huge amount of hands, but certainly,
solid.
Yeah, solid as you like. Solid as a fridge.
Talking of fridges, JD. It's kind of a running joke that he's built like a fridge. I made the mistake of trying to meet shoulder and shoulder against him the other day. And he was like, I didn't even put my shoulder in it that time, as I was flying 5 feet back across the room.
Right, okay.
Sturdy fella. Very good dealer as well.
Andy is wondering if he can sneak the EPT live stream into his graduation tomorrow. Mate, seriously, just watch it on the replay. Just watch it on the replay. There are some things that really should probably be enjoyed firsthand.
I mean, if he's already got his degree, then I don't think he has to worry. Bring it with you.
Take us with you.
Slip your smartphone underneath your robe.
Oh, it's hurting you already.
Yeah, I have to sit like that because of my back.
Yeah.
Martin Arden has been pretty quiet, but he has decided to strike with the 3-bet here on top of Leon Lewis's opening raise.
Interesting. Push it in.
And everybody believes.
Rick. We have quite a jump.
Huh?
1,000, 2,000, and 300.
Oh, yeah.
One of the players making a really good point there. Going into level 17. It's the double jump that we talk about a lot. The blinds and the antes going up in the same
same
level jump.
Yeah, anyone that consider themselves relatively short-stacked or kind of in the danger
Race to
zone
the washrooms. That's what it's going to be.
during this
There's
level.
only one washroom, right? That's.
I'm out of here freaking soon.
Gotta get a head start.
And also can confirm we're going to have the same feature table and secondary feature table after the 20-minute break coming up in a minute and a half. Ooh. So you get to see how these guys play through the rest of the day's levels. 2 levels after this one. Also, a quick trail for what's coming up in the break. As Mark mentioned, we'll get the old challenge tapes from Barcelona out there for you to take a look at, but also the greatest moments. The man himself, Dahl Brunson, playing EPT 8. Some key hands for you to pour over also. Catch up with Dave, the Devilfish Elliott, who says a lot of inappropriate things, but then winks at the camera, so it must be okay. Meanwhile, Alex getting involved in a hand here. Hardly seen him play since he joined us.
Yeah, the 2 new boys going heads up.
And the 2 newer boys that came with the big stacks as well.
King 6-8. Potentially bad Badugi hand for Matt and I.
Oh, yeah, God.
Check back call. This will be the last hand of the level. 5 of clubs on the turn.
Pretty fast check out of Alexander. It's not a good Badugi hand for us, Mark. We have lost the first hand.
1-0 down.
Congratulations, viewers. If you don't know what's happening, don't worry, you've won. Just 2 players here left as the rest of the room disappears for a break. 2 big stacks here. The pot's not really big enough that this is going to get freaky, especially when it goes check, check. Ace high is, I believe, what Alex has announced. Ace 10 versus Ace Queen. It's going to be good for Rafael Sorrentino. As we go into this 20-minute break, he has got 273,000 chips to play with. After the break, they will be back with 1,000, 2,000 with a 300 ante. You can see how things stand right now. It is Kai Herald, bottom of the pack. Myself and Mark are out of here. Come back in 18 minutes when Joe and James will bring you the rest of today's play here on EPT Live.
At PokerStars, you'll find more tables, more players, more games than any other poker app. We are mobile. We are poker.
So, Barcelona, season 10. You know, they were asking if there's anything new we want to do this season.
Yeah, we should probably have a meeting about that.
How about now?
Now? Now is not good for me.
Okay, when is good for you?
My agent handles my schedule.
Okay, can I get your agent's number?
My agent also handles my contacts.
Obviously.
With his cowboy hat and Texan drawl, Dahl Brunson is the godfather of poker. He's spent more than 50 years on the felt and is one of the game's most influential players. To the delight of all, Texas Dolly came across the pond to London back in Season 8 to take part in his first ever EPT main event.
What should you start with?
No idea.
Wow, this is as quintessential as it gets. The rocky old gunslinger versus the laggy young mouse clicker.
Seems like it's etiquette over here to tell, but I just don't count my chip. All in.
Doyle shoves.
What are you going to do now, Benny?
Yeah, not messing with Doyle Brunson anymore.
Yeah, by the way, that's Doyle Brunson. Maybe you've heard of him? That's right, Benny. Godfather of poker.
And it was no surprise to see the legend claim a cash.
Texas Dolly's a perfect cashing record on the EPT.
This was my first EPT cash, and I enjoyed it very much.
This stop has produced 9 champions on the tour. Some were already big names, and some burst onto the scene with that trophy lift. So who stood the test of time? Who's still here? And whatever happened to Michael Martin? In the first 3 seasons, we had homegrown winners. Season 3 champion is just one way you could describe Victoria Corrin Mitchell. Journalist, TV presenter, author. The first woman to win an EPT main event has found great success in all of these fields, but doesn't let it go to her head.
I don't think being recognised has changed me at all, and it probably should do. I think probably if you become a bit famous and people know who you are, probably it's incumbent on you to dress nicely when you leave the house and put makeup on and not shout at people in the road.
In Season 4, Joseph Merwad captured Lebanon's first title. He retains 3rd place on their all-time money list, but has only had 2 cashes since. Season 5's champ Michael Martin came back from fewer than 2 big blinds to win the title. That was his biggest cash before his results fell quiet in 2010. All eyes were on reigning World Series of Poker champ Peter Eastgate to continue his success in 2009. But it was Aaron Gustafsson who finished off Eastgate in a record 7 hands of heads up. Gustafsson has since had plenty of success live and online and is currently living in Playa del Carmen. The Scottish wizard David Van Plu came out of nowhere to defeat John Juanda and become Season 7's trophy lifter.
I didn't even know how big a deal it was and how much it would change things for me to win such a huge tournament, or how difficult it is to get there again.
Online sensation Benny Spindler cemented himself in the record books with a 1st place finish in Season 8. He took it in his stride and is still a force online as well as on the felt. Ruben Vista had enjoyed many cashes on the tour before his breakthrough win last season. He's already looking ahead.
To win another EPT would just be the best. And to do it in London for the back-to-back win would just be the best feeling ever.
Back at the main stage, where the action is on Phil Ivey. Ace-9 under the gun +1, he raises. Queen-10 suited for Mike McDonald in the cutoff.
Mike's not even thinking of calling or raising. He's just contemplating the fact that he might have to give Phil Ivey the stare down.
Mike calls. Peter Chan has just joined the feature table. He folds.
How much are you playing? About?
Oh boy.
230.
Ace-Queen suited for Olashemian. He just calls. Jason Mercier getting a great price in the big blind. King-7 offsuit.
He's getting mad, pot odds, yo.
He calls as well, and we are going 4-way to the flop. No respect for Phil Ivey's raises.
Well, it is Ace-9.
Top pair for McDonald, 2nd pair for Mercier. Shemian and Ivey miss. But it won't stop Olashemian betting.
And that is a bizarre lead. I wonder what his plan is here. Looks like he's going to fold out one better hand. Ivey can't really call either, but you can tell he doesn't like it. Not one bit, Shemian, not one bit. Top pair, good kicker. Mike probably can't fold. This is a pretty dry board. In general, not be a great move to lead with value hands. So Mike probably doesn't think, oh, it looks super strong here either.
Mike does call. We go heads up to the turn.
So lucky you didn't have to do this with Ivey. You think he would have done it? You think he would have stared Ivey down?
Jack of diamonds, and Shemian picks up gut shot outs.
Not sure what all his plan was if the board bricked, but I do know this is a good card for him to double barrel now.
And he does bet again, 62,000.
Think this bet is going to get a lot of folds. But he's not playing against any random player. He's playing against Mike Timex McDonald.
You don't get to be the first guy to have a yellow Lambo in Waterloo, Canada from falling off the back of the turnip truck. Oh, I guess you do.
Timex folds, and Shemian gets a bit back from McDonald, adding 67,000 to his stack.
Unorthodox line from Alla, but since it won him the pot, I'm gonna go ahead and say we like it.
Shemian back up to 663,000.
In that hand, Ivy open raises,
Raised to 12,000.
Timex flat calls on the cutoff, and I look down at ace-queen suited in the small blind. How much are you playing? 230. It's not so nice to 3-bet call against Ivy for like 40 big blinds, so I decided to just call. And the big blind called as well.
Yeah, call.
The flop was 10-7-3 rainbow with a backdoor flush draw for me. I can rip some good hands on the spot. I can second barrel on a lot of turn cards, and I bet 25k. The first two guys fold. He can't really do too much if he doesn't have a good hand, and that's what I try to do, put people into tough spots. And Timex decides to call, and the turn is a jack. I pick up a gut shot and still have 2 overcards to the board. Every bluffing range gets completed with the jack, so I decide to second barrel.
At 62,000.
I bet and he fold. Ace queen is probably one of the few bluffs I have there. Pretty standard spot if I get to the turn for me.
Spin and go. New from PokerStars. 3 players, 1 spin, and you could be winning big in just 5 minutes. Spin and go. Play it for free. Only at PokerStars.net.
Okay, you got 30 seconds. Go.
All right, here we go. Rambling on the Rambler.
Terrible.
Getting Metro on the Metro.
Going nowhere near that one.
No Spain, no gain.
What is that?
I don't know yet.
Hang on a sec. Are you just coming up with titles and then working out what the feature is afterwards?
No.
Let me see that. Chewing the Fat with Random Team Pro. Was that a meat-related segment?
No. Yes.
Welcome to Great Britain.
He's very good with the British accent, actually.
Oi, mate. How you doing, then? Are you all right?
I am really hungover. We are MadCon. I'm Joseph. That's Chawe. Yes. I feel like this is like a dating program. Yeah, kinda. I'm very single, very sexy man.
I missed you very much, baby. So what are we doing?
Today we're here to play poker. The song that really broke it for us is a song called Begging.
And we made enough waves because we live so far away from the rest of musical civilization. So other people started hearing like, oh, there's something going on way over there at that little zit on the ass of the face of the earth called Norway.
I love our zit though.
I love our zit. That's it.
The zit popped.
Beautiful pimple.
No pun intended.
No pun intended. We play poker every now and then, just friendly games in our friends' apartments. So I thought I was kind of good to begin with because I used to always be top 3. And then I got with PokerStars, and then I started playing online, and I realized that, wow, you suck, Joe.
This is definitely the biggest field we've played against.
You know, you can't even compare it. It's like high school football going directly to Manchester United.
That's what it is.
Yeah, that's what we're doing right now.
No!
We wanted to play the main event, mainly because I think it's a lot of fun to play poker in general. And I actually think that I'm going to win. So that would be like a new feat in my personal career.
These are like the world's biggest poker star players.
You can't just lean on that fact forever. Someday, someone you will come and win, and I will be that new generation. That's what I'm saying.
You're that guy.
I'm saying. So it's going to be fun.
Hello, my babies. It's Stapes here from Barcelona EPT 100 Challenge Stapes. You guys have selected this time around that I need to sell 100 euros worth of sand at the beach in honor of EPT 100. I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty sure that you guys were gonna pick the guitar challenge. So I took 6 weeks of guitar lessons. I dropped $2 grand. Oh boy, all right. It's caught on my belt, caught on my suspenders. So we've got a lot of different types of sand we're selling today, guys. We've got new sand, we've got used sand if you're on a budget. Hair growth sand, popular with the Negranu crowd. Sand for sale! Can I interest you guys in some sand? I have some very special edition fine sand for you. Not good enough for you, not good enough, that's fine. You know what, I got some, I can do even better, because I can tell you're a woman of taste. This is our absolute top of the line. This is even more fine sand. It's just 100 euros. Okay, you make me an offer.
But I don't want sand.
You don't want sand?
No.
Boy, that's really gonna make this difficult. Well, at least we picked a crowded day at the beach. Sand for sale? Get your sand here. Buenos dias. We're having a sale on sand today.
Okay, we're a bit hungry, so...
Wait, you're hungry? Oh, that's fine. You know what, because I do have some edible sand. It's delicious. I'll show you guys. Mmm. So good. Well, I gotta tell you what, guys. I'm a little too hungry. Sand for sale! Do you ever experience dry skin? Maybe after the sun? You don't. This is something that could really come in handy. This is special love potion sand. Do you ever experience skin that's too moist?
No.
Just 100 euros. So you're laughing because you can't believe that something that works this well is that cheap. How about skin that's perfectly normal all the time? This is great for that.
I would give 50 cents, yeah.
50 cents? Sold. Sold. Sold.
For you, yeah.
And a tip? Yes. Yes, you're very welcome. Thanks, guys. Enjoy that sand. We got some coins. So we are well on our way. Cha-ching. Elkie. Hey, man. I'm out here doing challenge stapes, and my job is to sell sand on the beach.
Oh, really?
It's been a really good day so far, and these are going fast, and I thought that maybe I should just offer you some before I'm all sold out.
Very nice of you.
This is Sand 2.0.
Sand 2.0.
It could really be anything you want it to be, but the best part is, it's version 2.0, so it's better. One of the great things about this, you put a little of this in the corner of the room, the dog goes right on it. Special edition sand. It's 5 euros. What do you think?
And nothing for free?
Oh my God, my neck is on fire! If you want to make your own private beach, you can use it. That bottle is just, it's only 100 euros.
But if I mix the sand, then it's all gonna be messed up. I have to buy like only the same type of sand, no?
Yes, of course, and we have more of this. I mean, this is just what I carry around with me now, but the warehouse is full of this stuff. What do you got? 1 coin.
I have this one.
What? We have all kinds of different sand here. I can barely keep it straight. This right here, this is sand that's been walked on.
Hey, special edition, you have more. Sand 2.0, you only have 1 left.
Yeah, well, it's a big ticket item for the special edition sand. I guess this puts me up to like 50 cents in a garbage bag. We'll do 4 for 50 euro.
4 for 50 euros?
Yeah. And you know what? I'll tell you what. I got a bag. I'll put it all right in this bag for you. I hope there's some more suckers like Elkie out here. We're halfway there, guys. We're halfway there. It's 20 euros for this.
I'll give you 20 cents if you want.
20 cents sold. Sold. You drive a hard bargain, but I'm in.
Yeah, keep the change.
All right, excellent. 1 euro, everybody. We got one. You won't regret that. No refunds. You can see the face of Jesus in the sand. I guess they're not the religious type. Look, I got to get back in the booth soon. I can't be out here all day. I've been out here for 2.5 hours, and I've sold like 51.5 euros worth of stuff. We're going to take some drastic measures. We're going to take our special edition sand and just put a little bonus in there. I want to sell you my special edition sand with a 50 euro note in it. What do you guys say? Help me out here.
Okay.
All right, he's in. Done. We hit the goal. There you go, my friend. Look, I got to be honest with you guys. I did pull a slight trick. The 50 euro note is real. Special edition sand is what I sold you. Unfortunately, discount sand. Sorry, guys. Well, they say the greatest salesman in the world could sell sand at the beach. And I guess that makes me the greatest salesman in the world because I sold 101 euros and 47 cents. I'm pretty sure I failed this challenge, but it's like my dad always said, cheat to win.
did a rap song as well, you know.
Did you?
Yeah.
Go on then.
Same words, but I'm heading out for Vegas. I'm sitting on a train, sharp suit shades on, sipping champagne. But this ain't no fun trip, serious business. Bringing devilfish poker out to all your listeners. So listen to me. Blah, blah, blah. Fishes don't hold a lot, huh? Scary, isn't it? Let's go. Poker legend, I don't know. I mean, that's what it says in my book. I didn't put the title on, by the way. I guess I helped put it on the map. The first time they ever showed it on TV through the glass was Late Night Poker, and I won the first free TV show. I don't think these young kids are bothered about people like me, you know. I mean, a lot of them don't even know who I am, to be truthful. I mean, I walk in and, like, somebody shouted devilfish the other week. I walked in and I never looked around. Oh, that's him, is it? You know what I mean? Most of them are only about 21, 22. I've got cheese all of them in my fridge, like to say, you know. Most guys my age, you know, they've got the slippers on and they're listening to Bruce Springsteen, you know, Glory Days. You know what I mean? I'm still out there smashing it up. Everything's great. I mean, I'm probably fitter than I was. I used to drink too much and stuff and party a lot. And now, like, I'm a family man again and serious, trying to fill the fridge up. I tend to rock on all a bit and try and show them, you know, they're not going to run over me. And I guess, you know, a lot of people don't know, they realise, like, you know, well, there's a bit of fight left in this old dog yet, you know.
Oh, Luca, you're Italian. What's that like?
Sì, ma che schifo, però.
Welcome back to London, hosting the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour for the 11th time. This is day 2 of the main event at the Grand Connaught Rooms in Covent Garden. The world-famous Tower
London Bridge.
Not to be confused with London Bridge, Joe Stapleton.
That is a bridge and it's London, right? That is a London Bridge.
Which is called Tower Bridge because of the towers.
Every time that is, I live right by there, by the way. Every time the bridge is up, I think Wile E. Coyote's in town because it's just like a wall painted on the side of the bridge.
So here we go with the start of level 13 of the main event. Blinds now 1,000, 2,000 with a 300 ante, and these are the stacks of the 9 players up on the main stage at our feature table. We've got Theo Jorgensen from Team PokerStars Pro sitting in 3rd in chips at this table with 72 big blinds. Rafael Sorrentino is the biggest stack of these guys, but he is not the tournament chip leader right now. He will be a top 5 stack, but Liv Barry is the current tournament boss with 300k.
That's awesome.
Jake Cody also among the chip leaders. He sits at our secondary feature table with a former EPT London champ, David Van Plu. By the way, other big stacks here on day 2 out in the field at the outer tables include Chris Moorman, Ilan Bujanar, Sergio Aido, and Johnny Lodden. A reminder that full chip counts and updates from the outer tables can be found on the live update section of the PokerStarsblog.com. Follow at PokerStarsblog whenever a new article has been written by the team. And of course, if you are just joining us and want to know what happened from midday today, rewind the action on the desktop player, available at PokerStars.tv. So it's James Hartigan and Joe Stapleton taking you through the last 2 levels of the day, the evening session here on day 2. 198 players remaining from the 675 who started.
Hello, my babies.
Chances are we will end the day around 115, 120 players, with 95 getting paid in this year's main event. And that means tomorrow is bubble day. Expecting to hit that bubble in the 2nd level of play tomorrow. Top left-hand corner of your screen right now, or even the top right-hand corner, is Scampy, which is the password for today's EPT Live League free roll. Remember, this is something new we started in EPT 11. Our daily free rolls, you can earn points in the EPT Live League with big prizes available for the end of this event and, of course, for the end of the season. Whoever leads the league at the end of the grand final in Monaco next April will win an Estrellas Barcelona main event package. So every incentive to play, free money in the prize pool, plus big prizes should you score points and work your way up the league table.
Yes, and now I can play the free roll now that we're here in London. I can finally get on that leaderboard. I'm going to win me a seat to Barcelona. Quit this stink-ass job.
So first hand back from the break. Sorrentino's raise called by Lewis and Swaminathan. Queen 8-3, 2 diamonds on the flop. Sorrentino c-betting into 2 opponents. Both players call the bet of 5,500. We're still 3-way as we go to the turn, which pairs the board. 3 of spades.
James, what's the free roll password again?
Scampy. S-C-A-M-P-I.
Got it.
Sadly, without the chips. And the big chunk of lemon. And occasionally, some mushy peas. Tartar sauce, of course.
So that really is a British dish. Shrimp scampi.
It's a very traditional pub dish, scampi and chips.
Okay. Learn something new every day. Sorrentino firing. Can I ask another question about scampi real quick? I'm sorry. Is it breaded here?
Yes. There's normally more bread than there is actually...
okay.
Than there is actually
scampi in
shrimp.
my neck of the woods is usually just in like a garlic butter sauce kind of deal. Still fried though.
So 13,500 from Sorrentino on the turn. Leon Lewis is called. Swaminathan with the decision.
See ya.
So heads up to the river. Pot of nearly 60,000. 10 of hearts on the river. So Sorrentino raised pre, he's fired flop and turn. See if he fires river.
He's breathing pretty heavy. Methinks he likes his hand.
Few Victoria line chips and a couple of central lines as well, so that's 27,500. Our thanks to Graphical Nick for the London Underground themed chip denominations.
When they bring out the 1 million chips, can we call those cockfosters?
Look at Slaven Popov enjoying that pineapple.
Popov gets a treat.
Quite arguably the best color code graphics in the history of the EPT.
That is the voice of Lee Jones. And we will be kicking off Lee's Lowdown in just a moment.
Sorrentino's played this hand like he's pretty confidently been value betting the whole way. I don't know, just my guess. And Lewis seems like he wants to talk himself into making some sort of call that's... There you go. It's a pretty strong hand.
Pretty strong.
And my guess is Lewis doesn't have that beat.
Leon Lewis has chosen to muck his hand.
Whoops.
Sorrentino chipping up to 333,000, which will no doubt give him the tournament chip lead. Just a few minutes into level 13. And Leon Lewis now down to a 29 big blind stack. So yes, Lee Jones has joined us. Now, we did not have Lee's Lowdown in Barcelona, so this is the first edition of Lee's Lowdown of Season 11. And back in Monaco at the conclusion of Season 10, Joe Stapleton, you promised us a new theme tune to this segment of EPT Live.
Yeah, and what I've done, I've attempted something very ambitious here. I'm going to try to roll out a new Lee's Lowdown theme tune for every single day of this event. Now, I don't know if I can make good on that because we're very busy when we're here, but I do have a brand new Lee's Lowdown theme tune for right now. It's a little folksy. It's in the style of, it's like a folk bluegrass Lee's Lowdown theme tune. Are you guys ready?
We're ready.
Okay. Well, it's time for a story about a man named Lee. He's got some things to say about the company. He'll holler about the features. He'll holler about the games. Communicating poker is a sport within the brain. He's picking and a grinning on a corporate banjo. Facebook applications, a brand new spin and goes. The Lee and the low and the low and the Lee. Dee-a-lot, eat-a-lot, dee-a-lot, dee. Scoop up your little lady, spin her right round, and open your hearts for Lee's Lowdown.
I really like that.
That was only one rehearsal, guys. Sorry, I feel like it could use some work.
Joe,
but
I thought that was a lot of. You know, by the way, that I play bluegrass, right?
Yeah,
I loved that. That was cool.
I feel like with a couple more rehearsals under my, I was a little nervous too, actually.
I'm going to bring in a guitar next time. We'll record that properly. Get it on iTunes.
Open up your hearts for Lee's Lowdown.
Now, some of you may not know that for 3 days, Lee Jones, head of poker communications for PokerStars, transformed himself into Lee Big Horse Jones, who was a poker shark who made his way to 14th place in the UK IPT Isle of Man main event.
A complete transmogrification.
Big Horse. So the rumors are true.
And Lee, you know you've already written one blog about it, and I know I spoke to you at the time. You just had the time of your life.
Oh, it's ridiculously fun. And you know...
Wait, this was in the legit main event of the Isle of Man?
Yeah.
You went finishing 12?
14, yeah.
14th? Hey, man, that's awesome. Congrats.
All you got to do is run deuces through queens and fours through aces like they weren't there, and you're on your way.
So by the way, I did like the fact that in the blog you wrote, which is available to read, by the way, at PokerStarsblog.com, you sarcastically said, oh, my deuces held against aces, and then felt the need to put an asterisk and tell your readers that this was sarcasm. Do you really think people are so stupid?
Yes, I do. I do think. Yes. I'm so sorry, audience, but yes, people will go, Lee? Excuse me, dear Lee Jones. Twos are a statistical underdog to aces.
That was exactly the audience I was thinking of when I put the footnote.
That's one fly bogey.
But, yeah, and the thing was, it wasn't really the point of how deep I went that was so much fun. I mean, obviously, going deep was fun, but it's just like being in it longer. That you just get to have the longer you're there, the more fun you have.
Yeah, that's actually, I think, overlooked sometimes because we're so jaded and because, you know, these folks do it as a job. But the longer you play is the longer you're playing. You're playing a game still for hours and hours into the night.
And having fun. I mean, that's really the point. And it was just a ridiculous amount of fun. And yes, I busted Fatima, and the entire internet hated me. But you know, I mean, it was just great fun.
Were you on the live stream at all?
I was indeed.
That is so cool.
Yeah, I had Chris Moneymaker commentating on my poker play. So
he was not complimentary.
Which Chris?
That was only one play, and I saw it, and I know why I did that. Now, next time I see Chris, I'm gonna have to mention that to him.
Which Chris Moneymaker was it? 3-beer Chris Moneymaker or 10-beer Chris Moneymaker?
Only 3.
Oh, okay.
He still had his wits about him.
So sober Chris Moneymaker.
Chris Day, by the way, tweets say, love the Lee's Lowdown song.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Chris. Chris is a good kid.
But yeah, it was, and you know, the whole regional tour thing. I mean, obviously, I love the EPTs, and they're wonderful, but they're really serious, right? I mean, there's this huge production around them, and people are putting up very serious money to play them and everything else.
You say that. I'd like to think that people still have fun at the tables, and occasionally we see that. But yes, when you're talking about, you know, a buy-in of close to £5,000 here, and you're talking about $500,000 on the line for the winner, understandably, people aren't as laid back and aren't taking it
Yeah, I mean, it becomes a very serious thing. And the UK IPTs, I mean, yes, again, it's a poker game. Everybody wants to win. They take it seriously, but it just feels like a family reunion, and that's true, I think, of all of our regional tours.
So we've seen a showdown here in this hand between
Tony Blair. I mean,
Danny Blair, who is actually Tony Blair's nephew, by the way. Great to see him here on the EPT.
Really? How are things down at number 10, Danny?
Is that true?
Asterisk sarcasm.
Oh. That's not sarcasm. That's a lie. There's a difference between a lie and sarcasm. He is related to Linda Blair, though. Linda Blair's grandson.
Yeah, watch his head be.
No, I think you're right, though, because, you know, for the average person, like, say, me, for example, I'm a pretty average person when it comes to playing poker, that you're going to get a far different Joe Stapleton playing a 100-pound
on me
Saturday tournament at the Hippodrome versus a 5,000-pound. If I was somehow playing a 5,000-pound EPT, I would not be goofing off nearly as much. And to be honest, that's what makes poker fun, kind of. When you're goofing off, when you're joking around, when you don't care that much, it's easier to have more fun.
Yeah, and you know what is really interesting to me is that the pros that we have out there, excuse me, the pros that we have out there, the Vicky Corns and the Fatimas and the Jake Codys and those people, it's kind of a day at the park for them.
Right. Well, they're used to it.
But the point is they're used to playing these, 3K, 5K events. Or, Theo, who was at the Isle of Man with us, when they're playing a 700-pound event, they take a whole different attitude towards it, and they're just more relaxed, and everybody's just having a lot of fun. And I think the tour people have done something really cool here by bolting the regional tours onto the front end of the big tours. So we just finished the UK IPT here in London with, and I just checked with Dave Curtis, 1,084. It was either buy-ins or runners. I don't know.
I mean, the key thing I wanted to say, Lee, because we don't get to say this enough, how Crackerjack, the live events team, really are. And I want to give a big shout out to David Curtis and the UK IPT team, because they literally had to conclude the event on the Isle of Man, get everything on a ferry, get it over here to London, and set up in less than 24 hours.
I mean,
that was
just insane, wasn't it? And in case you weren't listening to the shipping report that you all do in this country.
Well, no one listens to it, but we do have it on the radio. Yes.
Wait, that's a real thing? See, I'm getting confused by what's real and what's sarcasm.
There is
such a backwards country.
There is a shipping report, and it's fun to listen to sometimes because it just sounds like
tells you when the tide's coming in. And stuff
it talks about what the wave conditions are and the winds all around the entire UK. So you can it's hysterical to listen to. But anyway, the ferries got delayed getting out of the Isle of Man.
Now you expect me that there's ferries.
Well, we have two different. We have those two in the Isle of Man.
I'm leveling my own self.
No, we have the woodland
pixies.
Yeah, we have the woodland sprite types as well, but the ones that couldn't get out were the ship bits, and so the whole UK IPT set and all the things that make it work were sitting on this ship unable to leave, and Kirsty Thompson was getting ready to pull her hair out.
It was like Dennis Nedry trying to catch the last ferry out of Jurassic Park.
James could let you know if that's correct or not.
Lee, you've never been to Jurassic Park?
Not in a while.
I did kind of want to echo what you were saying, though, Lee, because obviously I spend most of my time around the EPT. Very rarely get to go to UK IPT events, and the atmosphere is completely different, and it is a lot of fun.
And what would you say is the difference between the two?
I just think that the UK IPT being, well, I just think everyone is just, especially out of tournament hours, is just happy to let their hair down. And maybe it's because the UK IPT Isle of Man is a very different event as well. It's the home of PokerStars. It's not just any old UK
It really
IPT.
has a great vibe, though, doesn't it?
It does, and just everyone just had an absolute blast the entire week we were there.
So, yeah, and I mean, the thing is that what it does is having the regional tours bolted up to the front of the big tours enables people to sort of be around the excitement and the pomp of the big tours, but play in tournaments where normal people can afford the buy-ins. And, you know, so we had that. We had UK IPT here leading up to EPT. Going into Prague, we've got the Eureka Tour that's going to be there. And then for PCA, there's going to be an LAPT component. Also at the Atlantis. So, you know, again, there's an opportunity to get in for small buy-ins.
Well, here's a question from Ben Lee. Were you free-rolling the UK IPT being a member of PokerStars staff?
I bet you can answer that one for me.
I imagine that you paid £770 yourself.
Out of my pocket.
The key thing is, Ben, to answer your question, that normally there is a rule that PokerStars employees can't play main events on our live tours. An exception was made for the UK IPT in the Isle of Man for all the staff who work there. A similar exception was made for the UK IPT main event here in London for people in the UK office. But if you want to play it, you're not being free-rolled into it. You have to play the buy.
No. And just so you know, I put a bit more than £700 into the prize pool because I unsuccessfully played some number of satellites. So, yeah, I mean, I ended up making a profit, but it was a bit less than the 700 that you would assume.
Plus, Lee's got backers. He's been in makeup for 17 years.
That's right. No, that's the amazing thing is that I am now like comfortably into the black for, you know, semi-major tournaments, and I had this really strong feeling I should just quit right now and, you know,
retire on top.
Yeah, exactly. Retire in the black, which like not everybody can say they've done, but yeah.
Francesca's just joined us. She says, back from work, let's go poker. How much time is left? Well, Francesca, we've got 55 minutes on this level, then one more 75-minute level to play after that, and that will see the conclusion of day 2. We'll be back tomorrow, though, noon, London time for Bubble Day. Day 3 is when these players will make the money. Well, 95 of them will make the money.
And just a message for Graphical Nick. When I am here, I am just Lee Jones, head of poker communications.
Yeah, he's only Big Horse when he's at the tables.
Yes, exactly.
Rocking the cowboy boots.
Phone,
Rocking the
it's
cowboy.
weird. I can receive messages, but I can't send them.
And you know, I just saw Theo Jorgensen, and he said, "Dude, you should go play at an EPT event now."
Yeah,
it's like, yeah, you want me to just basically donate £5,000 to your prize pool? Dude.
Spin it up.
Yeah, thanks, no.
I'm sorry. What did 14th pay?
£4,000.
Hello.
I know.
Lee, did I mention that I have some lucrative business opportunities?
You're selling a package to
place. I would love to sell Lee my package.
Now, in this hand is Mr. Slaven Popov and Mr. Alexander Trevelyan, and I'm not going to rise to all of the Bond baiters out there. That was Alec Trevelyan. This is Alex Trevelyan.
Pretty close.
Who's
that was
who's Alec Trevelyan?
Who is Alec Trevelyan?
Oh boy, here we go.
Should I not have said that?
You guys, if you need anything, if you're expecting any poker talk to happen for the next 6-7 minutes, just go make yourself a cup of tea.
Lee, in the pre-credit sequence of Goldeneye 1995, James Bond 007 has teamed up with Alec Trevelyan 006 to infiltrate a Russian arms facility.
Okay.
During this, the mission kind of goes askew, and Bond believes he's witnessed Alec Trevelyan being shot in the head by an evil Russian colonel, who then gets promoted to general, we find out later in the movie. Bond obviously escapes and is out for vengeance for his friend, only to discover that the whole thing was a setup, and that Alec Trevelyan, actually being the son of Lienz Cossacks, has betrayed the British government, defected to the Russians, has now become an international arms dealer 9 days later known as Yanis, and is now conspiring to destroy the stock exchange in London via firing an electromagnetic pulse called Goldeneye, named after Ian Fleming's house, into space, which will disable everything with a microchip in the UK.
Wow.
How do you skip the fact that Famke Janssen kills people by sexing them to death?
Well, one of Alec Trevelyan's colleagues is Xenia Onatop. That's right. Absolutely no innuendo there at all.
Do you know what I love best? JB over there has not changed facial expression the whole time.
It's amazing how people develop a tolerance.
It's amazing how people could be texting on their phones and not really paying attention.
I had the feeling that she's heard this monologue before.
No, not this one. Just hundreds other like it.
But Lee Jones, for an all-in triangle, can you tell me who played Alec Trevelyan in GoldenEye? Who was the villain? Who played the villain in GoldenEye?
I have no idea.
It's part of an English breakfast.
And I'll give you a clue. He was also in the Lord of the Rings, the first one. And
he
was
basically dies in everything.
And he was also in Game of Thrones.
Oh, wait a minute. I just heard that.
Fast on you.
There was a show where...
I'm going to start calling time a little fast on you. If it takes that long to call with ace-queen in that spot.
I just heard Lewis somebody is not himself.
A long time ago. Oh, so you were thinking about raising?
Yeah, call me. Call me I don't know. Anyway, I don't have to.
Popov a bit of a tanker, and Theo's not having it.
Oh, is it Theo that was?
Yes, it's Theo.
Ace king. Set.
You missed the pre-flop action, I guess.
Everything's cooler, by the way, like when you say something badass, but you eat while you do it.
But you can
Look, I'm going
Anyway,
to call the clock on you next time.
While eating couscous.
That's right.
I wouldn't be surprised.
It's like the Brad Pitt School of Acting.
You thought you was winning?
I just like it to go fast.
I thought you was winning.
Fast.
Funny
I can't blame you for thinking you were winning there.
5,000. 5,000.
5,000. Yeah. You got it, Chris.
By the way, we didn't do this before, but I will tell you that that Theo was the answer to a question that I posed during the UK IPT, which is what Team PokerStars Pro has a New Jersey accent? And Theo does. He has a very distinct New Jersey accent.
Interesting.
Lee, I'm still waiting for your answer, by the way.
I have, okay.
Andreas has helped you out here, Lee. His answer for who is in GoldenEye, Game of Thrones, and Lord of the Rings, Alec Baldwin. Alec Baldwin, is that right, judges?
I don't think so.
No.
I heard because I heard on Lewis. There's what's the BBC show 4 show? Lewis somebody's not himself, and he was doing a impersonation of some actor who apparently just dies who never makes it to the end of any movie that he's in. And I think that must be who it was, but okay, I give up who it was.
Sean Bean. No prize for the audience. Prize only available to Lee Jones, and he failed. He may be able to go deep in UK IPTs.
He doesn't need your all-in triangle. He's a 4,000-pound air.
That's right.
Picking up the action.
There's a 4-way pot.
So Minathan, the original raiser to 4,000, called by Arden and Jorgensen. 3-bet from Sorrentino.
He squeezes to 18,500.
The old button squeeze, and he's probably going to get no respect whatsoever,
call.
Right?
You know what? Theo's not thinking about...
Andreas gets back in touch, by the way. It's Alec Baldwin is what he meant to say. Alec Baldwin.
Still the wrong answer. He may be the greatest actor ever, but it's not the answer.
Baldwin?
He was not in any of those things.
Is Alec Baldwin the greatest actor ever?
Yes.
It's a Team America joke, Lee.
Oh, sorry.
Ace, Queen, 8, 2 spades.
So we did get 2 calls.
I love the fact that we can just sit here and decipher every movie reference for your benefit.
Lee's, look, Big Horse has better things to do than go to the movies.
So that should hit the 3-betting range pretty hard. And he checks. Wow. I think he must have got a piece of that. I think Ace Queen is just probably part of his range right now. And Theo's going to be squeezed in the middle of whatever happens here if Arden bets out.
Speaking of calling the clock, this guy knows it's his turn, right?
Yeah, he does. He's reaching for chips. Boom.
28.
That's a I mean, it's only half the pot, but
it was
still a big
3 minutes ago that Theo was leaning on somebody about taking too much time. So I promise you, he has an honest-to-God decision here, and he's in a really bad place because the guy that did the 3-betting is behind him. Wow!
So
he's got a lot of that.
So no continuation bet from Sorrentino on the flop, and now he's got a player betting into him, a call from Theo.
And we're going to have 2 players with pot-sized bets left behind by the time we get to the river, unless Sorrentino does something funky here.
By the way, one last Bond reference for today. It's Sir Roger Moore's birthday today. Happy birthday, Sir Roger.
How old is he now? Like 80?
I mean, he was 58 when he last played James Bond, so... And that was like 30 years ago.
That's an interesting card.
And Arden shoves for 94,000, gets a fold from Theo. Ship it.
I think Theo must have been on spades.
So Martin Arden chips up to 216,000, and over at the secondary feature table, Fatima Maria de Melo all in. And it gets through. So we know that Rafael Sorrentino is the chip leader at our feature table, but this guy, Marco Carza from Canada, is the tournament chip leader.
That's not live.
370,000 plus.
Wow.
We'll see it afterwards.
Now, Lee,
I hope.
here's what I want to ask you. You are in the Isle of Man with many PokerStars regulars.
No.
When we launched Spin and Go, which it's no secret, Joe and I are huge fans of. Joe had an amazing run in the Spin and Goes on Sunday, by the way.
A lot of the time I'm pretending to just like the stuff that we have to shill here on the, show, but this time I really like it.
You really do like it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I really do like Spin and Goes.
Do you really like the job that I do in my gig?
Oh, of course.
Oh, but I can't tell now if you're...
No, you can't. That's the danger of it.
Okay, but you actually do like the Spin
I'm actually just saying that I pretend to like the other stuff, so my genuine love of Spin and Go seems more real, but it is a genuine... I like most of the things that we do, but I really like Spin and Goes.
Okay, so...
I mean, obviously I'm confined to the play money Spin and Goes, but they're still awesome. What's the general reaction, Binley? How have these gone down?
I would say that they're wildly popular. Yeah, I mean that they are just people are really enjoying them, and people see. Actually, I think some people are coming back who got tired of sort of poker just as it normally is, and I can't blame folks for that. It's like I happen to be a poker junkie, and I'd play poker just the way it's like kind of post Civil War poker. I would keep playing that, but that's not everybody's thing. But yeah, I think they are very, very, very popular.
Here's what I like about Spin and Goes, is that my time is at a premium. I'm a busy man, and a lot of times I want to play the Sunday Million, but you don't ever want to start a tournament thinking like maybe it'll only last 3 hours because I want to go to bed eventually. And so with Spin and Goes, if I have 10 minutes, I can play. Whereas sometimes to me, it's the difference between playing no poker and playing some poker.
I mean, that's exactly the reason, for instance, Joe, that I can't. People ask me about tournaments I play. I very rarely get a situation where I can sit down. Like when I went to the Isle of Man, I literally had to rearrange my schedule because I accidentally made day 3, right? Because I really wasn't expecting to be in day 3. And it's absolutely true that people are busy these days. And, more and more of our players are playing from mobile. And I think the Spin and Goes are just it's like
perfect for the mobile app.
It's airport gate stuff, right?
Yes.
They say, well, we're going to start boarding the first class passengers. If you're in zone 4, no problem.
Yeah.
You can fire up one of those puppies and still, get to the plane in plenty of time.
In future, I'd recommend buying a first-class ticket instead. But playing a Spin and Go at the departure lounge is probably...
Well, yeah, after you win your 1,000x Spin and Go, you can
then you can afford
a ticket.
Exactly. I mean, I don't know what they pay you, James, but, I can't afford first-class tickets.
Happy birthday.
Use your miles, Lee. That's the secret.
Use your
It's
miles.
all about the miles.
You're in.
What? Or was it?
See, that's really interesting
What do you
because
go?
utility is everything for me.
His favorite hand.
You get to keep that one.
Ace Jack's not the worst hand to get a walk with.
Chris McFadden points out that we were over-exaggerating about Sean Bean. He doesn't die in the O2 adverts.
Yet.
Now, by the way, there is a vote going on right now, and that vote is only running for 1 hour and 45 minutes more. It's a vote running on our Facebook page, and it's for Challenge Stapes London edition. 3 challenges lie before Joe Stapleton.
I saw this, Joe.
Lee, have you seen what the 3 challenges are?
Yeah, I have indeed.
Should I talk them through them very quickly?
I'll do it. Challenge A, the king of compliments.
Yes.
I have to deliver 101 unique compliments to, we think we're going to do it in some tourist area here in London. Dress as King Henry VIII. I like that one because it's good-natured. It's fun. You know, it's nice. Yeah. Next is the full English smoothie, where I have to eat all of the ingredients of a traditional English breakfast. Black pudding included. And drink it.
Without vomiting.
And the final one is awareness. I got to take it to the streets. We're going to have some grassroots, some good old hippie stuff. Lee, you were probably a hippie back in the day, I
was
guess.
just too young to be a hippie, but only barely.
Okay, you would have been a hippie. And and I have to make sure that people are aware.
Of?
Exactly.
He's got to get 101 people to sign a petition for a non-existent campaign.
Okay, so that to me is just, I hate stuff like that.
You don't like that?
No, I don't.
It just proves the stupidity of people, right?
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, there's just nothing to it. To me, like if you went out and gave 100 unique compliments.
Yeah.
I think that'd be real. I mean, you would brighten the day of 80 or 90% of the people that you did that to.
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
and the rest would punch you in the face because we're in London.
No, they wouldn't punch you in the face.
They would just snarl at you, move along.
Yeah,
right?
just turn away, really.
But I mean, to me, that one is creating positive energy in the world, and it's not like we don't need that. And there's no positive energy involved about smoothieing a full English breakfast. I assure you.
Yeah, but this is not about putting something positive into the world. This is about making his life awkward.
As if that doesn't happen already.
So vote, because you have the power. Facebook.com/European Poker Tour. Click on the EPT Live tab. Choose your favorite option. Right now, breakfast is in first place. Compliments not far behind. Awareness is trailing, so I wouldn't worry about that one, Lee.
Okay, well, would somebody who wasn't going to vote please go be a proxy for me, because I don't do Facebook, and just go vote for compliments? Thank you.
Smitty, by the way, points out that spin and goes are like Pringles. Great fun. Once you've popped, you can't stop.
Sometimes I don't even play. If I just start one and it's only a double your money. If it's not a multi, I just check right out. Who cares? I'm just playing for that. I'm easy money if it's just a double. Who cares?
What I didn't realize is that we don't permit deals during them, right? And so there's been a fair amount of I want to do a deal. I'm sure when the 1,000x ones come up.
Well, on one of them, everyone gets a piece anyway, right?
Yes, that's if the maximum jackpot hits.
Which is good, because you might have some very unhappy people.
Yeah.
Obviously, whoever came up with the format is a genius. Whoever came up with the sound effects, just as big a genius.
All right, software development people at PokerStars, take that in. There's at least 2 of you guys out there that are guys and gals that are geniuses.
Do you think if I played the sound effect on my computer, it would come through so everyone could hear it?
I hope so.
Okay, hold on.
You are trying to play it off a computer which has notoriously bad speakers. And we've got stereo here. We've got stereo. We've got Lee Jones with mic on one speaker, Joe on the other. This is you're about to hear the best thing about spin and goes is when you get the countdown and then the spin. So much tension, so much drama. Sadly, it's all downhill from there, but it's worth it for that alone. And on the very
I got to walk with aces every time.
The universe is laughing maniacally. Well played, Dr. Stapes.
My record in these things is ridiculously. I'm like, overall, I'm probably like 12 for 20, 13 for 20,
Really?
something like that. Yeah.
Shipping the whole thing.
Yeah. But could even be better than that. Is there someone that can get my statistics?
Yeah, his name is Joe Stapleton.
Can I look it up myself?
Yeah.
How do you do that? Do you know how?
Okay, would somebody in customer support
Yeah.
that's listening please send Joe, and what's your user ID?
Joe Stapleton.
Yeah, so it's Joe Stapleton. Somebody out there that has access to the main system, just get on his blue screen and send him his spin and go statistics, please.
Maybe you should send them to Lee, too, so I can't lie about them when they come back.
You can't send them. They can't
send
them to me.
Oh, okay.
As Tony Blair's nephew Danny ships this pot, Leonard on Twitter has a very good question, which I know you are ideally placed to answer, Lee Jones. What exactly is a spin and go? Let's tell people about this format. If people haven't discovered it yet, Lee.
If you haven't discovered it, it's like you just found out what guacamole is. You're in for a treat. A spin and go is basically a sit and go. However, you sign up for it, and then before, like, let's say it's a $10 one. Before we run it, a wheel comes up and spins, and the amount of money that you're playing for is some multiple of, like, normally there'd be $30. It's a three-person sit and go. Normally there would be $30 in the prize pool if it were $10 each, right?
Yeah.
But when the thing spins, then you find out what the actual prize pool is going to be. And in this case, it will vary for a $10 one from $20 up to literally $3,000.
The key being that that's the sound effect you heard, that's the prize pool spinning, and then it plays like a hyper turbo three-man sit and go. And in most instances, it's winner takes all. And Will says, I was thinking earlier, I want that spin and go spinning theme as my text alert on my phone.
I'll bet you wouldn't be the first person, Will, that actually had the spin and go theme as your text alert.
I'm going to ruin my statistics on this particular spin and go
because you're not going to ship this one, huh?
It is hard to play a hyper turbo and actually concentrate on a live game and speak to Lee Jones.
And oh, by the way, commentate on the interesting poker that's going on here with the fans. I kind of like that look.
What, the Popov look?
Yeah, like the long sweater and the vest and the hat. I mean, it looks like he's kind of a yak herdsman in Latvia.
I'm laughing because I get Lee.
Now, here's the thing. This edition of Lee's Lowdown is drawing to a close. Do you do the theme tune as the sign-out as well, Joe, or is it only an intro?
I mean, I could do it as a sign-out, but I feel like it's one of those things that, it's like hearing a joke for the second time.
Yeah,
maybe
I think it's kind of an intro thing. But I have to say, Joe, that even if you don't come up with another new one for the rest of the week, I will be impressed.
Well, I'm actually going to overrule this decision because, A, I like it. B, I think now you've had one warm-up, the second performance is going to be even better. And thirdly, some people may have missed it the first time. So to say goodbye to Lee Jones, here once again is the new EPT Season 11 Lee's Lowdown theme, as performed by Joe Stapleton.
Well, it's time for a story about a man named Lee. He's got something to say about the company, all about the features, all about the games. Communicating poker is a sport within the brain. He's picking and grinning on a corporate banjo. Facebook applications, the brand new spin and goes. The Lee and the low and the low and the Lee. Dee-lot, dee-lot, do-lot, dee. Scoop up your little lady and spin her right round and open up your hearts for Lee's Lowdown.
It was not like
there is like huge applause in the production room.
A standing ovation.
Well, I mean, even JB, applauded a little bit. You knew, Joe. You've hit the mark.
Wow,
there. You got a smile out of her.
Cracked the Polish princess.
Lee Jones, head of poker communications for PokerStars.
Thanks, guys. I'll be back
a pleasure.
tomorrow.
And we'll have another edition of Lee's Lowdown, possibly with a new theme tune.
Probably with a new theme tune. I'm thinking. I won't give anything away, but I have something in mind for tomorrow.
14-5. Tomorrow, a big day, of course, in this event. 95 players will make the money. The bubble will burst on day 3 of the EPT London main event. Once again, we kick off our live coverage at noon London time.
Hey, I guess we could call this a sing and go, huh? The one I'm playing right now, it's a sing and go.
That didn't go down as well as the actual song itself, did it?
A sing and go, everybody.
Yeah. You're all in?
Yeah, this one's gonna hurt my record a little bit. I just couldn't focus. That's gonna harm the old record.
Wow.
Not a fold I'm capable of doing.
All right, back to the poker.
Me neither.
Average stack right now, 118,000 with 171 players remaining. Quite a few players at our feature table below average, including Theo Jorgensen, playing around 100K, 50 big blind stack.
I'm more thinking about value raising. What are we playing here? 1-2. Boom.
Well, from one member of Team Pro to another, Fatima Maria de Melo all in again. Remember last time this got through, no one called. Looks like the player in the big blind does have a decision here.
Sunglasses. It's the best decision he made all day, putting on those shades.
Fatima has been called, and she is at risk. And it looks like she's got ace-queen, and her opponent has king-3.
Oh, yeah, king-3. What? There's a queen. Another queen. That's going to look like a double-up.
Fatima, obviously short stack, gets a call from king-3 of hearts. She shoved small to big.
What is that guy, the president of the Fatima de Melo fan club, or? Leonard James writes in to say, how does PokerStars still make money with this then? Leonard, my answer for that is, don't worry, they do. I wouldn't worry about it. They're doing fine.
We have an all-in at the feature table. It's Kai Herald who's shoved here. There's an erase from Trevelyan, which was called by Swaminathan. Herald all in for 53,500.
Nice little reshoving stack, 25 big blinds. 26. And those glasses, you know, James, I don't like to criticize people. They are just terrible. They are just awful. Those are, geez. Like, I know there are horrible things going on in the world, and those glasses are one of them.
Nice head.
I mean, they rank somewhere between war and disease. Thank God he took them off.
What?
Hey, I like the glasses you have here, but do you have anything with like obnoxious white rivets you could possibly sell me?
1 year.
1 year.
On TV.
Free-roll password has just popped up in the corner of your screen again. Scampy. Free-roll kicking off in just under an hour's time.
Probably or something,
James, Ezra's given me an idea for Lee's Lowdown song. He says, sure hope there's going to be a techno version of the Lowdown theme sometime this week.
It worked.
What do you think if I just did a 45-minute Lee's Lowdown song that just said Lee, like once every 6 minutes? And then Lowdown once every 4 minutes.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and veto that one.
I'm gonna work on it.
So 12,000 seats still available in the free roll, and remember, you're competing for real cash money, $1,500 in the prize pool, plus you're competing for points in the EPT Live League, which is running throughout this event and throughout the season. The league table's available to view at PokerStars.tv/live/extra.
All right, so my spin and go records come in. Without the last game, I've got a 45% win rate in spin and goes. I've won 16 out of 35. Pretty good.
It is, assuming that some of them were multipliers, because if you are 45% in double your monies, you're down.
Yes, I have won a few multipliers.
In that case, Well done, you.
My profit is $265 US.
That's your profit?
Yeah.
And you're playing what buy-in?
$15.
Dude, that's good.
Right? It's pretty solid. Thank you, Cal. Thank you. Can you please thank whoever in support got in touch as well? Unless that was you. In which case, just the one thank you.
In which case, what else does he know about you?
Kind of live my life out in the open.
Raise. A bet, rather, on the flop from Leon Lewis to win that one.
I like to think of a bet as a raise from zero, really. Leon Lewis. Don't you guys have a Leona Lewis here, too? Is she some kind of pop star? Leona Lewis? Nobody? Yes, thank you. One person's paying attention in this room. Oh, yeah. Hello, Leona Lewis. Why couldn't she be at this table? Back to the poker. Looks like action is folded around to Theo Jorgensen, who folds his button. Blind on blind. Chop it up, huh? That old chestnut. Rafael Sorrentino in the small blind from Italy. Raising the big blind of Alex Trevelyan from the UK.
Give me one. That's it.
Heads up to the flop. Blind on blind. No. Queen, Jack, 5. No suits.
No. What? Yeah. $35,000.
And it goes bet fold.
I got 100.
And for anyone who's interested in the frequencies of the prize pools, Chris McFadden, thank you, Chris, has just tweeted it. And follow along the conversation, hashtag EPT Live, if you want to know how often each comes up. I'll tell you right there. Hey, James, Gareth wants to know, can you tell him what UK players are left in, please?
Lots of them.
Mine wasn't that good.
Gareth, there's 171 players remaining, and unless you're from, like,
yes, we see
Azerbaijan, it's going to be really hard for us to tell how many players are left from each country.
Best thing to do, follow the live updates, PokerStarsblog.com, because they do regular chip counts of all the players remaining in the event, so you should be able to get a pretty good list. In fact, let's help him out. Let's just pick out a few names. Just looking at the chip leaders right now. Liv Barry's a big stack, as are Simon Dedman and Sam Trickett. Jake Cody from Team PokerStars Pro, Chris Moorman. Any other notable Brits we want to pick out right now? John Gale. Wow, remember John Gale?
John Gale.
2005 PCA winner.
He's a hugger. He is a hugger.
Many more Union Jacks on that page as you scroll down the chip counts, so do check out the live updates on the blog.
You guys, if y'all had lost Scotland, you had to change Union Jack, huh? What a shame that would have been. It's my second favorite flag.
23 minutes left on the level. One more level to play after this.
Look at that production team hard at work over there, huh?
Conversing next to our secondary feature table.
Yeah, but you know they're talking about what they're going to do next, work-wise.
So I think we should have a little spot prize competition, Joe.
Okay. Do you have a question in mind?
I do have a question in mind, actually. I went out for dinner on Saturday night. We were out and about filming Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Sunday we had the Shark Cage final. I then knew we were going to have like 5 days of EPT Live, so I figured it was the last chance for me to go out with my family before this like work slog started. So we went out for dinner at a restaurant in Chelsea. And sitting next to us, when we sat down in the restaurant,
Roger Federer
was someone who fans of the EPT would be familiar with, because he is a poker player. So I've given away the gender, and I've given away the fact that it's a poker player. Who was it? Complete random coincidence, random chance that a poker player would be having dinner in the same restaurant that I took my family to for dinner on Saturday night. Who is the player? And the first person to get it, we will give... What do you reckon? Pick a
Lee
prize.
Jones's all-in triangle.
Yeah, as we didn't give the all-in triangle to Lee, we'll give it to whoever can guess which poker player I randomly sat next to in a restaurant on Saturday night.
And James has given you guys a massive hint. I mean, he narrowed it down to male poker players.
Exactly.
So...
that's eliminated 3 people.
That's right. And I think we should give one more hint. He's a poker player he's from the UK.
He is indeed. And I think that most EPT fans would be aware of him. So tag your tweets EPT Live, and we'll do process of elimination. So Joe Hindry obviously tweeted before we gave the clue that he was from the United Kingdom, because Joe suggested Dan Coleman. Christoph says Teddy Sheringham. I still think of Teddy as a footballer first and a poker player second. This guy, very much poker player. Adam and Florence suggesting Jake Cody. Scott suggesting Sam Trickett. Rob says Max Silver. Nope.
Can I give them one more hint?
Write down the hint, because if I think it's too easy, I'll veto it.
Here you go.
That's fine. I'll allow it.
Because there's a lot of poker players in the UK who are men, let's be honest. He's a talker.
Well, Daz goes with Sam Grafton, certainly a talker. Not the correct answer. Luke Disley suggests Zimnan Ziad. Incorrect.
Yeah,
Darren Young says Tom Middleton. Incorrect. Barney Boatman. Nope. It was not John Duthie or Neil Farrell. Still not Teddy Sheringham, Jake. It was not William Kassouf. Oh, by the way, you get one guess.
Tag your tweets, EPT Live. David, who only tagged me in the tweet, and who also says, it's gotta be Sam Trickett. You blew it.
Martin's Adenia from John. Richard suggests Roberto Romanello. Nope. Aaron says Rupert Elder.
I wouldn't consider Rupert Elder to be a talker. I wouldn't consider Sam Trickett to be a talker.
Albert Chen says Jack Salter.
Salter's getting warmer.
BB says Ludovic Geilich.
We're at least getting good guesses now. People are guessing Will Kassouf, Ludo, Devilfish. They all fit the clues we've given so far.
Paul Newey also being suggested.
Okay.
Now, the irony is, I have seen the correct answer, but it's from someone who was taking a second guess, and you know how I feel about people who think they can enter more than once.
But was the first guess before we had given some of the clues?
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Good suggestion from Jake. Neil Channing. Nope. Brad suggests Luke Schwartz. It is not Luke Schwartz. It was not the Devilfish. Lots of people saying Devilfish. It was not Leo McLean. Nor was it David Van Plu.
That is a big stack of blues that just got fired into the middle. I would consider that an overbet. Theo Jorgensen, I assume, is being put all in. quick recap of the action.
I
Arden
fold this one. I really need to know what you have.
was the original raiser.
The thing is, it's going to be shown. That pretty much has been covered.
Arden's bet 100,000 on the river. Theo has 95 left behind, 96.4. I'm sorry, 76 left behind. He started the hand with 96.4. So anyway, Arden was the original raiser. He continued the flop for just a third of the pot. Then bet the turn for less than half the pot again. Then overbets the river.
Why would you do that?
I mean, the most obvious thing when someone does this is like a set of deuces, right? Like a full house, I mean, on the end. That's like the most obvious thing. Little
You gotta
bet.
show the bluff.
Little bet.
Will you show me?
Bomb
if I
it when
fold?
you hit. But
Alright.
players don't always play that obvious.
I will show you if you call.
Ah, that old chestnut.
Well, if you call, you kind of have to. So you won't show me. Oh, it doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense.
Theo folds.
And I think I'm going to have to award this prize.
Eventually, I'm going to find out. That's the great thing about a TV table.
Well, Theo, you're assuming that every hand makes the edit. Spoiler alert, it doesn't.
Wait, what? So you're saying that when we do a 1-hour show made out of a 10-hour day of poker, that some of the hands aren't in it?
Now, Joe Hendry, who had more than one guess, did correctly identify Mark Telcher. Now, on the technicality that he entered more than once, I'm going to award it to the person who came in with their first unique answer as Mark Telcher, which is a Mark Hendry, who may or may not be related to Joe Hendry.
No, it doesn't sound coincident. I mean, it sounds like a complete coincidence to me.
So something tells
Maybe
me
not so good.
that Joe Hendry is still going to get the prize via Mark Hendry. So well done, yes, rather randomly. It was EPT2 London champion Mark Telcher, who was at the Big Easy Barbecue and Crab Shack on King's Road on Saturday night.
That's pretty strong.
It's pretty strong.
Yeah. Is but show? Go ahead.
Well, he's going to have to tell us anyway. It's going to be on TV here in an hour. So you might as well tell us when the day is over and change tables.
No, this could be some metagame from Theo, though. Theo may very well know it's not going to be on TV in an hour. And that's just his way of getting him to tell him now. I like this strategy.
If anybody is watching who's got my number, I need a text what he had. I need a text what he had.
Thank you very much. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. I think Theo just realized it's not a cards up day.
Does Theo think he's at the final table? Do you think someone should tell him? Theo.
That could throw his whole game off.
Theo, there's still 171 players in the tournament. You haven't even cracked open the £2.6 million prize pool yet. 95 are going to get paid. Bubble day's tomorrow, pal. It's only day 2 of 6.
675 players entered, by the way. Don't you remember you only paid your 4,280 pounds to buy in yesterday?
I'm all in.
An all-in from Christopher Swaminathan over the top of Rafael Sorrentino's open.
Maybe he's just named after the person that predicted his mom and dad would get together in the first place, Swami Nathan.
45?
46 and 7.
See you.
So let's head over to the secondary feature table.
Take it down, Chris.
Take it down.
Take it down.
We find Jake Cody from Team PokerStars Pro with the chip lead, 232,000. David Van Plu, EPT7 London champ, also at this table.
So if we have a guy at this table named Jonas Luck, do you think that makes everyone else at the top at the table unlucky? Anyone? Crickets? Can I get anything? Wait, hold on a second. Do I have crickets on here or not?
To be fair, we liked your Lee's Lowdown theme tune.
I've earned a lot of goodwill for that.
You peaked, all right? Don't push it.
What's next to your chips?
Well, this hand started with an under-the-gun raise from Thomas Meldheim. 3-bet by Dari Vlad. 4-bet by Meldheim. And then the all-in and the call. Kings against tens.
4 betting tens, huh?
And that will pretty much do it.
Year of Romania.
So Vlad not eliminated, still has around 92,000, but a big double up for Meldheim, up to 133k. Average stack right now 125k, 162 players remaining, with around an hour and a half left to play here on day 2. Ty says, can I get a floor on that decision?
Yeah.
Never miss your broadcast, and I know you to be more stern than that over the competition winner. I thought there was something quite poetic about Joe Hindry creating another Twitter account to guess Mark Telcher and win the all-in triangle.
I will say this, if someone else had gotten the answer, then they would have won the prize, but since no one else was getting it, we got to give it to somebody. And plus, I do think there is a bit of a discrepancy where if a bunch of people guess, then we give out a hint. You know, there's something to be said for that.
And I don't want to belittle our prizes, but it's only a triangle, right?
Damian Clarkson sent me a screenshot of his sit and go. Boom. He won it in 2 hands.
Spin and go,
Sorry,
I think you're fine.
Spin and go, thank you.
And Razorheart tweets Devilfish. No, he wasn't the answer when we were running the competition, and he's still not the answer. So we're going to stick with the secondary feature table for another hand. And we have an all-in. And a reshove. So Andre Santos, super short, moves all in for 2,700. Shannon Shaw reshoving for around 10.5.
Wow. 5 big blinds.
And Meldheim, who just doubled up there, in a position to potentially knock out 2 players. Should he make this call for, which I think he kind of has to make.
Okay.
So 9-10, the hand for Shannon Shaw.
And this is where you're going to see the dealers at work here, how crackerjack the dealers are.
So Queen 6, the hand for Santos. 9-10 for Shaw. Queen 9, the hand for Meldheim.
Queen 9 ahead. Still.
It is. Queen 9 holds up for once. Nope, Santos paired his 6.
Of course he did.
But crucially, Meldheim wins the side pot against Shaw. However, it's a more than triple up for Andre Santos. Near enough a quadruple up. And that's why we have good dealers, because they don't miss things like a pair
of
on
sixes.
the flop.
Yeah. It just all happens so fast sometimes.
Welcome.
Hello. How are you?
Pretty good. Pretty good. It's going well so far today. Hopefully continues.
After the ruling in the Mark Telcher competition, Ty says, then can I please get a triangle? I know it's against your rules, but it's only a triangle.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
That is the rule.
Yeah, that is the unbreakable rule.
I guess it's only fitting too that a contest about Mark Telcher had some sort of controversy, right? James is nodding. He's not gonna, but he's nodding.
David.
And how hilarious that the prize went to someone's sibling.
That's what I said. I said it was quite poetic, right?
I missed your meaning there, buddy.
It was 58.
Just like I missed that 6 on the flop.
And the flop was...
So Andre Santos comfortably with 5 big blinds now.
Chip, you know, it's like I say, James, all the time.
23 or something.
You guys know the phrase that I invented back in 2009, right? All it takes is a chip and a chair.
I really think you need to popularize that.
It's catching on. I think it's slowly catching on.
I think I heard someone use it in a poker room recently. They must have been listening to the live stream.
And just to explain that, everyone, what that means is, as long as you still have a chip in front of you, you're not out of the tournament yet. You can come back. You can come back from one chip. So all it takes is a chip and a chair is this little phrase that I like to say. Yeah.
I mean, very little that is more profound than that has been said in the world of poker. Raise and take it for the Vamps.
Do you think if Randy Lou were bitten by a vampire that he would become Vamp Lou?
What was the turn card again? It's King Queen 3.
No, Osman Mustanoglu.
Ace.
He has just joined the secondary feature table. Doesn't look like an Osman, does he?
I think it was to fold out.
He does not.
Can't be value shot. I don't know. It's a weird hand to do with.
We may or may not be correcting that later, but we're going to go with it for now.
I guess he knows what he wanted to do. Other people, they just...
Is this guy peeling his cards with a burrito in his hand? David Vamp Lou? That's awesome.
He should know.
The old burrito peek.
It's a wrap, Stapes.
I've got deuce 4 falafel.
Santos all in again. And it gets through.
Dan Peacock says Mark Telcher never heard him speak. Well, Dan, you're not paying close enough attention.
Just 2.5 minutes left on this level, the penultimate level of day 2.
44. 9 raise 4,400. 6 down fold, 6 folds.
Osman Mustanoglu has raised here.
6 folds, small blind folds.
Turkey's favorite son. Just to the right of Jake Cody. Osman Mastanoglu.
Look.
You got a good hand? Average. You raised him with a gun.
Hmm?
You raised him with a gun. Should have a good hand.
I think I got a good hand. Some people don't think so.
9 bets, 7,000.
The accent checks out a little bit, I think.
I'll call once.
He's calling once, everybody.
Good one.
That's 11,000.
I'm telling the truth.
He was telling the truth. Jake Cody calls only once.
That's average hand. That's a great hand.
Ace with the two kicker.
Ace with two kicker.
We play one more after this, right? For today?
Yeah. One more. Oh, yeah.
More?
Yeah, yeah. 2,400. Last one.
Well, I've consulted the all-knowing, all-powerful Hendon Mob Poker database powered by the Global Poker Index. And yes, this is indeed Osman Mastanoglu, who is #1 on the Turkey all-time money list.
Maybe he just moved to Turkey so he could be #1 on the Turkey all-time money list.
However, his popularity rating, or ranking rather, 1,740th.
That's in Turkey? That has to be overall popularity ranking.
I'm intrigued now. I didn't know that players had a popularity ranking. Oh, wow. My popularity ranking is 7,262nd.
That's pretty good. I don't think I have a Hendon Mob page. I don't think I've ever cashed in a tournament in my life. Yeah.
Joe Stapleton not in the database.
No flags.
Small blind and mid blind folds. 9-7. And sit 5 calls. Heads up.
He might be my new favorite player, Osman Mastanoglu.
Check.
It's a rematch here between Thomas Meldheim and Dari Vlad from Romania.
You're Romania. By the way, does anyone want to take a bet that this guy's name is actually Vlad Dari? Anybody?
7,700.
Let's go. Get your money out.
No bet. No bet.
Get your anybody wants to bet. It's the Romanians every time.
Have we ever had a Romanian player on the EPT where we've got their name round the right way the first time?
I don't know. By the way, it's not our fault. They write them backwards, or what we would consider to be backwards. And that's why this is, in fact, the year of Romania.
The tournament clock's ticked over into level 14, by the way, which is the final level of the day. Blinds 1,200, 2,400 with a 300 ante. 162 players remaining.
James, Sebastian's asked a great question. I guess we'll wait to the end of this hand.
So, bet of 12,500 from Meldheim, called by Vlad. The board pairs on the river.
Five bets, 16,000.
Thanks to Gareth, who tweets in to say, I play a private Omaha game with Osman in Manchester. He is a great Omaha player. And Azif confirms, he's Supernova #1 ranked Turkish money winner, cashed in 2 out of the last 3 PCAs, all with packages, one with his FPPs. All hail Osman Mostanoglu. No wonder he's your favorite player ever.
Absolutely, my new favorite player.
Obviously not your favorite EPT champion.
No, Kent Lundmark. I don't think that will ever be changed. Quick question from Twitter. Robert, oh, here we go.
16,000 apiece. Queen Jack.
Good.
So Meldheim wins another one off Vlad. Yeah, this question from Sebastian, right?
Yeah. Boy, the guy never wants to believe. Vlad never wants to believe him, though, huh? Jeez.
We're heading back to the main feature table here. We'll pick up the action in just a moment. But yeah, Sebastian asks, do we have enough people to bump up the free roll prize pool? Would be sad if not. The free roll prize pool throughout the week is $1,500, and that ain't changing. There's nothing you're going to be able to do to change the prize pool in the free roll. However, we do encourage you to share the stream, and by getting shares, what we do is we reward more people in the league. We pay more prizes in the EPT Live League. So, for example, if we get 2,000 shares of the stream today, we will pay or give prizes to the top 30 players in the league rather than the top 15.
Nice.
2,000 shares tomorrow, prizes for the top 45. 2,000 shares on day 3, top 60, and so on and so forth.
So we're giving up short-term game for long-term game.
Exactly. And remember, if we get 2,000 shares every single day of the London Festival, then 90 players, the top 90 in the league, and this is just the league across the London Festival, are going to get at least a $5.50 tournament ticket.
Which can be spun up. James, Robert Ross, real quick, asked how old I was in 1982.
I'm all in.
Oh, never mind. We're going to get to that in a little bit. But you can figure it out. I'm 43 now. So you can do your own math, Robert Ross.
34.
Well, the reason Robert Ross asked, by the way, is because certain people are claiming that Jack Treetop Strauss used the chip in a chair comment in 1982. That's just BS.
Yep. Jack's got this weird thing with me. And we've debated this. And there's no clear-cut evidence that he ever used that phrase before I did.
You've got it in print, right?
End of debate.
2009, you copyrighted it?
$34.
That's a call. I don't think Swaminathan was happy to be called there, and sure enough, he tables ace-jack.
Well, just in general, when you want to try to blow someone off a hand, a 3/4 pot bet isn't usually enough fold equity to do it. Especially when they have top pair.
Accentuate the positive, he's got 3 outs.
He does have 3 outs.
No, I don't think so.
So there is still a river to be dealt. And if it's an ace, Christopher Swaminathan survives. Any other card, he's out.
All right, good game, guys. Listen, enjoy.
We will.
Yeah. Thanks. Good luck.
So off he goes, and we're down to around 150 players here on day 2 of the EPT London main event. Day 2 of a 6-day live tournament. Remember, there are big online tournaments every week on PokerStars. Very much the home of poker tournaments. The Sunday Million running, as you'd expect, every Sunday. All right, now, we're joined on EPT Live by Ike Haxton from Team PokerStars Online. Greetings, Ike.
Glad to be here.
Well, obviously, you'd rather still be in the event, but...
Yeah, this is a very distant second, but...
You join us at a moment of big controversy, Ike.
Yeah?
Because, as we all know, Joe Stapleton famously invented the phrase, all it takes is a chip in a chair in 2009. And there's a few naysayers claiming that some Jack Strauss guy was throwing around this expression in 1982.
Treetop.
Now, you've been around the circuit. You know the drill. You never heard that expression before 2009, right?
No, definitely not.
No.
I'm just glad that there are some people that still have integrity that will come on the stream and just speak the truth rather than this whole treetop thing. It's just annoying.
Yeah. As far as I know, that guy never really existed.
Well, it's funny you should say that, because there is a great conspiracy theory from Dan Smith, not that one, a different one. It says, Jack Strauss, Joe Stapleton, initials, coincidence, or name change. He couldn't live with the fame and changed his identity.
It makes sense.
I can often be found at the top of trees.
Raised from Theo Jorgensen, called by Rafael Sorrentino. And Popov's in as well from the small blind.
You know, the very fact that you call it pop-off shows me that you aren't ready.
Actually, he folded. I got excited there because I thought we were going to get some Popov tanking, but...
Popov is one of my favorite terrible vodkas.
Oh, you can't even get it in a glass bottle.
Which is good because
Usually
once you've had some of it, you often really want to throw the bottle.
You often really want to throw the bottle. You often knock it over by accident. You often fall on top of it. All
Yeah.
good reasons that it should be plastic.
It's best for everyone that Popov only come in plastic bottles.
James, you've heard of top shelf vodka, right?
Yes.
Popov is exclusively bottom shelf.
No, they don't even keep it on a shelf. It's on the floor.
It is on the floor. It is close to the floor as you can get, and you can only buy it by the gallon. Like, you can't get a small... Well, actually, probably...
No, you can certainly get a hobo-sized
Yes.
jacket pocket bottle of Popov.
But there's no in-between.
No, like the 750 milliliter is not a size that Popov comes in. It's pocket-sized or
barrel.
Yeah. Jug.
James, this Michael Hansel guy won't give it up about me and the chip in a chair thing. He says, look in Wikipedia. No, we know there's never been anything inaccurate in Wikipedia.
Not a reliable source of information. So on the flop, Theo continued for 9,000. Got a call from Sorrentino, but got rid of Kai Harold. So heads up to the turn. Theo slows down, he checks.
Adios.
Theo folding to the bet of 13,000. Now, Ike, we discovered something a short while ago when we were looking a player up on the Hendon Mob Poker database, powered by the Global Poker Index. In addition to telling you where you are on the all-time money list and how many bracelets, blah, blah, everyone's got, it also ranks you in terms of popularity.
I noticed that.
Do you know what your popularity ranking is?
I don't.
If you had to guess, How popular do you think you are?
He's only checked it in the last hour. He doesn't know currently.
I'm guessing
what
it's a 3-digit number.
A 3-digit number.
I would guess I'm not one of the 100 most popular poker players.
Okay, but that implies
but
you think
certainly
you're
better than the top 1,000.
Right. Give me a ballpark.
3-something, maybe 2-something.
Okay, so what should we say? Split the difference. What, 275?
Sure.
Would you be disappointed if it's more than that?
I'll be embarrassed if I got it really close to right.
There we go. Popularity ranking 46.
I was going to say it has to be top 100.
You're top 50.
Wow.
Good humble response though, Ike.
No, I think you're genuinely surprised to be in the top 100,
genuinely
right?
surprised. I genuinely thought I had looked at that in the last year, and it was well over 100.
Well, you're clearly gaining in popularity. I think due to your continued appearances on EPT Live.
I think so. I've noticed I pick up Twitter followers every time I come on here.
There you go. Ezra Stang points out that Mr. Hansel's faith in Wikipedia is touching, if misguided, but hey, we all need to believe in something.
Appreciate it.
Popov is in action this time, and he's 3-bet Sorrentino.
Buying Pop-Off, by the way, is a great way to get yourself ID'd.
Have you tried buying Pop-Off since you were 25?
Exactly, no. Not even. I don't think I've tried buying Pop-Off since I was a teenager.
Well, then maybe being a teenager is a good way to get yourself ID'd. You'd have to try buying Pop-Off as an obvious adult to really know.
Let's do it. Let's have an experiment.
All right.
How long has this vodka, and I use the word in inverted commas, been on the market for? Could this guy be the genius behind this low-end brand?
I mean, maybe someone in his family.
Maybe he's heir to the Popov
It could be
dozens.
It could be like the Bacardi family, only far less prestigious.
It's definitely been on the market at least since I was in high school.
Pop-Off's one of those things, James, that you drink it when you're in high school and college, and it just puts you off vodka like forever, and you think all vodka's terrible. And then one day you're a grown-up, and you're like, I'll try actual vodka. And you're like, oh, this is really good.
On the other hand, if you have a cigarette lighter and it's run out of fluid, it's great for that.
It really is.
Yeah.
I actually saw a thing on Mythbusters that I think Pop-Off is the brand they use. If you run vodka through like a water filter.
Yeah, like a Brita filter.
A Brita filter in the fridge like a dozen times, that you can actually get the taste of it similar to like a high-end vodka.
Which just goes to show you how little money is spent producing terrible vodka.
Because they can't even run it through a Brita 10 times. Shay, should we take this terrible vodka and run it through? No, get it out the door. Come on.
Time is money.
There's thirsty high school kids out there.
So, Popov continued the flop. It went check on the turn, and now Sorrentino leads the river for 22,500. And Popov folds.
My first summer in Vegas when I was 21, I had a small plastic bottle of Popov in my house. And when I busted out of a tournament in particularly frustrating fashion, the bottle advertised on the label, unbreakable. It was a plastic bottle that advertised unbreakable on the label. I would get back to my apartment, chug some Pop-Off from the bottle, and whip it against the wall as hard as I could. Sure enough, all summer, didn't break.
Never broke, right? Yeah. I don't think by throwing it against the wall, even dropping out a window would do it. I think maybe you ran it over the car with a car, possibly.
Yeah, like really a lot of weight might be enough to do it.
It is unbreakable, unlike your brain when you drink Pop-Off vodka, which actually becomes...
Or liver,
kidneys. Quite fragile, all of it. It will break your body. Ed's got a legit question for Ike.
Yes. Remember to tag your tweets, EPT Live, by the way, if you do have a question for Ike Caxton.
He says, Ike, do you find it frustrating to be sat at multiple tables online waiting for action, and what do you do while you're waiting?
No, I don't find it particularly frustrating. I don't expect that anytime I sit down at the computer, I should be guaranteed to get high-stakes heads-up action. Sometimes I will play whatever ring games are running. Other times I will sit at my computer, not playing poker, messing around on the internet, waiting for action. I spend plenty of time sitting around waiting for action, and no, I'm not particularly frustrated by it.
And when you're waiting for action, do you ever get yourself into something that's you're actually disappointed to be pulled away from when your table pops up?
Pretty rarely.
Okay.
You know, every once in a while, maybe.
Oh, a couple of big name
Be in the middle
eliminations
of a
to tell you about.
conversation, or
Igor Kurganov's gone. And also out, Leo Marguerite, Team Pro.
Oh, you're sitting down.
Oh.
You don't have to go home, and you can stay here.
Question from Roland Ike, what he describes as a completely unbiased and random question. Thoughts on EPT Malta?
I'm really excited for it. It is just about literally across the street from my
I was going
apartment.
to say, I can literally walk to it.
So it'll be pretty great to get to sleep in my own bed and go play poker tournaments. I haven't done that since I lived in Vegas back in 2011. I look forward to that a lot.
Yeah, just to confirm, if you missed the announcement, we've filled the hole in the donut. There was a big gap in the schedule between EPT Deauville and the grand final in Monaco. And we have now confirmed, and we confirmed it a week ago at the start of this festival here in London, that for the first time ever, the European Poker Tour is visiting Malta. End of March. Details on the website, ept.com. And of course, nearer to the date, satellites will be available. Robert Ross has given you the stamp. Now, this is the official Robert Ross stamp of approval. This is one of the highest accolades anyone can receive.
This is big.
And you've received it.
Is there a physical stamp involved? Am I going to be branded or something like that?
No, it's virtual.
That's a relief.
But wear it as a virtual badge of honor.
I will, virtually.
He's virtually honored.
Theo frustrated, not just by his stack, but I think also by the pace of play at this table.
Theo followed me on Twitter today. That was very exciting.
Oh, that is exciting. So likable, that guy.
All right.
Kai Harold announcing raise here. Makes it 5,100 and dons the best pair of sunglasses that Joe Stapleton has ever seen any poker player wear, ever.
Except the exact opposite.
Oh, sorry, I forgot the asterisk sarcasm. I have a question for Ike Caxton, which I can ask after this hand. Sorrentino calls out of the big blind. Queen 9-4 with 2 diamonds.
Sorrentino leading here?
He is the big stack, 434,000, and kind of missed his ascent to the chip lead, but looks like he is tourney boss right now.
It's an unusual lead. More often than not, players pretty much just check dark after defending the big blind, especially against an earlier position open.
Yeah, it looks like Sergio Aido is the second biggest stack right now with 310,000.
Thank you very much, Director Dan, for that gratuitous, horrible sunglasses shot. Like if Joseph Kony were a piece of eyewear, he would be those sunglasses.
Well, the lead from Sorrentino raised by the pre-flop aggressor, and Sorrentino folds. My question to Ike Caxton, did Zoe like her new MacBook Air?
She did. She did.
Unfortunately, it was not unbreakable, in which he threw it up against the wall.
I threw it overhand against the wall to just demonstrate how wonderful it was, and then she was a lot less excited about it.
Ike won that in the charity event at UK IPT Isle of Man last week. Meanwhile, the vote is still open for another 40 minutes for Challenge Stapes London edition. Will Joe be handing out random compliments dressed as Henry VIII? consuming an English breakfast which has been pulverized into a smoothie, or raising awareness of awareness and getting people to sign a fictitious petition. To choose which challenge Joe faces, vote at facebook.com/European Poker Tour. Make sure you click on the EPT Live tab and make sure you get your vote in before 8 o'clock this evening London time. That's 40 minutes from now.
I can't decide if the liquid English breakfast would really be terrible or actually be kind of okay.
Earlier today when we were first talking about this, I was starving. Like, I hadn't eaten before we came in here, and the thought of it, if someone had been like, look, you cannot eat the rest of the day or drink it, and I was like, I think it's fine.
I really think the big factor is the quantity of potatoes.
You think that'll make it better or worse?
The more potatoes relative to everything else, the more tolerable it is. Because
how do you come up with this theory? Now,
well, because the more potatoes you have, basically it's just like mashed potatoes with various pleasant flavorings.
Oh, I see.
Whereas if it's like mostly eggs and black pudding.
Now, I don't know what planet you guys are on, but since when have potatoes been part of a traditional English breakfast?
Are they not potatoes?
Hash browns.
Okay,
Those
hash
fried
brown.
up- those
fried up
triangles.
potato and an onion, right?
Yeah.
It's a very minimal part of the breakfast. So
Really?
potato is
What
not.
about beans?
That's not a potato.
No, I'm aware that beans are not potatoes.
But no, beans are definitely baked beans.
You guys, let's do a quick list
The
of
more
things that
starch
aren't-
you've got,
aren't
the better.
potatoes.
Okay, starch. We now got to starch rather than just potatoes.
Potatoes are not part of an English breakfast?
No, the whole kind of potatoes on the side thing is very much an American
That's
breakfast
American?
thing. Yeah.
It's an oversight on your part.
Sausages, bacon, tomatoes, mushrooms, black pudding, fried bread. Definitely an essential ingredient.
And I
feel like the fried bread part is overlooked at the places I've eaten English breakfast.
Yeah, they cheap out. Those cheap
Yeah.
English breakfasts don't do that. I think some things that make it gross. The half a tomato is pretty gross to put in there. The eggs.
Fried eggs.
The fried eggs. Also, obviously, black pudding. But I think, look, I know I should be trying to get out of this, but if I'm going to do this right, you got to put some jam in there, too. Right? A pat of butter, a little package of jam, right?
Some orange marmalade.
Yeah, something. And ideally, I mean, maybe Ike's the guy to do it, but ideally what I'd like to do is have a member of Team Pro there to sort of be making some of these judgment calls about, like, what goes in an English breakfast. Maybe it should be an English Team Pro. I don't know.
Should probably Kanu, right?
What's that?
Alex Miller or maybe Jake Cody?
Yeah, one of those guys. I don't know, but someone who's there to be
Cody's
like, look.
so going to stitch you up. Cody's going to have vodka in there.
Yeah,
tequila,
I think Jake Cody is the guy we need.
That sounds perfect, actually. English breakfast smoothie with a buzz. As long as it's not pop-off.
Probably alcohol just really can't make that worse. It would only sterilize it and...
Just follow this three-way action to its conclusion on the river. And then get the next question on the Twitter timeline. Remember, hashtag EPT Live for our guest, Ike Haxon from Team Online.
I got a good question here from Ricardo we'll get to after this hand.
It's been checked to Tony Blair's nephew, Danny. I do like the fact that you instantly laugh because you get it's a joke, whereas Lee Jones is like, really? Really?
I didn't get it either. It's a small island.
You probably just weren't aware that Tony Blair is a famous football player.
So let's check on the stacks of the players on the main stage right now. Rafael Sorrentino, we believe, is the tourney chip leader with 426,000. Martin Ardon will also probably be in the tournament top 10. Popov bringing up the rear with a 20 big blind stacks. Yeah, this question from Ricardo is a good one. Joseph, you wanted to ask a question from Ricardo.
Ike, have you ever considered having a protege like Olivier Bousquet and Dan Coleman? If yes, what would it take for one to get it? I mean, I think...
I don't know. Right now, it's not a all that appealing of an idea to me. It's an awful lot of time invested in one person.
Yeah.
And sort of not very likely to pay off well.
But also, that's not really how it works, right? You don't decide, like, I'm going to find a protege. It's more like someone sort of piques your interest and you develop a relationship with someone,
Right,
and
that
then
too.
it sort of works the other way.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair enough as well.
Also, you get the whole Obi-Wan Darth Vader thing going. You know, now the apprentice is now the master, and now kind of Coleman's an uncontrollable beast who just crushes Olivier and everything. And you're thinking, why? Why did I give him all my secrets?
Yeah. Except in Star Wars, Obi-Wan didn't have a major piece of Darth Vader's action. If Obi-Wan was like, look, actually 10% of the Empire is mine, so I'm kind of cool with it. Like, see that Death Star? See that part with, like, where there's a chunk missing? That's mine. Like, that's my chunk.
I don't think you want the missing chunk.
No, but he has that chunk himself.
Oh,
off
just
somewhere
elsewhere.
else. Yeah, his own little 10% of a Death Star.
Even still, the 10% of the Death Star is separate from the rest of the Death Star. Sounds like a thing you don't want very much.
Hang on a second. Darth Vader didn't own the Death Star.
Well, I mean, he had full use of it.
Have you seen the paperwork?
I think you'll find that
the Death Star?
Emperor Palpatine's name was on the mortgage papers.
Yeah.
Undersigned by Grand Moff Tarkin.
I buy it. I don't know.
And in case
I
you're
didn't
wondering,
know who that
yes,
last guy was.
Yes, the three of us are absolute virgins. Question answered. 3 ways to the turn.
I'd like to thank Andrew Farnish for sending in a photograph of a bottle of Popov vodka. Does that bring back some memories, Ike?
It does. Sort of.
I mean, you can just tell by the label.
It brings back the moment before the memories ceased.
The great thing about Popov, too, is that when you threw a party with Popov, you could clean your place with everything that was left over.
No enamel left on your teeth, right?
The guy throws up from Popov, and then you just pour a bunch of it right on the puke. It washes right away.
Takes most of the floor with it as well.
Do you think they drink Popov in Russia?
I'm willing to bet if we show that picture to Ilya that he's never heard of it before.
Really? I think it's made in Russia. I don't
In fact, Ilya, really quick.
Ilya, we need you quickly. Come over here. Come over here. Here, Joe's got a question for you. Take my mic.
Ilya, have you? Does this vodka exist in Russia? Have you ever seen this before?
I can't see from here.
I mean,
look on my computer, then you're full. Don't go over there. Come over here.
Even the picture is crappy.
I have never seen it. I mean, we have different types of vodka. You know, we are known for it. We even have like Putinka. Putinka, it's a title for vodka.
Yeah.
For Putin. But I have never seen this Popov.
Really, Putin?
Putinka is.
Are you allowed to buy any other
brand
kind of
for
vodka?
Does he have an ownership interest in it,
No,
or
no,
it's
of course
just?
no. Of course no.
Okay.
It's just a name. But Popov, no, I have never seen it. Or in any shop or somewhere.
I love that.
Yeah.
The suggestion that
It's good to know.
The suggestion that Putin might actually have a major ownership. Like, of course not. It seemed perfectly plausible to me.
No, because he already probably gets a few pennies on every dollar spent on vodka anyway. He owns all of the vodkas.
20.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ilya Gorodetsky, one half of the Russian commentary team. We salute him.
43 minutes to go.
Well, less actually.
Right.
Back to the poker.
Well, back to people with clearly too much time on their hands. Rob King wondering if the Emperor managed to negotiate good interest rates on the Death Star. Fixed rate or tracker?
More, I would say.
You don't think that when you're meeting with that loan officer, you don't just wave your hand and get like 0.1% APR in perpetuity?
I'd guess that the Emperor is very ethical in his
right.
financial dealings.
He's like, now I could work you for a better rate, but I believe in good business.
Got it all in here, by the way.
Mr. Paper Sweat.
Pardon? I hope it's a little bit of a sweat.
Leon Lewis all in over the top of 006.
Trevelyan had to call after raising the button. And looks like Leon Lewis has got ace 8 against Trevelyan's aces.
Well, that would explain another reason why he had to call.
Yeah.
56 fine.
Not very exciting as all-in confrontations go. Even less so now.
The old 5-6?
Without diamonds.
Let's get a sweat card. Come on, give him some hope.
Oh,
that is a sweat card.
There's a little hope.
Leon Lewis can be saved by an 8 on the river.
Oh, so close to an 8.
It looked a lot like an 8, other than the fact that it was also a club.
You look relaxed.
Yeah. 6 looks like an 8.
Adios, Leon Lewis.
Yeah.
Adios.
We've only got Ike Haxton for another 5 minutes. Let's try and get through a few more questions. Samuel says, Ike, who do you consider to be the best online no-limit hold'em cash players right now?
I'm generally pretty reluctant to say too much about who I think plays well or not at the highest stakes, but I think a couple of pretty uncontroversial names I could mention would be Doug Polk, Kanu, Christoph Vogelsang, For Haley. In terms of 6 max.
This looks like a double up for Fatima.
At least we split like 50, 100.
Oh, hang on a second.
She said something about splitting.
No, double up. Ace King against Ace Queen, although it does look like...
It was against Sophia?
Yeah, because bare hand.
Yeah, right? Okay.
That sounded a lot like split chats.
Well, that is not a double up, Fatima. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot!
What did you at? That's fair.
Whee! I love the third man ending to the chop pot. Wee is a new one. It might be my favorite.
Final question for Ike Haxton from Sliema. Ike, have you ever eaten rabbits in Malta?
Of course.
You just go out into the hills and like catch them, or you buy them from the supermarket?
In restaurants? I've never prepared rabbit at home, though they certainly do have it in the supermarket. But yeah, pasta with rabbit is a very common Maltese dish. I've eaten it many times. It's good.
Are they native to the island?
Well, it's a very small island, so raising something as large as a cow is not really that feasible. Small and arid island.
Sure.
So yeah, there are a lot of rabbits raised on Malta.
Sweet.
Rabbit's delicious. I liked rabbit before I moved to Malta.
Ike, a descendant of Elmer Fudd.
Yes.
Karakides just joined the feature table, finds himself in a hand against the chip leader.
Is that the Cyprus flag?
I believe so. And Sorrentino wins another one and boosts his chip lead to around 445,000. And at this point, we have to say goodbye to Ike Haxton from Team PokerStars Online. But if your Russian isn't too rusty, Ike's going to be joining Ilya and Mikhail in a moment over on the Russian language stream.
Look, I'd lay off slagging off the vodkas if I were you when you go over there.
I had a flush draw. I have best hand. Yeah, sorry.
Ask Ilya who he thinks signed the mortgage papers on the Death Star. Just I'd be fascinated to know how those guys deal with Star Wars chat.
Yeah, not really you.
I'm pretty sure the chat on the Russian stream is going to have a lot more to do with check raise sizing. A lot less to do with the Death Star. They're a little more serious over there.
I start yesterday 7 level
I think he said it's free because it's so small.
11 I start.
It's free because
play 3 and then they go.
just
down.
wait 1 second, please. Could you wait, or you don't want the money?
Who's giving the weight snap a hard time?
I'm gonna guess it's any of the poker players. That's the most clothing I've ever seen Alish Emian in.
Agreed. Look at those sleeves.
He is generally not an advocate of sleeves.
So let's just see what happens to Theo in this hand, Ike, before we send you across the border.
He's min-raised for nearly a quarter of his stack here.
What do you think? How many will we lose from the 144?
And he gets a call. This is shaping up to be interesting. Might see a flop with about pot to play here. 2 callers.
Come on, Harold Lloyd, join. Put the glasses on, join the party. Nope.
Yeah, Theo has less than pot to play here. I think we're going to see him all in quite often, though, you know, if he has an underpair to the queen, probably not. He can make a small bet here since it is an ace-high board. Possible to do something like bet 6K and not stack off all of your range.
It's betting 10, half his stack.
10 is a pretty awkward amount. That's basically a shove. Gets called.
Now he can bet 6.
Pretty surprised to see anything other than the rest of it go in.
I think we might have Theo's stack wrong because he's got more than 2 blues there.
That is true. It sure does look like Theo has more like 15K back.
All in.
Well, it's going in now, I guess, as Sorrentino shoves on him on the turn.
It's not the face of a man who just strapped him with top set.
It doesn't matter.
Uh-oh. Theo drawing nearly dead, I
Pretty
would
sure
guess.
Theo said it doesn't matter because he can't win.
2 outer. He does have an underpair to the queen.
Good luck, guys.
Seems like pretty loose stack off by Theo. I'm not sure you really need to lose the rest of it in this situation.
So we lose Theo Jorgensen from Team PokerStars Pro. And even more chips for Rafael Sorrentino, now playing 480K.
Wait.
Oh, 6s. Wow. See you later.
So that would have made a full house on that hand, right? It was like Jack, 6 something deuce.
I think he must have been talking about a previous.
No, I know.
Okay,
yes.
yeah.
There was a hand he was playing against that fellow.
I've had my microphone removed by that man before.
Thanks for playing the game.
That is Greg. Greg the sound man.
Greg gives his standard send-off. Thank you for playing the game. Like a cruel poker god. Popov, the low man at the
Who's
table.
the guy who greets you to the underworld? Sharon?
Caron.
Yeah.
That's like
Yeah,
Greg.
Greg
You
is a
wanna
bit
see
like him.
Instead of having to give him pennies to take you across the river Styx, you have to give him a microphone.
Blind limp.
Okay, Ike, time to send you to the Russians.
All right. It's been a pleasure, guys.
Thank you very much to Ike Haxon as we stamp his passport and release him.
Thanks, Ike. See you later.
Paul Walsh has a theory. I think frustration at the slow pace of play at this table got to Theo today.
He did seem, I mean, obviously he was frustrated once he busted out, but the way he went out did seem like sort of a frustrated play where it's like, I got 10s, I'm short.
I mean, Theo had voiced on more than one occasion his annoyance at the decision times of some players.
Sorry.
And intense conversation about different brands of vodka and the Death Stars now broken out on the Russian stream.
You're screwed because you're a Grand Moff Tarkin. You're Death Star. Ike really is explaining something. I just heard him say mortgage rates and Emperor Palpatine and Death Star in the same sentence. And to answer your question, Bruce Wayne, no, I cannot speak Russian, but he's such a great poker mind, it's totally worth it to them to have him on the stream. Ilya speaks to him in English and then translates into Russian for the audience.
Players coming in,
Now, I don't think the tournament clock's been updated for a while, Joe. It's showing 144 at the moment. 30 minutes to play today.
Don't mind.
I'm still going to set the line at 120.
As long as we're still in.
And I think that line might be a little bit high. Maybe 118.
Well, you think we're as low as 118 now, or we will be by the end of this
No, we
level?
will be by the end of today. I'm saying 118 return for day 3.
I say 123.
Okay. Well, how about we set the spread at 118 to 123, and then we allow people to take the over or under. And if it's 118 to 123, we win. If it's over or under that amount, other people have the chance to win.
I don't follow any of that, but I'm pretty sure you know what it means, so yes. You know, one of my favorite things as Arden wins this pot, you know one of my favorite things is when people say, what's the over-under on something, but then they name something that doesn't have an over-under. Like, what's the over-under on me being late for work tomorrow?
Well, this is the prize money. And obviously these are the top 8 spots, and we'll pay out this money on Saturday at the final table, with the winner getting just shy of £500,000. Seriously? £499,700. 95 players will get paid, and a min cash tomorrow will be worth $7,750.
It's a nice min cash for a 4,200 buy-in, isn't it? 4,280?
A min cash on the EPT is normally near enough double your money.
Yeah. Which is fantastic if you satellite it in.
Oscar is taking the under on 118. Okay, Oscar. Good luck to you. No prizes, by the way, just for funsies.
And Oscar immediately deletes his tweet.
Popov popped it up to 5K. Fold it around to the blinds. Ardon in the small.
One caller in there, Kyriakides.
Oh, yes.
Popov's taking his top off.
He does look a little bit Romanello-esque. Can't remember who it was who pointed out on Twitter that they thought Roberto was at the feature table when they first tuned in. King 7-4, 2 clubs.
This is a raise here on the turn. Just a bet. It was a bet on the turn. Kyriakides folds.
You won the pot.
I turn that off because I don't want to get any ideas. Just I don't want to see it. Spoiler alert. Watch it on your own time.
Okay. I just want to see if he held at the end.
I don't want to know whether he does or not. I want to have my own experience.
Thank you, Inga, for sharing that video. Oscar says, I thought the prize money you showed was for the winners of this over-under competition.
Four, 5,
Andreas taking the under, specifically guessing that 117 players will be coming into day 3.
Oh, I think so. Oh, this is mine. That's yours. Oh. Yeah. This is the last level, yeah? Yes, it is.
Sound like him,
Come after me. Cool. Doing nothing today. Huh? No, win nothing today. Just fold this small one. Don't even look. Huh?
Oh, empezado a manera claro, nas push has no flat and or right.
Sorrentino raising small to big. It's Trevelyan's big blind.
I think from all these blind-on-blind confrontations, Sorrentino has won them all.
How much?
6.6.
The big hand.
Yours or mine?
Ace, Queen, 7.
If this goes the way it has every other time, Sorrentino's going to bet and Trevelyan's going to fold.
I think pre-flop is better, bro.
Yeah.
He is the boss. 486,000 for Rafael Sorrentino.
Closing in on that $500,000 mark. Let's take a look at some of the famous faces still alive as we head towards the end of day 2. Jason Mercier, the former EPT champ, a member of Team Pro. Also on the roster, Eugene Kachalov and his good friend, Elke.
Shaping up to be a pretty exciting day 3.
Marc-Andre Ladouceur, one of Ike Haxton's colleagues from Team PokerStars Online.
The French dog.
And also at his table, Fatima Maria de Melo, who's been all in a few times and survived. Kevin McPhee, EPT6 Berlin champ. Martin Stashko, remember him?
I do remember him, I think.
Liv Barry, who at one point today was chip leader. Former winner of this event, Benny Spindler. There's his fellow countryman, Ola Shemian, who is watching Johnny Lodden enjoy a fruit salad. Oh, yeah.
Interesting. Hey, Ola, why don't you come over to my table, sweat me eating?
And Sam Trickett, one of the many British players still in. Few players taking the over. Adam, Wisbit. Wisbit predicting 126 will remain at the end of day 2. Daniel formally requests that he shall have the over.
Daniel? Granted.
But we've set the spread at 118 to 123. Covering 5 points. Oh, that's sick, Vig.
I think we had a raise here from Sorrentino. No, it must have been Arden who raised. Arden raised, 3-bet by Sorrentino. Speaking of Star Wars, this Rafael Sorrentino guy is an unstoppable rebel force, huh?
And he's moved over the $500,000 mark. He's now up to 505,000. 210 big blinds. Average stack right now around 140K. I'm always curious what guys with like 17, 15 big blind stacks do at this point.
Yeah, it's weird because, like, from a human side, you're like, oh, do I really want to come back tomorrow with 15 big blinds?
It would be.
But from a logical side, you're in the tournament still. And there's no reason to punt it off. Gotta wonder, in a city with room rates as expensive as London, maybe it is worth it.
Gregor has a good question. He says, if I want to send an email to nuts@pokerstars.tv, to whom do I have to address it? Well, Mr. Nuts, obviously, who is the PokerStars executive who mans that inbox.
Rafael raises to 4,800.
Sorrentino back in the action again.
This time he's getting 3-bet by Alexander Trevelyan.
You grind this for 2 days and that's your profit.
News alert from the floor. Jason Mercier, out.
The Merce Dog. To the pound.
Oh, that's going to be big to come after you there. What? No, that's going to be a big hand to come after you there.
When was the last time we saw Merce Dog go deep in a main event? The grand final? A couple years back?
Yeah, season 9 grand final. Where he was in with a really good chance of winning his second EPT title. And that was a great festival for Jason, right?
Yeah, he...
Second in the Super High Roller, won the Open Face Chinese event. And I think if you can final the main and the Super High Roller, that's a pretty good festival for anyone.
Love me some Merce Dog.
So Collier says, how many runners left right now? Well, the problem is, Collier, that the tournament staff don't update it with every single elimination. They do it in kind of batches. So while the clock currently shows 144, I can guarantee you there are fewer than 144 players remaining right now.
If not just Jason Mercier, but we know there's at least one player that hasn't been updated, and if there's one, there's probably many.
I don't think the clock was updated from when Theo went out, and that was some time ago.
It's been like a good half a level.
Water? Yep, sure.
Hence setting the line at 118 to 123. Remember, 95 get paid, so it's bubble day tomorrow. Our world-famous bubble coverage begins noon, British summertime, PokerStars.tv.
Hey, James, I bet the guy in charge of the clock nipped off to the pub. Maybe nipped off to, I love that phrase. I'm just going to nip off to the pub. You ever nip off to the pub?
On occasion.
Really? You just got to get out of the house, got to nip off to the pub. Ace, Jack, Queen, 3 yards.
That's mainly when I'm at the office. Yes, the glasses are back because Kai Herald's in a hand.
Those glasses are like something out if like Wes Craven and Clive Barker had a kid and that kid had a nightmare. That's what those glasses would look like. Heads up to the turn.
8 of diamonds.
He was like, do you have any glasses that could make my face look like a velociraptor? I want a pair of glasses that, like, if a child saw me, that they would immediately call for help.
Sorrentino continue the flop and now barrels the turn for 12,500. And Harold check raises the turn.
Maybe a check raise here with like a piece and a big draw.
How much?
30,000 total.
30.
30.
Maybe a flop to flush and you're deciding to try for a little early value. It was Sorrentino who raised this pot originally. Wow, Sorrentino actually gives one up. He said, I had an ace, and it was good.
Unlike those glasses.
Nice. Burn.
Jason Mercy's just tweeted, busted EPT London main event with 20 minutes left on day 2. Had a nice stack too, but made one mistake that cost me my tournament. Hashtag tilt. Kurt says, sad to see Theo get knocked out so soon, but on the plus side, I hope we get to listen to him commentating EPT London, maybe in the coming days. Remember, this is day 1 of our coverage, day 2 of the tournament. We're back for days 3, 4, 5, and 6, so 4 more days to come. And tomorrow it's all about the bubble. It's all about the final 95 getting paid. Just 5 minutes left, by the way, to vote the challenge stakes. Which challenge do you want to see Joe face later this week? Vote. Facebook.com/European Poker Tour. Click on the EPT Live link and decide whether it's compliments, breakfast, or awareness. The options, or details of those options, scrolling along the bottom of the screen right now.
What do you bet on the top? 12, 5, and 2.
Kyriakides all in, called by Danny Blair. Ace King against King 8.
Domination Nation. Kyriakides at risk and behind. No 8, no diamonds. We do have some opportunities.
That's true.
There goes those. Date with an 8.
Nope. Kyriakides exits. His chips now belong to Danny Blair, proving he's very much the Prime Minister of Domination Nation.
He is the Prime Minister's nephew of Domination Nation.
That's what we were talking about.
And I can't believe we went a whole 2 levels with this guy at the table and not one Stapes lookalike.
To be fair, he wasn't at the feature table for that long. He got moved there, played 3 hands, went broke. He'll take your mic pack, and he will take your soul.
Double barrel in the car.
Oh, you didn't bet the flop?
Yeah, I bet flop.
Oh, okay.
Might have been some chips.
I had to check in the touch. I'm stupid.
They show it on TV and say, what the hell is he doing?
Very soon they're going to pause the tournament clock and decide how many more hands we'll play on day 2.
I think I'm not sure, but I think it's better. It's better if I mistake.
Hello to Oliver, says, made it to the break in the EPT free roll, sitting pretty on about average chips, should make it to the money. Way to buck yourself, Oliver.
Oh no, the EPT free roll started. What happened to my PokerStars client? I quit after I lost that spin and go because I was tilted.
You muppet. It's been running for near enough an hour.
Oh boy, do you think I have any chips left?
I would doubt it very much. 45 minutes is gone.
Come on.
The fact the table's not popping up does not imply it's
Come
good.
on. Ah. Looks like I'm going to be working this job for another year.
I would say unlucky, but it's more like carelessness.
He wasn't down there.
No, 100% he was on that table. He won a ball.
I'm actually genuinely tilted that I missed the free roll.
No, he came later. The lady.
Guys, I'm going to need a minute. I wouldn't be any good to you right now.
Next time, Joseph used the minimize function rather than the close function.
I quit right away when I bust out. But anyway, I'm just give me a minute.
Two guys with the discipline.
Yeah.
Couple of players waiting in the wings to take their seats.
Because that wasn't that much discipline.
Oh, Ilya Mikala getting very excited. Sadly, we're not going to get to see much of these guys.
Because he's wearing a hoodie?
Because we're only going to play 3 or 4 more hands tonight.
Right.
In fact, they paused the clock, and that means they will do the deal, or the draw, rather.
Table 1.
And we've drawn a 3. So dealers, on completion of the hand you're on, please deal 3 more hands only.
Now, I forgot to ask Big Nick in the Isle of Man what he did to his hand, but I'm hoping it's a funny story rather than a sad story.
Yeah. Apparently he slammed it in a door. I don't know, that sounds like maybe he's got a wife or a girlfriend that's beating up on him a little bit. Isn't that the like the go-to? I walked into a door to explain the black eye. You know, it's weird. I know I shouldn't think this, but whenever I see someone in the gaming world with an injury like that, I can't help but think, late on a debt? Borrowed money from the wrong guy?
Marshall thrilled to see Slaven Popov at the feature table and asks, has anyone made back-to-back EPT final tables in consecutive spots? Yes, Marshall, it's been done before, most famously in the first season of the EPT, where Ram Vaswani had a first and a second. But yes, Slaven Popov, of course, 8th place finisher in the EPT 100 main event. So Anatoly Filatov is the player the Russians are excited about. Came into the day as chip leader, still has a big stack, 300,000.
I'm pretty excited too, I like this kid.
And he's renowned for being slightly aggressive.
And that's just how he dresses.
Alfie Adam in the white raincoat.
Alfie,
Anorak.
What's it all about?
Is the other player who's come to the main stage.
This is becoming a habit, Danny.
Yeah, we always end up on the same table, right?
Feature table.
Yeah,
The same table.
The same, yeah.
Yeah.
So, you saw? Yeah, queen something. Hopefully you're not a bot for me.
So is this the first of 3 hands?
Second, right?
I have a really hard time counting to 3. Second of 3 hands.
I can't play with this.
Table. Have to raise. Yeah.
Oh, Willie Elliott, one of our regular viewers, knows the story about Nick's hand, and he says it's really bad and you don't want to hear the details.
Then I don't. Agreed. Does the same thing happen to you that happens to me, that when you hear a story about someone injuring themselves,
No,
that goes up inside you a little bit? A little, like, right up in there?
So what's your stake?
Like it sucks up a little bit.
No.
Oh, I have that.
91 now. That's fine.
Anyway, let me know if that happens to you. Tag your tweets, EPT Live.
Like that? Separately, yeah.
Filatov open to 5,500. Ardon has 3-bet to 14,400 and decision on the chip leader.
How much you have? You three bet a lot the button, you know, like all the time. I mean, online. How much you three bet? Like 13 or 10, 9?
Same.
Yeah, yeah. How much?
Not that much, I think.
Not that much. Me too. I just like. You're good, post flop.
Mediocre.
So.
Time.
What?
Wow, I have like 3 hands. Come on.
No, but you're talking all the time.
What kind of time? Oh, talking here.
Yeah. You haven't stopped after you sat down.
I never stopped. It's not about He talking. wouldn't stop over there either.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
So we three more hands, and
How much is
he's
that?
like here from 10 more hands.
Guy Herald, life and soul of the party.
I'm calling time on those glasses.
you made him do?
I actually don't mind a tank at all if a guy's talking, right? Like, you barely even notice.
I also have an issue with players who get annoyed about other people talking.
Yeah.
It's like, I do not want to play poker in silence. I don't want to watch poker being played in silence.
I don't want
2 out of 2. I play like that.
Filatov 4-bets gets a fold from Arden.
Anatoly took that really well.
Last two.
If someone had called time on me for talking, I'd be like,
Make
yes,
it
I'm
4
just...
in a row, Vitali. 3 in a row. Make it 4.
I'd be like, yes, I will stop talking, but here's 2 more words. F you.
Anatoly, not Vitali. Sorry. Yeah, I went to Starbucks and I told Anatoly, and she write it Natalie.
Didn't I put out 3?
This is, you look like a Natalie. Yeah. I just looking. I just looking there. No, Natalie. Okay, I'll take my letter.
Natasha.
No, you're right.
Last hand of the night.
Didn't I put out extra?
There's a 3-bet, yeah. 24.
They're adjusting the clock, by the way, to take account of recent
I thought I put
bust-outs.
out 3 and...
Yes, I mean, I think I took you 3, right? You got 24. He's giving you chips back, just take it.
It's sitting at 135 right now.
Good news.
Never question the dealer.
I'm liking my number.
Even if he's wrong, it's right.
Well, that's good for me.
Why do you put your hoodie on? Like? I'm cold, man.
Oh, this is actually the penultimate hand.
Yeah.
Weird.
You got a blanket.
It's hard to count to 3 sometimes.
Sometimes I don't get past
Oh,
1.
maybe, I got it now. Oh, you took it out of that. I haven't.
Alexander? He's Russian?
Nah. Australian.
He sounds Russian, to be fair.
I'm
Alexander?
super Russian.
Sounds Greece, huh?
His parents were Lienz Cossacks.
A Russian part of London.
Aussie in disguise.
2 spades, 7 spades, check. 9 of hearts, Alexander check.
Vitali? He said Vitali? Anatoly. Doesn't matter, come on. Vitali and Anatoly, who cares?
What's your last name?
Filatov.
Better than calling him Natalie.
Whichever's easier for you. DD.
That's it? Oh, that's not it. Oh, he calls. Damn. He should never fold. Check.
Oh. 4 cards straight out there. Flush draw hits the river, too.
What was it, 144?
Filatov's a pretty wild player, and I feel like if Travalia bets here, there's a good chance we could see Filatov blast off. Depends what he wants to do here at the end of the night.
Why too much? You know, I'm supposed to call before. I never check this boards like this turn. Just in case to call the river, but whatever. How much is that? 20?
20,200.
I can big king jack, king 10, jack 10, queen 10. So many hands. I can't beat flush. That's the problem.
Well, I guess he's unlikely to raise at this point. Where's Kai Harold when you need him?
Give you a free Kai.
Foldsky.
Good fold, bad fold. Who knows?
I know.
You'll find out on TV later.
Sounds good.
Thank you. I usually bet the turn. That's the best play.
It's going to raise you on the turn.
No way, you're not. If you raise, I fold.
You call.
Snap.
The turn.
What?
If I raise the turn.
Fold.
Oh, you
What
fold.
did I do? I'm in it. You saw that. Nit.
So here we go with the last hand of the day. This time, it's official.
We think.
Last hand, gentlemen.
Last hand?
It is. Last hand.
I don't post. See that?
Play's already concluded at many of the outer tables.
51.
Raised to 51.
What is the delay here? 1 hour?
Anatoly. No delay. No hole cards. I'm gonna post
Before
on
I
his
came, I
Facebook
just
wall.
want to fold like 4 hands in a row, but I can't.
He's my new Facebook friend.
For a Nick, you raise a lot of hands.
Yeah, because I had a lot of hands.
You're tired? Ah, sorry.
Beat you.
I'm an last night.
This pocket
Silly
raise.
decision.
What can I do with that?
Last hand of the day.
Set.
And Filatov raises and takes it. And he'll finish the day among the big stacks, 329,000. Rafael Sorrentino,
so what do you have?
not just the table boss, but we think probably the tournament boss at the end of day 2, with close to 500,000, 477,700. And like we said, Joe, the tournament clock not being updated right now. It's showing 135. In reality, around 125 will probably return for
We
day
can settle
3.
this bet tomorrow.
Yeah, no, yours is good.
So we are back tomorrow at noon, British summertime, for our world-famous bubble coverage. We'll also cover days 4 and 5, and of course the final table on Saturday with whole cards up on a 1-hour delay. Quick tweet from Leo McLean, last year's online qualifier, bagged 129,000 for day 3, keeping the back-to-back final table dream alive. Let's go. Read stories like Leo's at thepokerstarsblog.com. Follow the guys at PokerStarsblog for updates, and join us tomorrow, 12 noon, British summertime, for live coverage of day 3 of the EPT 11 London main event. Thanks to Matt Broughton and to Mark Convey. My thanks to Joe Stapleton.
Thank you.
We're back tomorrow, but for now, from day 2 of the EPT London main event, it's good night from London.
To be honest, I called you with the ace-4.